Chapter 878. No. It wasn't that Yi Xian was carrying Luo Luo, but that Luo Luo was carrying Yi Xian. Luo Luo, an early stage 6 supreme being, was at least 3 times faster than Yi Xian. In Luo Luo's eyes, Yi Xian was like a snail. Soon, they rushed into the imperial city. After such a thing happened, the imperial city was locked down, and a defensive array was activated. Hee, it's just a defensive array. Luo Luo raised her hand with a smile, then clawed down. Bam! A big hole was instantly opened in the defensive array. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This girl's attack power was at least 10 times stronger than his. She could tear him to pieces with a single claw. After the defensive array was broken, Yi Xian and Luo Luo quickly rushed in. The general guarding the imperial city was shocked, but he was instantly killed by Luo Luo's claw. Yi Xian quickly went over and took his interspatial ring. Today, the Fox Charm dynasty was going to change. At that moment, Yi Xian and Luo Luo rushed to the Fox King Palace, where the battle happened half an hour ago. At this moment, although Yi Xian didn't see the tragic scene of corpses everywhere, there was a river of blood. The corpses should have been taken away by someone long ago. How dare you fly in the imperial city? At this moment, a man suddenly rushed over. It was another general. Generals were at least mid-stage 5th supreme beings, but at this level, even Yi Xian could be killed in an instant, let alone Luo Luo. In an instant, the general was killed, his head chopped off by Yi Xian. When we take over the Fox Charm dynasty, I'll let my father be the emperor. Luo Luo said proudly. If she married the crown prince, by long, she would be the crown prince's wife. However, she didn't want to be the crown prince's wife. She would rather be a princess. Luo Luo's 6th tribulation supremacy aura was quickly detected by the emperor. Who are you? The emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty flew out of the Fox King Palace. When he saw that the newcomers were Yi Xian and Luo Luo, his entire body trembled violently. Just now, wasn't it Yi Xian who took Bai Long away? It's you? The emperor's gaze locked onto Yi Xian, but in the next moment, he felt that something was amiss. This was because the person who exuded the aura of a 6th tribulation supreme was not Yi Xian, but the young lady beside Yi Xian. The white dragon is already dead, and I took out the charm fusion crystal. Now, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll protect your Bai family from destruction. Yi Xian took 2 steps in the air, his voice spreading throughout the entire imperial city. Bastard! Shouted the emperor furiously. His Bai clan was a clan that had established a country. The ancestor of the Bai clan was the founding emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty. But now, the charm fusion crystal had fallen into the hands of an outsider. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that only 2 of them had come and wanted the Bai clan to submit. How was that possible? Hu Lai, come with me and kill them! Shouted the emperor. Another figure flew out of the Fox King Palace. It was Bai Long's bodyguard, Hu Lai, one of the 3 6th tribulation supremes of the Fox Sage dynasty. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Luo Luo snorted coldly, and her bright eyes suddenly turned pink. Charm. After refining the entire charm fusion crystal, Luo Luo's charm ability was extremely powerful. Originally, the people of the Fox Sage clan had an innate resistance to mental attacks, but under the power of the charm fusion crystal, this resistance was close to 0. Immediately, the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty stopped moving, and his eyes began to turn pink. This wasn't the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty using charm, but he was charmed. Not good, you're courting death. Hu Lai's expression changed drastically, and he quickly charged towards Luo Luo. He was also a member of the Fox Sage clan, and he knew that as long as he killed the charmer, the person who was charmed would be liberated. Unfortunately, in front of Luo Luo, his strength was still unable to stir up a big wave. When Hu Lai's eyes turned pink and he stopped moving, Yi Xian was shocked. This was the effect of the charm fusion crystal. After refining the charm fusion crystal, Luo Luo's charm ability had greatly increased, and even the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty was instantly charmed. Hee, success. Luo Luo clapped her hands. Now, she was very proud. After all, even the emperor of the Fox Sage dynasty was charmed by her. As long as she thought about it, the emperor and Hu Lai would slit their throats and commit suicide. Very good, in the future, your father will be the emperor, and the entire Fox Sage dynasty will be yours, said Yi Xian with a smile. To be honest, he was very lucky to have signed a master and servant blood contract with Luo Luo. Originally, he thought that there would be someone who could keep up with his footsteps, but he didn't expect the devouring system to level up so quickly, and those people could only look at his back and shake their heads. Now, there was finally someone who was more heaven-defying than him, and that person was Luo Luo. At this moment, there are two powerful auras coming. One is an early stage 6 supreme being, and the other is a mid-stage 6 supreme being. Luo Luo's expression suddenly became serious. When Yi Xian heard it, he was shocked. Mid-stage 6 supreme being? Where did it come from? Previously, he learned from the second prince that there were only 3 6 tribulation supremes in the entire imperial capital, and they were all early stage 6 supreme beings. Then, who was this extra mid-stage 6 supreme being? Young master, don't be afraid. Isn't it just a mid-stage 6 supreme being? Luo Luo clenched her small fist and said confidently with a look of disdain. Although she said so, Yi Xian was still a little nervous. After all, the other party was a mid-stage 6 supreme being, and might come from a high-grade holy dynasty. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Yi Xian and Luo Luo stood there quietly. At this time, many people had already rushed out. Half an hour ago, there was a coup d'état here, and now, someone threatened to destroy the imperial family, so naturally, the experts guarding here would come out. Soon, two people were reflected in Yi Xian and Luo Luo's eyes. A man and a woman, an old man and an old woman. That old woman seems to be a mid-stage 6 supreme being. Yi Xian could feel the aura emitted by the other party. It was very strong. After all, she was a realm higher than him. Who are you? The old man asked. Yi Xian understood that this person was the previous emperor, Bai Long's grandfather, the retired emperor of the Humei holy dynasty. As for the old woman, he didn't know. In the face of this question, Luo Luo didn't waste time and directly used charm on the old man. Be careful. The old woman hurriedly covered the old man's eyes. Charm was the same as the eye of control, it needed to be used through the eyes. As long as the eyes were closed, the charm wouldn't succeed. Humph, Luo Luo snorted in dissatisfaction and locked her eyes on the old woman. Charm. You want to succeed with a mere charm? The old woman's eyes flickered, and her pale white hair suddenly began to flutter. Charm didn't work on her. How can it be? It's just a realm difference, how can it not work? Luo Luo exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 879. The cultivation technique that my absolute Yin Palace cultivates is a spirit-type martial arts. You still want to charm me, you lowly girl? The old woman shouted in a low voice. Yin Palace. When these two words entered the ears of Yi Xian and the other two, they were surprised for a moment. The old woman was not from the Fox Charm dynasty. She should be from a high-grade holy dynasty. Moreover, it should be a human holy dynasty as she was not from the Fox Charm clan. You old witch. How dare you scold me? You're courting death. Luo Luo was very angry and rushed out. Bitch, I'll skin you alive. The old woman was also angry. She took out a long whip and lashed it at Luo Luo. Now, this level of battle was not something that Yi Xian could interfere in. However, for Luo Luo's safety, Yi Xian used the burning eye on the old woman. Unexpectedly, the old woman was not affected at all. She did not even frown. The Yin Palace cultivates spiritual martial arts that directly attack one's mind. For example, illusions and so on. That's why it resisted my burning eye, Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course, the main reason was that he was only a 5th stage supreme being, which was 3 realms lower than the old woman. You too, give me your interspatial rings. Yi Xian said to the emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty and Hu Lai. The two of them had been charmed by Luo Luo, so they obeyed Yi Xian's order and threw the interspatial rings to Yi Xian. Kid, you're courting death. At this time, the retired emperor suddenly shouted and charged at Yi Xian. He could not defeat Luo Luo, but he could defeat Yi Xian. Humph. Yi Xian caught the 2 interspatial rings. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. You are now a 5th tribulation supreme being. As his realm increased, his aura suddenly surged. Yi Xian immediately turned his head. Burning Eye. The retired emperor did not cultivate any spiritual martial arts except for the Fox Charm clan's innate resistance. Therefore, he could not resist the burning eye. You too, don't do anything. I'll do it myself. Yi Xian said to the emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty and Hu Lai. In an instant, he was fighting with the retired emperor. The retired emperor was an old man who had cultivated for dozens of years. His state of mind was extremely high. He could withstand the burning eye. I don't believe that you can withstand it forever. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he used the burning eye again. When the burning eye burned his soul for the 2nd time, the Grand Emperor couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, he didn't stop attacking Yi Xian. Luo 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 Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo. Luo Luo Luo, and Luo Luo Luo. Luo Luo Luo. Luo 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 Luo. And Luo Luo Luo. Luo 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 and Luo 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 were evenly matched. Yi Xian was also paying attention to Luo Luo when he was fighting with the retired emperor. However, his worries were unnecessary. Luo Luo had the upper hand in the other battle. Kid, you dare to be distracted? Die. The retired emperor suddenly condensed a huge claw and slashed down from the sky. However, Yi Xian had seen through it and dodged it first. Luo 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 was in the sky, so his agility advancement was useless. It was difficult to deal with the retired emperor. However, if he wanted to, he could let the emperor and Hu Lai join the battle. Then, it would be 3 against 1. The retired emperor would definitely die. However, he would not do that. After all, the retired emperor was a 6th tribulation supremacy. He would be charmed by Luo Luo. At this moment, old monster, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Goodbye. Luo Luo suddenly shouted. Her voice fell into the ears of Yi Xian and the retired emperor. They could not help but glance at her. Whoosh. They saw the phantom of a golden fox suddenly condense behind Luo Luo. Then, with a flash of cold light, the cold light hit the white-haired old woman's body. In the next moment, the white-haired old woman's head was grabbed and sent flying. Yi Xian was shocked. A mid-stage 6th tribulation supremacy white-haired old woman was killed in one move. Gulp. The retired emperor was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He knew the identity of this white-haired old woman. She was an expert from a high-rank holy dynasty. However, she was killed by a young girl who was not even 15 years old. Was she still human? At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly turned to look at the retired emperor. Not good. The retired emperor's expression changed, but it was too late. His eyes turned pink in an instant. He was charmed by Luo Luo. Done. Luo Luo clapped her hands and shouted cheerfully. She charmed 3 6th tribulation supremacies and killed a mid-stage 6th tribulation supremacy. This achievement was already beyond Yi Xian's reach. In the future, this girl will be the one to help me show off and soar, Yi Xian sighed. Young master, here, Luo Luo leaned over and handed the old woman's interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Not bad. These things are enough for me to reach the limit of 5th tribulation supremacy and receive the 6th tribulation of supremacy. Yi Xian didn't act pretentiously and directly poured the contents into his devouring space. Ding. The success rate of the host's tribulation is 80%. The system prompted. Compared to other people, Yi Xian's golden body was not bad. However, compared to the crown prince, by long, his golden body was not good enough. However, what he devoured just now was only some cultivation items. Those natural treasures that could improve his golden body naturally had to be specially devoured. Ding. The success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. Do you want to undergo the tribulation? The system's prompt sounded again. Yes. Yi Xian replied. The next moment, tribulation lightning began to gather above his head. The officials of the Fox Charm dynasty who came out to watch were stunned. Yi Xian and Luo Luo jointly launched a coup d'état and killed people. Now, they were actually undergoing the tribulation in the imperial city? However, they also understood that the Fox Charm dynasty was about to change dynasties. The retired emperor and the other two were still shouting and shouting, but now they were standing there quietly and doing nothing. Obviously, they had been charmed. They understood that as long as they did not seek death, the new emperor would not kill them. They would continue to attack them, but it would be a different emperor. Boom! Hundreds of people watched Yi Xian undergo the tribulation, while Luo Luo stood aside and watched. Of course, even without Luo Luo, Yi Xian was not afraid of being disturbed. After all, his success rate of passing the tribulation was 100%, which meant that the tribulation lightning could not hurt his golden body. Soon, the sixth tribulation lightning was all over, and Yi Xian also heard the system's prompt. Ding! You have successfully passed the tribulation. You are now at the early stage of sixth tribulation supremacy. He had successfully passed the sixth tribulation of supremacy. Now, Yi Xian was on the same level as Luo Luo again. When the others saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. One should know that even the emperor was seriously injured by the sixth tribulation lightning when he was undergoing the tribulation. Chapter 880. Young master, now that I have taken control of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, quickly inform my father. Luo Luo said hastily when she saw that Yi Xian had successfully passed the tribulation. I know, my clone has already gone. Yi Xian nodded silently. He had to leave a way out for himself. His clone did not follow him this time. If Luo Luo failed, he could still hide her in the storage space. Fortunately, Luo Luo did not let him down. Not only did she charm 3 6 Tribulation Supremes, but she also killed a mid-stage 6 Tribulation Supremacy from a high-grade Holy Dynasty. Her strength frightened him. Hee, then let's go to the treasury. Luo Luo said and suddenly turned to look at the three people. I will lead the way for you two masters. The emperor hurriedly scooted over. The emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, Biyao, was above everyone. Who would have thought that he would call Yi Xian master? This was a rare scene. The two of you can go and do what you need to do. After Luo Luo finished speaking, she directly pulled Yi Xian away while Emperor Biyao led the way. The Fox Charm Holy Dynasty had been established for 1,000 years, and Yi Xian was looking forward to seeing how many good things there were. Soon, Biyao led Yi Xian and Luo Luo into the treasury. The treasury of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty was located under a palace. The owner of this palace was the place where the retired emperor lived. Masters, please take whatever you want, Biyao said with a smile. Nonsense. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, take a look and see if there are any of these things in the treasury. Biyao took a look and immediately shook his head. These are all precious items. I'm afraid that only high-grade holy dynasties have them. However, I have seen these patterns once. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The patterns that Biyao mentioned were actually the patterns of the Devourer beast. Did that mean that Biyao had seen the Devourer beast before? Of course, it was possible that it was not the case. Even so, Yi Xian asked excitedly, where is it? It's in the cultivation ground of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, not far from the imperial capital, Biyao said. Take me there immediately. Yi Xian was a little agitated. At that moment, Biyao personally brought Yi Xian to the cultivation ground. This cultivation ground was filled with supreme saint beasts, birds, and beasts. The fox charm sacred dynasty had cultivated them for war. According to Biyao, the devouring beast was a black dragon and had the mark of the devouring beast on its forehead. This black dragon could not be charmed, and it often fought with other supreme sacred beasts. Every time it won, it would devour its opponent. Its strength increased very quickly. Hearing this, Yi Xian was almost certain that this black dragon was the devourer. Very quickly, Biyao led Yi Xian to the devouring beast. At the same time, Yi Xian also discovered a hidden effect of the eye of perception. Ding! Discovered devouring beast. If there was a devouring beast within the range of the eye of perception, it would actually sound an alarm. This was a good thing. This way, if Yi Xian happened to encounter a devouring beast, he would not miss it. Roar! The devouring beast also noticed Yi Xian and immediately pounced towards him. A mere peak paragon saint level 5 dares to roar in front of me? Yi Xian shouted and suddenly drew his sword. Rip! The sword flashed and the black dragon's head was cut off, and it died instantly. Yi Xian quickly went over and kept the corpse. Ding! The host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse and obtained 1 advancement point. This notification sound was something that Yi Xian had not heard for a long time. Finally, there is 1 more advancement point. I will keep it first and use it when necessary. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The previous advancement point was used to strengthen the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline. Now that he had obtained another advancement point, it would also increase his strength imperceptibly. Very good. Continue to pay attention to this mark. Yi Xian reminded them. In fact, when he arrived at each city, he would subconsciously ask around for information about the devouring beast. Unfortunately, the devouring beast was extremely rare and until now, he had only seen 1. Then, he and Biyao quickly returned to the imperial capital. The emperor was not dead, so he could temporarily deal with some matters. As for Yi Xian and Luo Luo, they were looting the imperial treasury. In the imperial treasury. Young master, why don't we empty the imperial treasury? It is more important to increase our strength. Luo Luo smiled slyly. If the imperial treasury is empty, where will we get the money to fight in case there is a war? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. That's true, Luo Luo decided to put some things back. However, there were not many things in the imperial treasury. Most of them were with the emperor and the retired emperor, so they had been devoured by Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian devoured the entire imperial treasury, he would not be able to break through to the middle stage paragon saint level. After all, if there were so many heavenly treasures, how could there only be 3-6 tribulation supremes in the Hume dynasty? At this time, Yi Xian's clone was still rushing to Silverwing City. Coincidentally, Yi Xian took the opportunity to carefully examine the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring. The white-haired old woman came from a high-grade holy dynasty called the Royal Holy Dynasty. She belonged to a faction in the Royal Holy Dynasty called the Jianghu Palace. Most of the people in the Jianghu Palace are women who are good at mental attacks. The white-haired old woman came to the Hume dynasty this time to select some talented young women from the Hume clan to nurture, Yi Xian thought to himself. There were many things in the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring, but most of them were used to increase one's mental strength. The devouring system could be immune to charms, but it could not resist illusions. Increasing one's mental strength could increase one's resistance to mental attacks. Therefore, Yi Xian chose to devour all of these things. As for the martial arts related to mental strength, Yi Xian did not learn them. Those martial arts were much weaker than the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye, so he gave up on them. However, Yi Xian found something that shocked him in the white-haired old woman's interspatial ring. It was a bronze token with 3 words engraved on it. Burning Sun Hall. Jianghu Palace, Burning Sun Hall. After seeing the token, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. Could this be related to the yin-yang old ancestor? The Royal Holy Dynasty, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The jade token that old immortal Tianju gave him required him to surpass the supremacy realm to see its information. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the Ju-Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall were definitely not the same forces as the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor. Since that was the case, he would make a trip to the Royal Holy Dynasty. The Ju-Yin Palace mainly cultivates mental martial arts, including illusions, mental attacks, and controlling objects. The Burning Sun Hall's cultivation method is relatively simple, which is to raise the sovereign golden body. They walk the path of physique. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Ju-Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Hall were two forces that were hostile to each other. They would kill each other on sight. The enmity between them had a history of 100 years. Chapter 881. Very quickly, 2 days passed. When the Silver-Winged City Lord heard that his daughter had charmed the Emperor, he fell from his chair. He knew that he was going to be the Emperor, so he couldn't even stand properly. In order to save time, Yi Xian's clone used the Eye of the Void and opened a void door to bring him to the imperial capital. Father, you will be the Emperor of the Fox Sage Dynasty in the future. The three of them will assist you. When Luo Luo saw the Silver-Winged City Lord, she jumped over and held his arm happily. Luo Luo's surname wasn't Luo, but Luo. Her father's name was Luo Yi. This time, Yi Xian was lucky. He descended upon Silverwing City once again and brought the entire Luo clan over. Since the founding of the Fox Sage Dynasty, the imperial family had always been surnamed Bai. However, from today onwards, their surname would be Luo. Luo Yi was only a fourth tribulation supremacy, but Hu Lai and the former Emperor Biyao were always by his side, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Not only that, but Luo Luo had also charmed Luo Yi personally. This way, no one could attack Luo Yi. Of course, Luo Luo wouldn't order Luo Yi to do anything. As for Luo Luo herself, she was addicted to being a princess. About a week later. Young master, now that the matters of the Fox Sage Dynasty have been settled, where are we going? Luo Luo jumped to Yi Xian's residence and asked. The Fox Sage Dynasty was only a mid-grade sage dynasty, so they couldn't stay here anymore. Hence, they had to go to a higher-grade place. Let's go to the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian opened his eyes. These days, he had been using the art of the whale to refine the dragon luck and improve his sovereign golden body. Of course, he couldn't take too much of the dragon luck. After all, the dragon luck was very important to the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Dragon luck was the foundation of a country. If it was too little, the heaven and earth yuan qi of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty would become scarce. Is the Royal Sacred Dynasty the high-grade sage dynasty where the Absolute Yin Palace is located? Luo Luo asked curiously. Yes, I have to investigate some things. Yi Xian nodded silently. Although he didn't know if the Yinju Palace and the Burning Sun Hall had anything to do with that Yin-Yang Old Ancestor, Yi Xian still had to make a trip there. Oh, are you going to investigate that Yin-Yang Patriarch? Luo Luo asked again. She was practically the closest person to Yi Xian now, so it wasn't a big deal for her to know this. Yes. Yi Xian replied. Since that's the case, let's go to the Burning Yang Hall. That Absolute Yin Palace cultivates spirit cultivation methods and is more difficult for us to deal with. The Burning Sun Palace mainly cultivates the golden sovereign body, so it's easier to deal with them. Luo Luo blinked her large eyes and said. Actually, Yi Xian thought the same. The Absolute Yin Palace mainly cultivated spiritual techniques. His burning eye, eye of illusion, and eye of control did not have much effect. The Hall of Burning Sun mainly cultivated the sovereign golden body, and his comprehension of sword intent was not low. Even if he didn't use his Heaven's Eye, he would still be able to fight against the other party. If he used his Heaven's Eye, he would at least be able to fight someone one level higher. This was his conservative estimate. We will depart tomorrow. Yi Xian decided to stay for one more day. He first called his clone over, and then fused with his clone to upgrade his cultivation. After that, he sent his clone to the Royal Sacred Dynasty to scout ahead. The Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Palace were irreconcilable enemies, so Yi Xian wanted to send his clone to the Absolute Yin Palace, while his main body and Luoluo went to the Burning Sun Palace. Very quickly, the next day arrived, and Yi Xian and Luoluo set off immediately. The royal sacred dynasty was a high-grade sacred dynasty, and there was still some distance between it and the Fox Charm sacred dynasty. On the way, they still had to pass through a few low-grade sacred dynasties. In about a week's time, they passed through these low-grade sacred dynasties and arrived at the royal sacred dynasty. In the Blood Cliff continent, humans and foreign races could still coexist peacefully, but the Sunflame sacred dynasty and other countries were more pedantic. In the royal sacred dynasty, although the majority of people were humans, there were still some foreign races. Not only that, Yi Xian heard that there were also demon races. However, these demon races were not cursed. Young master, what do we do now? Do we go directly to the Burning Sun Palace? After entering the royal sacred dynasty, Luoluo asked. Before they had entered, Yi Xian's clone had already entered the royal sacred dynasty and headed to the Absolute Yin Palace's territory. Let's go directly to the Burning Sun Palace. The Burning Sun Palace's strength is not weak in the royal sacred dynasty, and they mainly cultivate the sovereign golden body, which is suitable for us to cultivate. Yi Xian replied. Yes, I only have one spiritual attack, which is my charm. I mainly rely on my strength to fight. Luoluo nodded. Earlier, Yi Xian's clone had asked about the location of the Burning Sun Palace, so he brought Luoluo directly to the Burning Sun Palace. The Absolute Yin Palace and the Burning Sun Palace were not weak, and it was said that there were 9th Tribulation sovereigns guarding them. The white-haired old woman that Luoluo had killed was only an outer court deacon of the Absolute Yin Palace. An outer court deacon had the strength of a 6th Tribulation sovereign, which was enough to show the strength of the Absolute Yin Palace. The aptitude and strength of the disciples of the two great powers were not weak, and 6th Tribulation sovereigns were more common there. Yi Xian and Luoluo could only be considered ordinary if they went there. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Burning Sun Palace's territory. Coincidentally, the Burning Sun Palace was recruiting disciples. Young master, the Burning Sun Palace is recruiting disciples, should we go? Luoluo held on to Yi Xian's arm and asked. At this moment, they had entered a city under the Burning Sun Palace's control. Let's go take a look, we don't have to join. Yi Xian said. They were only here to investigate, they didn't have to join. Of course, if they joined the Burning Sun Palace, the investigation would be easier. The Burning Sun Palace was extremely powerful, and every month, they would recruit odd job disciples and outer court disciples. If they met the requirements, they would be directly accepted as an outer court disciple. Yi Xian and Luoluo went to the Burning Sun Palace's recruitment point in the city, but unexpectedly, there was already a sea of people. There were at least 100 people. Almost all of them are 4th and 5th Tribulation sovereigns. There are only a few 6th Tribulation sovereigns. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to scan the crowd. The people who came were all young, but the 6th Tribulation sovereigns were estimated to be around 20 years old. As expected of a high-grade sacred dynasty, there are so many geniuses in such a small city. Luoluo couldn't help but say. You're only 14 years old, but you're already a 6th Tribulation sovereign. It won't be a problem for you to enter the inner court. I guess you can only enter the outer court. Yi Xian said softly. The two of them started to line up. Although they were strong, they still had to abide by the rules. As time passed, the people in front of Yi Xian and Luoluo decreased, but the line didn't shorten, instead it grew longer. When it was Yi Xian and Luoluo's turn, two people suddenly cut into the line in front of Yi Xian and Luoluo. Hey, don't you two know the rules? Luoluo subconsciously shouted. Chapter 882. One of them was tall while the other was short. The taller one was 1.8 meters while the shorter one was less than 1.5 meters. Both of them were at the initial stage of the 6th Tribulation supremacy. When the two of them heard Luoluo's words, they turned around angrily. Little girl, it's none of your business that we're cutting the queue. Shut up. The taller youth shouted angrily. The shorter youth also turned around. When he saw Luolua's furry tail, his eyes lit up. Little brother, I'm a little sister. Be nice to her. After he finished speaking, he walked to Luolua's side and said with a wretched smile, Little fox, are you alone? Go to the back and line up. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Luoluo shouted. She hated this kind of person the most. Perhaps it was because she was influenced by Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had always been upright and handsome in her heart. Oh, this little fox has quite a temper. The shorter youth smiled wretchedly and reached out to touch Luolua's tender face. But in the next moment, an unprecedented pain rose in his heart. Ah, the shorter youth's hand was agitated and quickly reached to his chest to grab his clothes. His painful cry attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Big brother, what's wrong with you? The taller youth hurried over. Humph, you're not even as tall as me and yet you want to touch me. Did you go berserk? Luoluo had a gloating look on her face. You know how to use a mental attack. The shorter youth said in astonishment. When he said this, everyone present took a step back. Mental attack? This was the territory of the Burning Sun Hall. Someone actually dared to cultivate a mental martial art. This was a challenge to the authority of the Burning Sun Hall. Good lord, you actually cultivated a mental martial art. You dare to come here instead of hiding. Do you want to join the Burning Sun Hall? What a joke. You must be sent by those old women in the Absolute Een Palace. You want to infiltrate the Burning Sun Hall as a spy? I knew it. How is it possible for a teenage girl to break through to the Sixth Tribulation Supremacy? Those with background would have entered the Burning Sun Hall long ago. Everyone, be careful. This little fox's attack is hard to defend against. The surrounding people retreated and avoided Luolua's eyes. They all knew that many mental attacks were performed through the eyes. As long as they didn't look at each other, it wouldn't be a problem. In an instant, Luoluo was isolated. The people in the queue all dispersed, leaving only one person beside her. Sigh, I actually forgot about that. Yi Xian felt a bit guilty. If he had known earlier, he would have directly attacked and not used the burning eye. Luoluo. They were in the city. Under normal circumstances, fighting was not allowed in the city. However, Luoluo dared to kill in front of so many people. She was extraordinarily bold. After seeing the Fifth Tribulation Supremacy die, Yi Xian understood that they were in big trouble this time. Humph, you two humans, die for me too. Luolua's gaze fell on the tall and short young men. Oh no. Their expressions changed. They felt a powerful aura. Although Luoluo was only a Sixth Tribulation Supremacy, her strength was not something they could resist. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Luoluo had already rushed to their side when the short young man stood up. Rip! Rip! With two crisp sounds, two heads flew into the air. The two Sixth Tribulation Supremacies, the tall youth and the short youth, died one after another. They weren't from this city. They heard that the Burning Sun Hall was recruiting here today, so they came to sign up and wanted to join the Burning Sun Hall. But they didn't expect trouble to come from the mouth. Now, the people present didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even exclaim. Killing a Sixth Tribulation Supremacy in an instant. This strength was enough to kill all of them. How dare you! Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the outer sect disciple from the Burning Yang Hall had walked over. Behind him were two people, both of whom were at the middle stage of the Sixth Sovereign Stage, and the outer sect disciple in the lead had reached the peak of the Sixth Sovereign Stage. They were the ones who registered just now. They couldn't do anything about Luoluo killing people in the city. However, the person she killed just now wanted to join the Burning Sun Hall, so they couldn't do anything about it. Yi Xian looked at them with a heavy expression. The two mid-stage Sixth Tribulation Supremacies were fine, but the peak Sixth Tribulation Supremacy disciple in the lead was a little troublesome. Those who could join the Burning Sun Hall were not ordinary people. How dare the two of you commit murder on the streets? The lead disciple looked at Yi Xian and Luo Luo, who were isolated, and asked sternly. I was the one who killed them. So what? Luo Luo looked disapproving. Her aptitude was much higher than the three who had died. The two Sixth Tribulation Supreme martial artists were already over 25 years old, which was a full 10 years older than her. If they could only accept one side, as long as the Burning Sun Hall wasn't blind, they would definitely accept her and not those two youths. The lead disciple actually knew that Luolua's aptitude was very high, but Yi Xian's burning eye just now was mistaken by others as practicing a mental-type martial technique. This was suspicious of them being spies of the Jianghu Palace. The two of you must follow me back to the Burning Sun Hall to assist in the investigation. The lead disciple said in a very unyielding tone, as if he wouldn't allow Yi Xian and Luo Luo to refuse. However, they also had the strength. Two mid-stage Sixth Tribulation Supremacies and one peak Sixth Tribulation Supremacy. How could they not deal with two early-stage Sixth Tribulation Supremacies? What if we refuse? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Then we can only treat you as spies of the Jianghu Palace and capture you. The lead disciple's eyes flickered. Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other and said in their minds, I'll hold back the peak Sixth Tribulation Supremacy later. You can deal with the remaining two, but it's best not to kill them. Okay. Luo Luo nodded. She still trusted Yi Xian. After all, they weren't facing a peak Sixth Tribulation Supremacy disciple of the Jianghu Palace, but the Burning Sun Hall. Both sides looked at each other quietly. The surrounding people felt that there might be a big battle coming and hurriedly retreated. Yi Xian and Luo Luo were already prepared for a big battle. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly approached. So powerful, it's at least a Seventh Tribulation Supremacy. Yi Xian was shocked and immediately used his eye of revelation to look. He saw an old man land on the lead disciple's head. What's going on? Chapter 883. What's going on? After hearing this voice, the head disciple looked up and immediately said respectfully, Elder. Elder. As expected, it was the Burning Sun Hall's elder. Yi Xian and Luo Luo's hearts trembled. Now, they probably only had one way to go, and that was to use the Eye of the Void to escape to their clones. Elder, these two people killed people in the city and cultivated spiritual-type martial arts. I suspect that they are spies sent by the Jianghu Palace to infiltrate our Burning Sun Hall, the head disciple reported. Jianghu Palace, the elder narrowed his eyes and sized up Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Then, he asked, Little girl, how old are you this year? 14. Luo Luo answered without thinking. A 14-year-old Sixth Tribulation Supreme. Give her 6 years and she will be at least a Seventh Tribulation Supreme. Her future achievements will definitely not be lower than Supreme Ba Jie's. The elder thought to himself. If Luo Luo was really only 14 years old, then Jianghu Palace had really invested a lot. After all, she was a very good seedling. I remember that the Fox Charm clan is basically active in the Jianghu Palace. Why are they here in our Burning Sun Hall? The elder continued asking. The Fox Charm clan was born with very high spiritual power and was very suitable for cultivating the martial arts of Jianghu Palace. That was why the elder found it strange. Oh, does it matter where I am active? Anyway, I don't like Jianghu Palace, Luo Luo answered casually. The elder pondered. He was not sure if Yi Xian and Luo Luo were spies sent by the Jianghu Palace to infiltrate the Burning Sun Hall. If he was sure, he would immediately kill Yi Xian and Luo Luo. But if not, then he would lose a good seedling for nothing. You two want to join the Burning Sun Hall? The elder asked. Yes. Yi Xian answered. Alright, then you two can enter the outer sect first. The elder suddenly agreed. This answer shocked the people below. The head disciple hurriedly said, Elder, isn't this inappropriate? If Yi Xian and Luo Luo were really spies, then wouldn't their scheme have succeeded? Bastard, shut up. Luo Luo shouted angrily. What did you say? The leading disciple shouted angrily. Enough. The elder hurriedly stopped him, saying, I know my limits. Yes, the leading disciple didn't dare to say another word. The surrounding people were also shocked. Yi Xian and Luo Luo had killed 3 people in front of so many people in the city. However, the Burning Sun Palace Hall didn't care. This outcome was out of many people's expectations. As for those 3 people, they had also died very miserably. After all, there was no one to avenge them. The leading disciple and the other 2 returned to their original positions and continued to recruit new disciples. Yi Xian and Luo Luo stood to the side, waiting quietly. Young master, where is your clone now? Luo Luo asked in his mind. He has successfully joined the Yin Palace, replied Yi Xian. I heard that after joining the Burning Sun Palace, as long as you kill a member of the Ju Yin Palace, you can return to the Burning Sun Palace to receive a reward with the Ju Yin Palace's identity token. At that time, won't we earn a lot? Luo Luo pursed her lips and looked at Yi Xian with her big eyes. The 2 of them were communicating in their minds. Others couldn't hear them, so they could say whatever they wanted. Yes, and you also killed an outer sect deacon of the Yin Palace. After joining the Burning Sun Palace Hall, you can exchange for cultivation resources. Unfortunately, that person is only a mid-stage 6 supreme martial artist. Yi Xian was a little helpless. That old woman was at least 80 years old. However, she was only a mid-stage 6 supreme martial artist. Her aptitude wasn't high, so she should be someone who helped the Yin Palace Hall manage the affairs. However, his clone was really useful. When his original body joined the Burning Sun Palace Hall and his clone joined the Yin Palace Hall, both parties' information could be exchanged instantly. Moreover, the identity token of both parties could be exchanged for heaven and earth treasures. Yi Xian simply had double the experience. Soon, the 3 disciples finished their registration. Alright, all of you, follow me back to the Burning Sun Palace Hall, shouted the leading disciple. That elder was originally just passing by. He didn't expect to meet such a good seedling like Luo Luo, so he stayed here. Sometimes, the Yin Palace Hall's team would come to kill them. This time, the Burning Sun Palace Hall had recruited more than 150 people in this city. Such a large team flew towards the Burning Sun Palace Hall. Their speed wasn't fast. After all, some of them were only 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists, so they were led by some high-level people. However, on the night they left the city, the Yin Ju Palace's team appeared as expected. Luo Luo, be careful, there's an enemy. Yi Xian, who had strong perception, hurriedly reminded her. In the Fox Princess Consort's secret realm, Luo Luo's perception was stronger than Yi Xian's. However, outside, it was probably less than half of Yi Xian's. At this time, Yi Xian had already sensed 3 powerful auras. They were at least 7th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Yi Xian was also very helpless. He hadn't even joined the Burning Sun Palace Hall yet, and he was already being attacked. How was he supposed to play? Fortunately, there was an outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall hiding in this team of 100 people. His aura was successfully concealed by the 100 people, so the 3 people from the Yin Palace Hall didn't discover him. Attack! After a low shout, there were a few sounds of something breaking through the air. Whoosh! 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 There were more than 10 sounds of something breaking through the air. The people from the Yin Palace Hall were skilled in illusions, spiritual attacks, and controlling flying swords. Their long-range attacks were very powerful. This time, the 3 people from the Yin Palace Hall directly controlled several flying swords to attack. These flying swords swept into the crowd and began to crazily reap lives. At the same time, the hidden elder suddenly attacked. He was waiting for the other party's flying swords to come out of their sheaths. Bold thieves, how dare you intercept my Burning Sun Palace Hall's team? You're courting death. The elder shouted and quickly rushed over. The people from the Burning Sun Palace Hall mainly cultivated the Golden Sovereign body, so this outer sect elder's speed was very fast. His strength surpassed the 3 ambushers from the Yin Palace Hall, reaching the mid-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. Not good, we've been ambushed, retreat. One of the ambushers from the Yin Palace Hall shouted. If they had the flying swords in hand, they could fight with this outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall. However, the flying swords bypassed the outer sect elder and went to kill those 4th or 5th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists, so it was very difficult for them to fight with the other party. However, that elder had already swept in front of them. Set up the formation. The leader of the ambushers saw that they couldn't escape and shouted again. Illusory formation. In an instant, the elder fell into the illusory formation. Not only that, but there were also spiritual attacks from the 3 7th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists from the Yin Palace. At this moment, the elder was deep in a quagmire. Countless powerful flying dragons flew above his head, and the quagmire emitted gurgling sounds. Swoosh! Suddenly, a bloody mouth opened and bit down on the elder of the Burning Sun Palace Hall. Chapter 884. Our 2 factions have been enemies for 100 years, how can we not be prepared? The elder snorted and suddenly took out a white stone. In the next moment, the white stone shone brightly and instantly dispersed the illusion array set up by the 3 of them. The bloody mouth disappeared and the illusion array was broken. Illusion-breaking stone. When the 3 of them saw the white stone, their expressions changed drastically. The illusion-breaking stone was extremely precious and they did not expect the elder of the Burning Sun Hall to have it. Courting death. The outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall roared and threw out a punch. Boom! The head of one of the Yin Palace's ambushers was directly blown apart. The other 2 ambushers had a gloomy expression as they quickly turned around and left. However, as long-range attackers, it was not easy for them to escape when the elder of the Burning Sun Hall approached them. You want to leave? Stay. The elder of the Burning Sun Hall showed his prowess and directly blew apart the heads of the other 2 ambushers. Without the leader, the flying swords fell to the ground. In just an instant, more than 50 people were killed. It was a tragic sight. So strong, he's just an outer sect elder. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Just now, he was hiding far away in fear of being hit by the flying swords. The Yin Palace had many tricks up their sleeves. Illusions, mental attacks and controlling the flying swords to attack the enemy from a distance. Although it was good, once the experts of the Burning Sun Hall approached them, they would be skinned alive even if they did not die. The sudden appearance of the Yin Palace's ambush team shocked everyone. Fortunately, they were not in danger. After all, if it was not for this elder, they would all be dead. The remaining people felt pity for those who died, but no one dared to collect the corpses. All of them were collected by the outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall, including the interspatial rings. Alright, let's continue our journey. The elder of the Burning Sun Hall shouted. The team continued to move forward. After that little episode, everyone was scared out of their wits. However, after that incident, the rest of the journey was very peaceful. A few days later, they arrived at the Burning Sun Hall. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After entering the Burning Sun Hall, no matter how bold the Yin Palace was, they would not dare to enter. Lin Yan, bring them in. The Burning Sun Hall's elder left after saying this. Lin Yan was the Peak 6 Supreme Being leading disciple. When he heard these words, his eyes also brightened. Humph. Lin Yan snorted coldly and then led the remaining 100 disciples to register in the sect. Aya, this bastard will definitely find a chance to trick us. Luo Luo looked calm as her voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. It doesn't matter. We've already entered the Hall of Burning Sunday. He won't dare to make a move on us. Yi Xian was also very calm. Very soon, Lin Yan brought close to 100 people into the sect to register. He also distributed some outer court disciple items and residences. That Lin Yan actually didn't find trouble with us. Luo Luo said in surprise. Since you don't, then don't bother with him. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Yan. After Lin Yan distributed their residences, he directly left. Everyone in the Hall of Burning Sun had their own residence. However, Luo Luo didn't mind. After all, she was going to stay with Yi Xian. The others were also guessing the relationship between Yi Xian and Luo Luo in their hearts. One after another, they cast envious glances at Yi Xian. Even if a young girl from the Fox Charm clan was captured and turned into a slave, she was still very valuable. There would definitely be many people who would like to raise Luo Luo as a slave. Young master, what should we do now? In Yi Xian's residence, Luo Luo asked softly. The Hall of Burning Sun focuses on cultivating the sovereign golden body. Therefore, there will definitely be a way to strengthen the sovereign golden body. However, my clone found out that there is a flowing gold waterfall in the Hall of Burning Sunday. As long as you cultivate on the flowing gold waterfall, you will be able to strengthen your sovereign golden body. Yi Xian said as he stood up and led Luo Luo out of the door. The outer court of the Hall of Burning Sun was very big. After all, there were over 10,000 outer court disciples living here. After asking around, Yi Xian found out the location of the flowing gold waterfall. Splash! 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 Before they got close, Yi Xian heard the sound of water splashing. However, before he heard the sound, he had already sensed that there were many people around the flowing gold waterfall. Soon, they saw the waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall was actually an ordinary waterfall. However, there was a flowing gold vein above the canyon. Therefore, flowing gold would flow down the waterfall from time to time. Flowing gold was a material that could break through the sovereign golden body. It was one of the materials used to forge upper-grade sovereign divine weapons. Therefore, the waterfall could cause damage to the sovereign golden body. The Hall of Burning Sun's method of strengthening the sovereign golden body was to continuously baptize in the flowing gold waterfall, allowing the flowing gold to fuse into the sovereign golden body and then repair it. This way, the sovereign golden body would become very strong. Wow, is that the flowing gold waterfall? Luo Luo looked at the flowing gold waterfall that was 100 meters tall and couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, there were already many people under the flowing gold waterfall. Some of them were standing 10 meters below the waterfall, while others were in the middle. All of them were half naked and were enduring the pain caused by the flowing gold waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall starts from a height of 90 meters. The damage will become stronger and stronger. At the same time, the sovereign golden body will become stronger and stronger. Every once in a while, we will have to go ashore to treat our injuries. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to scan the area and discovered that there were more than 10 people on the flowing gold waterfall. Some were at 90 meters, some were at 70 meters, and the strongest was already at 30 meters. The flowing gold waterfall started from the top to the bottom. The lower the waterfall, the stronger the impact and the stronger the power. Yi Xian guessed that the expert standing at 30 meters was an inner disciple. He was probably stronger than the elder from before. Young master, you have a bloodline. Go and try it. Luo Luo suddenly said. The flowing gold waterfall was the place to strengthen the sovereign golden body. An ordinary person would be covered in blood after standing for 10 minutes. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. He estimated that his recovery speed would definitely surpass the damage caused by the flowing gold waterfall. This flowing gold waterfall is simply a treasure trove for me. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. Others would have to go ashore to treat their injuries after standing for a while. They had to treat their injuries when they were lightly injured. If they had to wait until they were heavily injured, their injuries would be more difficult to heal. However, with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he estimated that he could stand for 24 hours, which was equivalent to a full day. Luo Luo, I'll go and try. Yi Xian immediately took off his shirt and rushed over. The first step of the flowing gold waterfall was 90 meters. This was the lowest difficulty, but it still required a 6th tribulation supreme to climb. Otherwise, the first wave of flowing gold waterfall would pierce through one's head. Chapter 885. Yi Xian was in the early stage of the Supreme Being level 6, but his supreme being golden body was stronger than others after refining the draconic luck. He was comparable to a level 6 supreme being level 6. However, he still decided to try standing on the 90-meter platform first. Rumble, the flowing gold waterfall was like a ferocious beast. Originally, it wasn't that strong, but there was an array at the top that increased the speed of the waterfall. The moment Yi Xian stood on the platform, he stumbled and almost fell down. At the same time, his back and the back of his head were burning as if they were on fire. However, his supreme being golden body could withstand the 90-meter platform. I have to let the flowing gold break through my supreme being golden body and let it merge with my muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and blood. Otherwise, it won't work even if I stand here for a year. Yi Xian thought for a while, then jumped down one step. 80 meters. Yi Xian's supreme being golden body could withstand the 90-meter platform, but at the 80-meter platform, his back was pierced by tiny flowing gold and was bleeding. However, these wounds healed quickly. The bloodline of the divine tree of life is simply heaven-defying. I can even stand on the flowing gold waterfall for a day without a problem. Yi Xian laughed loudly in his heart. He had made the right choice to come to the Hall of Burning Sunday. If he stayed here for a few days, Yi Xian's supreme being golden body would be comparable to a 7th tribulation supreme. He was simply an unkillable cockroach. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The water in the flowing gold waterfall was ordinary water, but there were flowing gold in the water from time to time. These flowing gold pierced into Yi Xian's body and circulated through his blood, increasing Yi Xian's supreme being golden body. However, this only increased the defensive power of the supreme being golden body. It couldn't increase Yi Xian's offensive power. As for Luo Luo, she stood at the side quietly and collected the flowing gold. How could she take off her clothes and stand on the platform to wash? Soon, Yi Xian stood on the 80-meter platform for half an hour. At first, no one noticed him, but as time passed, he was gradually noticed. Hey, brother, I've already come up 3 times. Why are you still up there? A brawny man couldn't help but ask. My sovereign golden body is slightly stronger, Yi Xian replied casually. The burly man did not ask any more questions and continued to baptize his sovereign golden body. However, after persevering for a few minutes, he suddenly realized something. Yi Xian's back was healing on its own. His wounds kept healing, but new ones kept appearing. What was going on? Don't be surprised. I had a fortuitous encounter before and ate a fruit that gave me the ability to heal quickly. Yi Xian felt the shock in his eyes and hurriedly said. When they were in the Nihility God realm, the wood attributes rejuvenation profound meaning could heal their injuries quickly. However, they were now supreme beings, and the profound meaning couldn't heal their sovereign golden body. Brother, you're so lucky. I had to go down for 20 minutes after persevering for 10 minutes. Your 1 hour is equivalent to my 3 hours. The brawny man couldn't help but look at Yi Xian enviously. The healing time was a little longer, but the medicine used to heal the sovereign golden body was what made many of the disciples' hearts ache. They were constantly burning money to strengthen their sovereign golden body. However, Yi Xian actually had the ability to heal himself. This made the brawny man very envious. Soon, the brawny man went down for treatment again. At the same time, he told the others about Yi Xian's secret. When the crowd heard this, they all had looks of envy and jealousy on their faces. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had become the focus of their attention. Time continued to pass. Damn, he's already been up there for 5 hours and hasn't come down even once. What a monster. It seems like he won't have a problem staying up there for an entire day. His 1 day is equivalent to our 3 days. Moreover, he doesn't need any medicine to heal himself. I can only stay in the flowing gold waterfall for 3 days when I'm out on a mission. Oh, look, he's at the 70-meter mark. The crowd suddenly cried out. 70-meter mark was equivalent to a 6th supreme pinnacle. Could it be that Yi Xian had the ability to withstand the impact of the 70-meter flowing gold waterfall? One had to know that there were many people in the Burning Sun Hall who didn't know what was good for them. There were often people who were eager for quick success and couldn't help but challenge higher-level opponents. In the end, their heads were pierced by the flowing gold waterfall and died miserably. The interspatial ring was also taken advantage of by others. Immediately, someone rushed over. If Yi Xian accidentally died, the interspatial ring would become an ownerless item. TSK, they're here to take advantage of others. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Previously, his sovereign golden body was comparable to a sixth supreme pinnacle. After a few hours of improvement, the flowing gold waterfall could no longer harm him at the 80-meter mark. Therefore, he moved to the 70-meter mark. However, when he reached the 70-meter mark, he almost fell down. There was an acceleration array at the top of the flowing gold waterfall. The power of the flowing gold waterfall couldn't be underestimated. Although Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was strong, he was only an early-stage 6th supreme. He could only stand at a distance of 70 meters. He estimated that he would only be able to stand at 60 meters if he raised his realm to the mid-stage supreme martial artist 6th stage. Wow, this brat is actually standing at 70 meters. He's only at the initial stage of 6th supreme martial artist. That's too terrifying. He possesses a physique that allows him to recover rapidly. How strong can his sovereign golden body be? He should be able to withstand at least 60% sword intent, right? 60% sword intent was already enough to hurt a 7th tribulation supremacy. Of course, this referred to those 7th tribulation supremacies who had not been strengthened. Their sovereign golden body was only improved by passing the tribulation, so it was not strong. But don't forget, Yi Xian was only at the initial 6th stage of the supreme martial artist realm. Once he broke through, he would be able to continue strengthening his golden sovereign body. The people below swallowed their saliva one after another. Not to mention the strengthening of the sovereign golden body, just the cost of the healing medicine that Yi Xian had saved was enough to make them speechless. Soon, a day had passed. Many disciples left because they did not have the healing medicine. However, they told others about this matter. Thus, many people came to watch Yi Xian temper his sovereign golden body, including the inner disciples. In a day, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body's defensive power had doubled. He estimated that he would be able to call it a day after tempering it for a period of time. As for the 60-meter mark, he could not go down for the time being. After all, his realm was not enough to stand there. At the same time, Luo was too bored, so she jumped down by herself. "Young master, that Lin Yan is coming to find trouble with me." Suddenly, Luo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. What? Yi Xian, who was under the flowing gold waterfall, suddenly raised his eyebrows. How dare he bully my Luo? He's courting death. Chapter 886. Hold it in, Yi Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted. When he was at the flowing gold waterfall, Luo ran to other places. However, he could communicate with Luo through the air, so he knew that Luo had already broken through to the mid-stage 6th supreme being. Yi Xian immediately rushed out of the flowing gold waterfall and rushed towards the outer sect. He had a special connection with Luo, and the range of it was larger than the eye of perception, so he could lock onto Luo's location. Soon, he found Luo. At this moment, Luo was already surrounded by a group of disciples. He quickly went over and landed beside Luo. In front of Luo were the 3 outer sect disciples, and the leader was Lin Yan. "Senior brother Lin, what's the matter?" Yi Xian had already put on his clothes and looked at Lin Yan as he asked. "I was wondering why you disappeared, so you went to the flowing gold waterfall." "Humph, that day, you dared to talk back to me in front of so many people. Do you think I will let this matter rest?" Lin Yan snorted. "Oh, so senior brother Lin wants to fight in the outer sect?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Lin Yan had been in the Yang Hall for 2 years, so he understood the rules of the Yang Hall. Thus, he snorted and said, "You two, follow me to the battle arena. I will teach you two a lesson." Pfft. When Luo heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. "Senior brother Lin, you are so shameless. You are a peak 6 supreme being, yet you dared to challenge someone of a lower realm. Indeed, a peak 6 supreme being actually dared to challenge an early stage 6 supreme being and a mid-stage 6 supreme being. How shameless. Some of the people surrounding Luo Luo were brought by Lin Yan, while others were there to watch the show. When they heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. However, under Lin Yan's gaze, which was about to devour them, they held back. That day, weren't the two of you very bold? You seem to want to fight with me. Why, are you scared now? Lin Yan mocked. When he said this, Luo Luo was unhappy and shouted angrily, "Who is scared? Let's go, young master will beat him up." Young master? This phrase caused the surrounding people to be quite surprised. They understood that the young master that Luo Luo was referring to was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was only an early stage 6 supreme martial artist. His aptitude was much worse than Luo Luo's, so how could he be a young master? Just as the surrounding people were surprised, Yi Xian slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since senior apprentice brother Lin is so shameless as to challenge me, then I will fight senior apprentice brother Lin." Bastard, if you want to fight senior brother Lin, you'll have to get through me first. A lackey beside Lin Yan jumped out and pointed his sword at Yi Xian. Cut the crap and lead the way. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to say anything more to these people. He knew that Lin Yan wouldn't give up if he didn't go to that battle arena today. He didn't want to be remembered by a certain someone in the Burning Sun Hall. Hence, he had to settle the grudge of that day. Good, you've got guts. If you can still be so cocky in the battle arena later, I will call you Grandpa. That lackey shouted angrily. However, unexpectedly, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and muttered, "I don't have a grandson like you." Immediately, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Yi Xian, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. You've just entered the Burning Sun Hall and you've already offended a senior disciple. Your future path will definitely be much more difficult. That lackey wanted to continue his nonsense but was unexpectedly stopped by Lin Yan. The latter said in a low voice, "There's no use in arguing. Once we're on the battle arena, you can do whatever you want." The lackey glared fiercely at Yi Xian before following Lin Yan's footsteps. The crowd walked towards the battle arena. Along the way, they attracted the attention of a few people who followed them, ready to watch a good show. Soon, Yi Xian and Luo Luo followed behind Lin Yan and arrived at the battle arena. The Burning Sun Hall was a righteous sect. Hence, the battle arena only determined who was stronger and who was weaker, not life and death. Killing was also not allowed. "Brat, get the hell up here." Lin Yan's lackey took the lead and jumped onto the battle arena, shouting at Yi Xian. Yi Xian remained silent and immediately jumped onto the battle arena. He was an early-stage supreme being, while his opponent was a mid-stage supreme being. However, he had suffered in the flowing gold waterfall for more than a day. His sovereign golden body had been refined to the point that it could be said to be invincible under the 7th supreme being level. Even if he stood there and let his opponent hit him, his opponent might not be able to break through his sovereign golden body. "Brat, are you prepared to die?" Lin Yan's lackey ridiculed. Some people below couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, his cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's. What was there to be proud of when he challenged him? Yi Xian stood quietly and nodded. "I'm prepared to give you a 10-move handicap." What? The crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone suspected that they had heard wrongly. Give the opponent a 10-move handicap? The early-stage Supreme Being Yi Xian actually gave a mid-stage Supreme Being opponent a 10-move handicap? Was he a fool or pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? What did you say? Lin Yan's lackey's eyes widened. He immediately looked at Lin Yan below the battle arena. Lin Yan paused for a moment and nodded silently. In fact, he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so arrogant. However, he felt that Yi Xian was somewhat extraordinary. After all, Luolua's aptitude was enough to enter the inner sect. Yi Xian was Luolua's young master, so his background might not be ordinary. Alright, since you're courting death, I won't hold back. Lin Yan's lackey shouted and directly attacked Yi Xian. He raised his sword and directly attacked Yi Xian. Because his cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's by 1 level, Lin Yan held back a little. He was afraid that he would kill Yi Xian with 1 strike. This strike contained 60% sword intent, which was enough to injure an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. However, when this sword ray swept in front of Yi Xian only raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! Yi Xian's fist collided with the sword ray. In an instant, the sword ray was scattered by the punch. However, Yi Xian's fist wasn't injured at all. Even his skin wasn't broken. This time, the entire audience was shocked. The strike just now was enough to threaten anyone present, but it was defeated by Yi Xian barehanded. One must know that Yi Xian wasn't wearing gloves. What a powerful sovereign golden body. How did he temper it? He must be the young master of some large family. He grew up eating heavenly treasures. His sovereign golden body is probably comparable to an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. According to this, I'm afraid that only 65% sword intent can hurt him. How terrifying. He's only at the early stage 6th Tribulation Supreme Being. No wonder he didn't let his lackey fight. So that's why. The people below revealed a look of realization and began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 887. Don't hold back. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly reminded. When the outer sect disciple heard this, he roared, I don't believe it. Go to hell. Whoosh. 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 Wave after wave of attacks were launched at Yi Xian. Even a 6th Supreme Being wouldn't dare to underestimate this series of attacks. However, Yi Xian didn't move. He punched one after another and destroyed the sword radiance. 6, 7, 8, 9, rumble. 10. Yi Xian destroyed the 10th sword radiance with a punch. In the next moment, he took out a long sword. Whoosh. After giving his opponent 10 moves, Yi Xian finally made his move. He raised his sword and launched an attack that contained 65% sword intent. However, Yi Xian didn't use any martial arts in this attack. It was purely sword energy. Originally, he only had 60% sword intent. However, the Fox Charm dynasty had a rich foundation and had a set of sword intent phantom scrolls. Hence, he had comprehended 65% sword intent. Bang! This sword energy instantly hit the outer sect disciple's chest and sent him flying. Victory! Yi Xian only used 1 sword to send his opponent flying out of the arena and won the battle. Hiss! Everyone was shocked again. Not only did he take 10 attacks from his opponent with his bare hands, he even killed his opponent with 1 sword. He was definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Young master, didn't you say you were going to beat him up? Why did you send him flying? Luo snorted coldly. It's okay. There's one more. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Yan awkwardly. There was still a 6th Supreme Being follower beside him. After being stared at by Yi Xian, the follower immediately shivered. He shrunk his neck and took a step behind Lin Yan. Trash! Lin Yan shouted in a low voice. Brother Lin, one was sent flying by me, and the other is too scared to go on stage. Why don't you do it? Yi Xian smiled at Lin Yan with his sword in hand. Lin Yan's expression darkened, and he jumped into the arena without another word. He was a supreme martial artist at the peak of supreme martial artist level 6. How could he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was only at the initial supreme martial artist level 6? Instant kill, he could do it too. Senior brother Lin, do you want me to give you a few moves as well? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. Scram! Unexpectedly, Lin Yan roared and attacked Yi Xian. To be honest, Yi Xian was just casually saying it. If Lin Yan really accepted it, then it would be a little difficult for him. After all, Lin Yan's strength in the outer sect was not bad. He was at the peak of the 6th supremacy realm and had even comprehended 65% sword intent. Fortunately, Lin Yan did not accept it. Since my burning eye has been exposed, I'll let you have a taste. The moment Lin Yan made his move, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Lin Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, causing him to miss his target. What? Lin Yan's eyes widened as he watched his attack pass by Yi Xian. It did not even touch a single hair on Yi Xian's body. After so many years of fighting between the Burning Sun Hall and the Yin Palace, the Yin Palace had always used these methods. Therefore, Lin Yan had also cultivated some martial arts that could defend against mental attacks. In addition to his cultivation, Yi Xian's burning eye did not weaken Lin Yan by even 10%. However, the burning eye allowed Yi Xian to seize the initiative. Swoosh! When Lin Yan's attack brushed past Yi Xian's body, the latter's attack was already halfway there. Bang! Lin Yan hurriedly raised his hand and defeated the sword light with one strike. Senior brother Lin, have a taste of this move. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed again. This time, it was the Eye of Illusion. Lin Yan was still enduring the intense pain from the burning eye. Now that he was faced with the Eye of Illusion, the illusion around him changed in an instant. The ground beneath his feet had disappeared, and he had sunk into the endless sea. The surroundings were extremely dark. At this moment, there was a sudden wave of air. A deep-sea giant beast opened its mouth and bit at Lin Yan. Is it real or fake? Lin Yan's face was gloomy. He had been in the Burning Sun Hall for 2 years, but this was the first time he encountered an illusion. Previously, the outer sect elder of the Burning Sun Hall had a disillusionment stone that could instantly break through some low-level illusions. However, the disillusionment stone was extremely precious and he did not have it. Since he could not determine whether this deep-sea giant beast was real or fake, he would just treat it as real. Swoosh! Lin Yan raised his hand and struck with his sword. However, when the sword light swept past the deep-sea giant beast, the deep-sea giant beast disappeared without a trace. It was fake. Not good. Lin Yan's face changed drastically. His attack had actually dispersed the illusion. This was a waste of an opportunity to attack. At this moment, there was a gust of wind. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. Lin Yan turned his head and saw a sword light sweeping in front of him. Bang! As Lin Yan could not dodge in time, he was directly struck by the sword. Blood spurted out instantly. However, this was just the appetizer. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian used his 2 sky eyes once again and Lin Yan fell into the illusion again. From the moment Lin Yan entered the arena to the moment Lin Yan spurted out blood, less than a second had passed. However, the people below were already stunned. Why did Lin Yan, who was at the peak of 6th supremacy, suddenly attack in one direction? One must know that Yi Xian was clearly in another direction. Illusion, it must be an illusion. That brat knows illusions. No wonder senior brother Lin attacked in different directions. It turns out that he made a mistake and attacked the creature in the illusion. I didn't expect him to know illusions. Senior brother Lin is in trouble now. Could it be that this brat can really challenge someone who is 2 levels higher? The surrounding people began to discuss again. Bullsh*T, senior brother Lin will definitely beat the sh*T out of that brat. The outer sect disciple who had shrunk his neck earlier shouted angrily. You're wrong. Let's see the situation in the arena first. Luo, who was not far away, could not help but snort. At this moment, the situation in the arena was still the same. Lin Yan was being suppressed by Yi Xian. The former had been in the illusion all along and had never seen Yi Xian. He could only see Yi Xian's attacks. Boom! 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 Lin Yan's sovereign golden body was not bad. Yi Xian's attacks could only barely break through it. However, Yi Xian had not used any martial arts since the beginning and had only used 65% of his sword intent. If the 65% sword intent was combined with martial arts, Lin Yan would probably be beheaded by Yi Xian in an instant. In other words, it would be an instant kill. Yeah, young master, you're so cool. Senior brother Lin, aren't you at the peak of sixth supremacy? Why are you so weak? No wonder you don't feel embarrassed. Chapter 888. The battle had attracted the attention of many passers-by. When they saw that the one being beaten up was Lin Yan, who was at the peak of the sixth supreme level, they were shocked. That kid actually beat senior brother Lin Yan to the point where he couldn't even fight back. This is too fake. What's fake? This kid is very strange. Yesterday, he stood 70 meters above the flowing gold waterfall for an entire day and didn't come down. An outer sect disciple who had rushed over from the flowing gold waterfall said. What? An entire day? What a joke. It's true. I can testify. If it weren't for his low level, he would have gone 60 meters to refine his sovereign golden body. Just now, Yi Xian's sudden speed at the flowing gold waterfall had attracted the attention of many people. At this time, these people had already found the battle stage. However, at the same time, in a corner around the battle stage stood an old figure. It was a bald old man, but at this time, no one had noticed him as the battle was heated up. TSK, TSK, TSK. A sovereign golden body comparable to an ordinary seventh tribulation supreme. He can also use illusions and mental attacks. If he is nurtured, he will be a trump card for my Burning Sun Hall to deal with the Een Palace. This bald old man was not from the outer sect, but from the inner sect. He happened to pass by here, but he didn't expect to meet such a good seedling like Yi Xian. However, some things had happened in the Burning Sun Hall recently, causing the disciples to be anxious. Therefore, the bald old man didn't directly appear. After thinking for a while, he left. Even if he didn't see the end of this battle, he knew the outcome. No, this couldn't be called a battle, but a monkey show. Yi Xian was a human, and Lin Yan was being played like a monkey. Forget it, I won't waste time. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold on the battle stage, and he fiercely slashed with his sword. Bang! Lin Yan's back was hit, and he couldn't help but fly forward, out of the battle stage's range. Defeated. Yeah, young master won. Luo Luo cheered excitedly below the battle stage. As for Yi Xian, who had defeated Lin Yan, he jumped down and patted Luo Luo's head, saying, "Let's go." To be honest, Yi Xian really didn't want to participate in this sort of show-off battle. After all, it was completely useless. It was a complete waste of energy and he wouldn't get any benefits out of it. However, for the sake of a long-term plan, he had no choice but to make a move. He didn't want senior brother Lin Yan to mock him every day. What if Luo Luo couldn't control herself and killed Lin Yan? On the way back to their residence, Luo Luo couldn't help but ask, "Young master, your golden body of supremacy has become so much stronger. It can even withstand 60% sword intent." That's right. The flowing gold waterfall is a good place. It's a pity that my realm isn't high enough. Otherwise, I could have gone to the 60-meter platform to temper my sovereign golden body. Yi Xian seemed a little helpless. Meanwhile, Luolua's eyes spun about as she said, "Young master, I've noticed a good place. You'll definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of natural treasures if you head there." "Where?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "That place is called the Tower of Illusions. It exists in both the outer and inner sect. It's a place used to raise the mental state of the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. As long as you pass through a certain number of stages, you'll be rewarded with natural treasures." Luo Luo explained. Tower of Illusions? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Tower of Illusions, as its name implied, contained countless illusions for the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall to break through. However, Yi Xian, who possessed the Eye of Revelation, could break through the illusions and find the foundation of the illusion array. "It's simply prepared for me. Luo Luo, quickly bring me there," Yi Xian hurriedly said. What he lacked the most now was natural treasures. If he could break through to the mid-stage of the 6th supremacy realm, then he could go to the 60-meter platform of the flowing gold waterfall to temper his sovereign golden body. His strength would greatly increase. I knew that young master would be interested. Luo Luo giggled as she directly brought Yi Xian to the Tower of Illusions. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Tower of Illusions. At this moment, there were already more than 100 people at the bottom of the Tower of Illusions. Look, senior brother Gao has already reached the 6th level. If he can break through the 6th level, he'll be able to obtain a sovereign golden pill that can greatly enhance his sovereign golden body. Senior brother Gao is indeed worthy of being the #1 disciple in the outer sect. He's not even 20 years old this year and has already broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th supremacy realm. I'm afraid that he'll be able to enter the inner sect next year. Of course, senior brother Gao has already met the requirements to enter the inner sect. He just hasn't entered yet. His strength is even stronger than some of the inner sect disciples. I wonder if senior brother Gao will be able to break through the 6th level this time. This is the reason why he has always remained in the outer sect and refused to enter the inner sect. A group of outer sect disciples were discussing under the Tower of Illusions. Yi Xian and Luo Luo walked over to take a look. They discovered that the Tower of Illusions only had 6 levels. On each level, there was a projection of the disciples who were challenging the levels. Young master, look at the 6th level. Luo Luo suddenly extended her slender finger and pointed at the 6th level of the Tower of Illusions. Yi Xian followed her small hand and looked over. In the end, his gaze landed on the only projection on the 6th floor. The scene in the projection was of a man who was 2 meters tall, holding a long staff, and had thick hair. He was in a magma hell, and beside him, there were flame demons constantly attacking him. What he needed to do was to break through this illusion. As long as he broke through this illusion, he would be considered to have passed the level. The Tower of Illusions in the outer sect of the Burning Sun Hall only had 6 levels, while the inner sect had 9. The reason why senior brother Gao refused to enter the inner sect was because he hadn't passed the outer sect's Tower of Illusions. However, Yi Xian's attention wasn't on that illusion. Luo Luo, is this the ape clan? Yi Xian asked. Yes, they were born with a unique understanding of the staff, so almost all of them use the staff as their weapon. Their staff intent improves very quickly. Luo Luo nodded. Yi Xian nodded silently. After looking at it for a while, he directly walked into the Tower of Illusions. Each level of the Tower of Illusions was a secret realm. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the Tower of Illusions and was stopped by an outer sect disciple. Junior brother, you want to challenge the Tower of Illusions? The outer sect disciple said to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian replied and immediately handed over his identity token. Good, you will be transported to the first level of the Tower of Illusions. You must find the exit within 1 minute. The outer sect disciple took Yi Xian's identity token and then directly walked into the Tower of Illusions. In the next moment, he was transported to a place. This was a canyon that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the sky, a flock of birds and beasts flew past from time to time. Their cries were very real. After all, some of these creatures were real and some were fake. Chapter 889. So this is the Tower of Illusion? Yi Xian smirked. The first level of the Tower of Illusion was the easiest challenge, and that was to find the exit. He reckoned that he wouldn't be able to reach the end of this canyon, and he wouldn't be able to fly either. Even without using the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian had already found the exit, which was on the stone wall on his left. Because he had the Eye of Perception, he was actually in a palace, and the stone wall on his left was actually a door. Start the countdown. Just as the outer sect disciple's voice rang out, Yi Xian had already rushed into the stone wall. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the outer sect disciple again. At this moment, the outer sect disciple was looking at Yi Xian with an astonished expression. Yi Xian was only in the early stage of the Supreme Being's 6th stage, but he actually found the exit in an instant. Congratulations, junior brother. You've passed the challenge. Do you want to continue? The outer sect disciple said to Yi Xian. the results of the Tower of Illusion would not be kept. If one gave up, they would have to challenge it again next time. Every time they passed a challenge, they would be able to receive some corresponding heavenly treasures. Of course, these rewards would not stack, and each person could only receive them once. Continue. Yi Xian said. Soon, they arrived at the second level of the Tower of Illusion. For this challenge, junior brother will also have to find the exit within a minute. The outer sect disciple's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian looked around and realized that he was actually in the middle of a sea. There was only a floating board under his feet, and the floating board was moving up and down with the waves of the sea. In this illusion, he could fly, but he didn't. Hee hee. Yi Xian laughed and stomped his right foot heavily. The floating board under his feet suddenly cracked. In the illusion, there were both real and fake. This sea was obviously fake, and so was this floating board. However, the floating board was actually a stone platform in disguise. Most importantly, this stone platform was the array base of the illusion array. When Yi Xian stomped on the array base, the illusion array would disappear. There was actually another exit for this stage, but Yi Xian felt that there was no need for that. After breaking through, he was teleported to the bottom of the Tower of Illusion. Congratulations, junior brother. Do you want to challenge the third round? The outer sect disciple continued asking. Continue. Yi Xian nodded silently. Actually, this Tower of Illusions was built according to levels. The first floor corresponded to an early 6th Supreme Being, the second floor corresponded to a middle 6th Supreme Being, and the third floor corresponded to a peak 6th Supreme Being. What Yi Xian was challenging now was the third level, which corresponded to the peak of Supreme Level 6. Junior brother, this stage may be a little dangerous. If you want to give up, just shout out loud. The outer sect disciple kindly reminded him. All right. Yi Xian responded and entered the Tower of Illusion again. The third stage, the Illusion Realm, was not difficult for Yi Xian. With the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception, he easily found a few array bases and broke through. He broke through 3 stages in a row. Junior brother is really amazing. I don't understand. You passed the third stage in 1 minute. The fourth stage corresponds to a 7th Tribulation Supreme Being. Junior brother, do you want to continue? The outer sect disciple asked. Yi Xian paused. He was only an early 6th Supreme Being, and the fourth stage corresponded to an early 7th Supreme Being. There was a difference of 3 whole realms. If it was just an illusion realm, he would not think much of it. However, there were some dangers in the illusion realm. In the past, some disciples had overestimated themselves and died in these dangers. However, with the strength of his sovereign golden body, he could give it a try. Continue. Yi Xian nodded. A strange look flashed across the outer sect disciple's eyes, as if he was mocking Yi Xian for overestimating himself. However, he did not say much. Alright, junior brother will enter the 4th level next. Yi Xian mustered up his courage and entered the Tower of Illusion again. Junior brother, there will be no information in this stage. You must break through on your own. If you want to give up, just shout out loud. The outer sect disciple reminded him. All right. Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery around him changed. At this moment, he appeared in a grassland. Near him, there were countless ferocious beasts. Their auras were so powerful that Yi Xian's heart palpitated. What powerful auras, but they are all fake. Only one of them is real. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Both the Eye of Revelation and the Eye of Perception allowed him to clearly understand this illusion realm. As for the real supreme sacred beast, it was a strange leopard with 3 tails. It actually has 3 tails like Luo Luo. However, this does not mean that I will let you go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. There were hundreds of illusions around him, and the 3-tailed leopard also noticed him at this moment. At this moment, the 3-tailed wild leopard was slowly approaching. The illusions also cooperated with him and moved closer to Yi Xian. There were hundreds of supreme sacred beasts around him. Most people would continuously attack when they entered to see if these supreme sacred beasts were real. However, Yi Xian did not need to use this method. He could confirm that there was a living creature around him. This stage has a time limit of 5 minutes. It seems that it won't be that easy. Let me deal with this three-tailed wild leopard first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, this was a 7th grade supreme sacred beast. It was very precious. Although he was only at the initial 6th grade supreme sacred beast, his sovereign golden body was comparable to a 7th tribulation supreme sacred beast. He did not care about a mere 7th grade supreme sacred beast. Bang! Immediately, Yi Xian charged towards the three-tailed wild leopard. His actions also gave this three-tailed wild leopard a fright. This three-tailed wild leopard had been on the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion for some time. The Burning Sun Hall had given it good food and drinks. Its mission was to teach the disciples of the Burning Sun Hall a lesson. However, this was the first time it saw someone charging straight at it. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword. A sword ray trailed behind a purple afterimage as it attacked the three-tailed wild leopard. The three-tailed wild leopard was a supreme sacred beast. Its intelligence was not low. It originally thought that Yi Xian was just lucky, but after seeing this attack, its body trembled. Bang! The three-tailed wild leopard swung its tail and dispersed the sword energy. However, its tail was slightly injured. After all, Yi Xian's sword intent was at 65%. The Flowing Shadow Sword was a middle-grade supreme martial art that Yi Xian had copied down previously. Its power was not bad. However, it needed to increase its proficiency. The illusory realm did not matter. Yi Xian wanted to increase the proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword first. Whoosh! 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 After knowing Yi Xian's attack power, the three-tailed wild leopard did not dare to take it head-on. It started to dodge. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 60%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 70%. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. Currently at 80%. Chapter 890. Ding! The proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword has increased. It is currently at 80%. In less than 5 seconds, Yi Xian had increased the proficiency of the Flowing Shadow Sword to 80%. Its power had at least doubled from before. At the same time, he was also exchanging blows with the three-tailed wild leopard. Roar! The three-tailed wild leopard roared and its three tails struck towards Yi Xian like lightning. The latter's cultivation realm was too far apart and he was instantly struck. Bang! 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 The three tail strikes caused Yi Xian's abdomen to hurt. Fortunately, his sovereign golden body was strong. Otherwise, his abdomen would have exploded. Beast, have a taste of this move. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he directly used his Heaven's Eye on the three-tailed wild leopard. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Although the target was only a sovereign sacred beast, as long as it was a living creature, these two Heaven's Eyes would be useful. The three-tailed wild leopard was struck and immediately roared towards the sky in pain. Not only that, but it also fell into an illusion. This was the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. However, Yi Xian was able to cast an illusion on the living creatures here, which was beyond many people's expectations. In a certain corner of the Tower of Illusion. This kid can not only see through those illusions in an instant, but also use illusions to confuse the three-tailed wild leopard. He's really amazing. A Burning Sun Hall elder who was controlling the illusion couldn't help but murmur. He was the controller of the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. He could see Yi Xian's every move. At this moment, Yi Xian had already fought hundreds of rounds with the three-tailed wild leopard. During these hundreds of rounds, although Yi Xian was hit a few times, the divine tree of life's bloodline would immediately heal his internal injuries, so he was always in peak condition. However, the three-tailed wild leopard was in a miserable state. It was hit a few times by Yi Xian's attacks and was already covered in blood. Alright, you've wasted a lot of time. Let me send you to the afterlife. After more than 100 rounds, Yi Xian had also raised his flowing shadow sword to 90% mastery. However, in order to break through the illusion as soon as possible, he decided to kill this three-tailed wild leopard. But at this moment, "Kid, spare its life." Suddenly, an aged voice rang out, causing Yi Xian to tremble. This voice should belong to an elder of the Burning Sun Hall. Alright. Yi Xian also stopped attacking, and the three-tailed wild leopard also quietly retreated. After fighting for half a minute, Yi Xian felt that it was a pity that he did not get anything. However, fortunately, the proficiency of the flowing shadow sword had increased, so it wasn't a loss. With 4 minutes left, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He ran in one direction while using his eye of revelation and eye of perception to scan his surroundings. This illusory realm stretched as far as the eye could see. It was both real and fake, but Yi Xian used the eye of revelation to find the formation base of this illusory realm. Kacha. With a crisp sound, an inconspicuous stone was shattered by Yi Xian. This was the formation base of the 4th level of the illusory realm. The moment the stone shattered, Yi Xian's surroundings changed. "Junior brother, congratulations on passing the 4th level." That outer sect disciple appeared in front of Yi Xian again and said with a smile. Just now, he thought that Yi Xian was overestimating himself. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to have hidden his strength and break through the 4th level of the illusory realm in less than a minute. This was breaking the record. Yi Xian only smiled. He also saw the playful smile on the outer sect disciple's face, but he did not say anything. "Junior brother, do you still want to challenge the 5th level?" The outer sect disciple continued. "No, I'll challenge again after I break through." Yi Xian shook his head. "Alright, this is your identity token and proof of passing the level." The outer sect disciple did not say anything and directly returned the token to Yi Xian. In the Hall of Burning Sun, there was only one identity token. If the disciples lost it, they would have to spend a large amount of heaven and earth treasures to replace it. After all, if their identity token fell into the hands of the Yin Palace, they could also exchange it for heaven and earth treasures. At this moment, Yi Xian only needed to hold this identity token and go to the outer sect's Hall of Experience to receive the rewards for the 1st to 4th levels of the Tower of Illusion. "Thank you, senior brother." After thanking him, Yi Xian directly left. The scene of him breaking through the 4th level was also noticed by others, but more people's attention was focused on senior brother Gao. Senior brother Gao was still breaking through the 6th level of the illusory realm. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to him and directly left. "Young master, where are we going now?" Luo Luo asked. "To the Hall of Experience to receive the rewards first. We'll come back after breaking through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level." Yi Xian replied. He was only at the early stage of the 6th supreme level. It was good enough for ordinary people to break through to the 2nd level, but he broke through to the 4th level, so the rewards should be enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level. Soon, he brought Luo Luo to the Hall of Experience. "Senior brother, please help me exchange these rewards." Yi Xian handed over his identity token and proof of passing the level. The outer sect disciple in the Hall of Experience was stunned for a moment. He could not help but size up Yi Xian. He was only at the early stage of the 6th supreme level. Junior brother is so strong to break through 4 levels in a row. The outer sect disciple could not help but praise. Then, he immediately went in to prepare the items for Yi Xian. After a while, he came out with an interspatial ring. The reward for the 1st level of the Tower of Illusion is 100 high-grade supreme pills. The reward for the 2nd level is... The outer sect disciple muttered as he handed the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. These rewards were all stipulated. Yi Xian checked and confirmed that there were no problems. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian thanked him and took out a token. It was the token of the white-haired old woman that Luo Luo had killed that day. Oh, a mid-stage 6 supreme level deacon of the Ju Yin Palace. 100 high-grade supreme pills. The outer sect disciple took out another 100 high-grade supreme pills and kept the token. After exchanging the rewards, Yi Xian quickly left. It turns out that the identity token of the enemy camp is so worthless. After leaving the Hall of Experience, Luo Luo could not help but complain. It's not that it's worthless. It's because his realm is too low. If he was a 7th tribulation supremacy, he would definitely get a lot. Yi Xian said. However, the rewards he received were enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th supreme level. Immediately, they returned to their residences and Yi Xian devoured the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the mid-stage of the 6th tribulation supremacy. Sure enough, Yi Xian broke through. Congratulations, young master, Luo Luo said with a smile. My sovereign golden body has improved a lot. Now, I can go to the 60-meter platform of the flowing gold waterfall to temper myself, Yi Xian said with a frown. Chapter 891. The Yinju Palace was not far from the Burning Sun Palace, so Yi Xian could summon his doppelganger once. After fusing, the doppelganger broke through the void and returned to the Yinju Palace. Young master, what are you going to do now? Luo Luo asked. I'll go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine my sovereign golden body, then I'll directly pass the remaining 2 levels of the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian told her his plan. I heard that as long as someone can pass the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion, they can directly enter the inner sect, Luo Luo suddenly said. Yes, while I'm going to the flowing gold waterfall to refine my sovereign golden body, you should also try the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian said. His current goal was not only to improve his own strength, but also to improve Luo Luo's strength. Don't worry, young master, with my current physique, even if I don't have any treasures, my cultivation speed is 10 times faster than others. If I cultivate normally, I'll break through to the peak of the 6th supreme in at most a month. Luo Luo patted her small chest with a proud look. Breaking through to the peak of the 6th supreme in a month, if others heard this, they would definitely think that they were idiots. However, Luo Luo had a special physique, so Yi Xian was not worried that her strength could not keep up. After breaking through, Yi Xian went to the flowing gold waterfall again. There were still many people there. Then, he took off his shirt and stood on the platform 60 meters away. The platform was the level of a 7th tribulation supreme. Yi Xian, a mere 6th supreme, dared to stand on it. He was really courting death. This was what the outer sect disciples were thinking. Unfortunately, they did not see the scene in the illusion. Not only did Yi Xian not get smashed to death by the small pieces of flowing gold, but he also withstood the impact of the huge water flow. Stupid humans, Yi Xian rolled his eyes at them and closed his eyes. Last time, he spent a day at the flowing gold waterfall. This time, he would need at least a few days to strengthen. Luo Luo also went to the Tower of Illusion to train, but unfortunately, her ability to break through illusions was not strong enough. She barely passed the 3rd level, but she also obtained many treasures and began to cultivate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yi Xian had been persistently tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. His monstrous physique had attracted many people's attention. 3 days, it's the 3rd day, he actually persisted for 3 whole days. It's too scary. I could only last for 10 minutes at the 70m mark, but he actually lasted for 3 days. Come quickly, there are quite a few inner sect senior brothers. They're probably here to ask about my constitution. Look, he doesn't seem to be injured anymore. With his sovereign golden body, even the 60-meter-long molten gold can't hurt him. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes amidst the discussions of the outer sect disciples. 60 meters is already useless to me. The speed of the flowing gold waterfall isn't fast enough. I can only go 50 meters, Yi Xian thought to himself as he left the platform. 50 meters, that was equivalent to a mid-level 7th supreme martial artist. With his current level, he would probably be washed to the bottom in an instant. It's time to try the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian put on his clothes. Back then, when he was an early level 6 supreme martial artist, he passed the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion. Now that he had broken through to the mid-level 6 supreme martial artist, with the tempering of his sovereign golden body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to rush to the 6th floor. However, whether he could pass or not still depended on luck. As long as he could pass, he would be promoted to the inner sect. There were still a few inner sect disciples at the flowing gold waterfall. When they saw Yi Xian coming out, they also surrounded him. Yi Xian understood what they wanted to ask, but he gave them a vague answer. In fact, he had a way to make a fortune, and that was through blood. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could heal any injuries below the level of 7th supreme martial artist with just 1 or 2 bottles of blood. However, blood wasn't a safe method. If others found out, what if they imprisoned him and made him bleed continuously? Just in case, he didn't use this method. After leaving the flowing gold waterfall, Yi Xian returned to the Tower of Illusion. Luo Luo would occasionally come to the Tower of Illusion these few days, which allowed her to pass the 4th floor. At this time, there were still many people at the foot of the Tower of Illusion. Not only that, senior brother Gao from the Ape clan happened to be challenging the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion again. However, the illusion this time was different from before. "Young master, you're here." Luo Luo floated over from a distance. "Yes, I'm going to challenge the 5th floor." Yi Xian nodded. "Oh, if young master passes the Tower of Illusion, he will be able to enter the inner sect. I don't know when I will be able to enter." Luo Luo pouted. "What are you afraid of? After a while, I will go and get some treasures for you. At that time, you will be able to improve quickly." Yi Xian patted Luo Luo's head affectionately. Then, he walked to the foot of the Tower of Illusion. Junior brother, it's you?" The 6th Supreme Peak Outer Sect disciple who received Yi Xian the other day said in surprise. "Senior brother, I want to challenge the Tower of Illusion." Yi Xian said directly. "Okay, but you know the rules, right? You can no longer receive the rewards for the first 4 floors." The Outer Sect disciple reminded him. "Understood." Yi Xian nodded. This time, he had his eyes on the 5th and 6th floors. The reward for the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion was 10,000 high-grade supreme pills, while the reward for the 6th floor was a sovereign golden pill that could greatly enhance the sovereign golden body. If Yi Xian consumed it specially, he would definitely be able to increase his cultivation by a lot. He might even break through to the 6th supreme peak. However, every challenge of the Tower of Illusion had to start from the 1st floor, so it was the same for Yi Xian. 1st floor, passed. 2nd floor, passed. 3rd floor, passed. Yi Xian passed the first 3 floors in less than 3 seconds, and when he reached the 4th floor of the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian only spent half a minute to find the array base. "Junior brother, the next floor is the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion. You have to be careful, this level is much more dangerous than the 4th floor." The Outer Sect disciple reminded him. Yi Xian nodded silently. The 4th floor only had 1 7th Supreme Sacred Beast. He estimated that there would be many 7th Supreme Sacred Beasts on the 5th floor. However, he was only at the 6th Supreme Peak back then. Now that he was at the 6th Supreme Peak, his sovereign golden body was probably stronger than a 7th Supreme Peak. What was there to be afraid of? Soon, he entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Illusion. The 5th floor was still a grassland. The sky was blue, and there were hundreds of clouds as far as the eye could see. Yi Xian looked around and realized that he was standing on a big rock. "There's nothing here." Chapter 892. "This is a wind spirit?" He raised his eyebrows. A wind spirit was a type of mutated beast. He still had a fire spirit in his Devourer space. When he captured the fire spirit, he wanted to give it to Caijue. However, Caijue had no use for it, so he kept it. However, wind spirits, fire spirits, earth spirits, and other mutated beasts were useless at the supremacy level. After all, the era of profundities had long passed. However, these wind spirits appearing on the 5th level were definitely not simple. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, a wind spirit suddenly swept toward Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. What a sharp wind blade attack. It's enough to cut off the arm of an ordinary 7th Tribulation Supreme. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly retreated and attacked at the same time. Flowing Shadow Sword. Whoosh. A sword ray pierced through the wind spirit. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect that ordinary attacks would be useless against the wind spirit. However, he did not believe it. He raised his hand and slashed a few more times, but it still went through. I need to use palm techniques or fist techniques. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Fist techniques and palm techniques had a large attack range and could directly kill the wind spirit. However, Yi Xian did not know any fist or palm techniques, so he could not do anything to the wind spirit. The wind spirit was extremely fast, and there were 2 of them around. Even the Eye of Revelation could not see their weakness. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to avoid them for the time being. Fortunately, my speed is extremely fast. I have 7 agility advancements, which increased my movement speed by 70%. These wind spirits can't catch up to me. Yi Xian turned around and ran. He could not deal with these wind spirits. If he wanted to pass, he had to find the array base of the illusion array. He began to run wildly. A few wind spirits followed behind him, but they could not catch up to his speed. Found it. It's disguised as a stone again. With the Eye of Revelation, he found the array base in less than half a minute. He immediately slashed and destroyed the array base. When the array base was destroyed, the illusion array would disappear as well. However, it did not this time. The illusion array is still there. I did not pass. This means that this is not the only array base. Yi Xian immediately reacted. It did not mean that there was only one array base. Roar. One by one, the ferocious supreme sacred beasts pounced towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that they were just illusions, so he chose to ignore them. He continued to run, and within a few seconds, he found another formation base that was disguised as a rock. However, the illusion formation was still not broken. Finally, after shattering 4 of the array bases, he was finally able to break free from the illusion. Congratulations, junior brother, for successfully breaking through. Yi Xian was teleported to the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. The outer disciple approached him with a smile. Continue to the 6th floor. Yi Xian said directly. All right. This outer sect disciple immediately realized that he was currently hugging Yi Xian's thigh, even though his cultivation level was higher than Yi Xian's. However, before that, Yi Xian had to go to the Hall of Experience to collect the reward for the 5th level. That was 10,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills. The Tower of Illusion could be challenged once a day. It was fine to take a break in the middle, but one would have to challenge again the next day. Yi Xian went to collect the 10,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign Pills and directly swallowed them. His cultivation level improved by a lot. As for the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion, there was still one person challenging it, and that was senior brother Gao. Junior brother, the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion has no time limit, but it is extremely dangerous. If you can't hold on, remember to shout and I will teleport you out. The outer sect disciple reminded. All right. Yi Xian nodded. Young master, you can do it. As long as you pass this level, you will be an inner sect disciple of the Burning Sun Hall. Luo waved her little fist behind her back and said. As soon as she said that, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Just now, they were all focused on the 6th floor, so they did not notice that Yi Xian had passed the 5th floor. Heavens, how is it possible for a mid-stage 6th Supreme to pass the 5th floor? Where did this brat come from? Senior brother Gao only passed the 5th floor a few days ago. I recognize him, He is that self-healing maniac who stood 60 meters above the flowing gold waterfall for 3 days. If a mid-stage 6 Supreme passes the 6th floor, it will break the record of the Burning Sun Hall. I remember that the record holder is a peak 6 Supreme. If he enters the inner sect, he will definitely be accepted as a disciple by an elder. That may not be the case, it is a special period now. I heard that there are a few spies from the Yin Palace in the inner sect. It is not that easy to enter the inner sect. The people below were whispering to each other. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the Tower of Illusion. Not long after, another projection appeared on the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion. Everyone's attention was attracted by this new projection. Who will pass first? The 6th floor is actually the same illusion as Senior Brother Gao. After entering the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion, Yi Xian was a little surprised. Senior Brother Gao's illusion was a magma hell surrounded by a large number of flame demons. However, Yi Xian was looking at a projection that day, so his eye of revelation was unable to distinguish what was real and what was fake. There is no time limit for this level, Yi Xian thought. Although he said so, he still immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the area. He was currently standing on a pillar that was more than 10 meters tall. Beneath his feet was blazing magma, and there were supreme being sacred beasts poking their heads out from time to time. There were also various birds flying in the sky, and even Yi Xian could feel the blazing heat. This magma is actually real, but some places are just illusions. There are only a few magma pools, but some of the magma creatures below are real and some are fake. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and first looked around. The creatures in this illusion were all old monsters that had lived for many years. They were all captured by the experts of the Burning Sun Palace. They also understood their mission, which was to attack the challengers together with the illusions. However, Yi Xian had already seen through the illusion. He directly jumped down from the stone pillar and went around those supreme being sacred beasts. The creatures in this illusion were comparable to 7th Supreme Being sacred beasts, but these Supreme Being sacred beasts did not specialize in speed. They only had strong physiques. Yi Xian could not hurt them, but they could not catch up to Yi Xian either. Yi Xian used his extraordinary speed and began to move quickly. With the help of his eye of revelation and eye of perception, he quickly found the array base. In less than a minute, this illusion array was broken. I passed. Seeing that the illusion around him had disappeared, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was surrounded by a white world. Since he had passed, why was he not teleported out? Yi Xian could not understand. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a powerful mental attack hit him. Yi Xian's mind paused, and in the next moment, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 893. That Gao Xiong has been trapped in the secret realm for an hour. This kid only took a minute to break the illusion. What a good seedling. However, it won't be that easy for him to enter the inner sect. An inner sect elder muttered in a corner of the Tower of Illusions. The Burning Sun Palace and Jianghu Palace had been fighting for hundreds of years. When the disciples of the two sects saw each other, they would fight to the death. Some time ago, a few traders from Jianghu Palace appeared in the inner sect of the Burning Sun Palace, causing the Burning Sun Palace to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, it wasn't that easy to enter the inner sect now. One had to go through a strict secret test. When Yi Xian woke up, he realized that his surroundings had changed. He was back in Lianyan City in the eastern mainland. What's going on? Yi Xian was a little surprised. The moment he woke up, someone pushed the door open and entered. It was Lu Er. He was 14 years old when he transmigrated. Lu was younger than him. However, after so many years, he was almost 24 years old. Lu Er was naturally 20 years old. Lu had been a beauty since she was young. In recent years, she had grown into a slender and elegant woman. Her looks were comparable to Song Suijing and Guan Yulan. All these years, she had been taking care of the affairs of the Yi family and was very capable. She pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Yi Xian sitting up, she smiled and said, "Young master, you're finally awake. An important guest is here." "Important guest? Who is it?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "It's an envoy from Jianghu Palace." Lu replied. Jianghu Palace? Yi Xian, whose head was still throbbing, trembled when he heard the name. He immediately reacted. With the eye of perception, he didn't sense anyone around him. This Lu in front of him was just an illusion. "I'm still in the illusion." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately reacted. This should be the special illusion of the Burning Sun Palace Elder that infiltrated his inner world. A test. "I heard that a spy from Jianghu Palace appeared in the inner sect. If I want to enter the inner sect, I have to go through a test." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then followed Lu out. This illusion was extremely realistic. Just now, Yi Xian had fainted, and when he woke up, his memories were a little confused. If it wasn't for the eye of perception and the eye of insight, Yi Xian's subconscious would have made him think that he'd returned to Lianyan City. Then, he followed behind Lu and went to see the Absolute Yin Palace's envoy. The Absolute Yin Palace's emissary was an old woman with a powerful aura. Yi Xian could sense it from afar. She was at least a seventh tribulation supreme. "Lord Envoy, the young master is here," Lu said respectfully. The emissary gazed at Yi Xian and said, "City Governor of Lianyan City, Yi Xian, now that Yang Incineration Hall has been annihilated by my Yinan Palace, all the powers that belong to Yang Incineration Hall must join my Yinan Palace. I'll give you 3 days of time to join my Yinan Palace, otherwise, your Lianyan City will be flattened by my Yinan Palace." Although her voice was not loud, her tone was firm, and she did not allow Yi Xian to refuse. "Yang Incineration Hall has been annihilated by the Absolute Yin Palace?" Yi Xian muttered with disdain in his heart. This was all a facade created by the Yang Incineration Hall's elder. He was afraid that if he agreed to join the Absolute Yin Palace now, he would immediately fail the assessment. "That's right." The Absolute Yin Palace's emissary nodded. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian suddenly attacked in the next moment. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The Absolute Yin Palace's emissary was shocked and hurriedly blocked the attack. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you doing? I'm a disciple of Yang Incineration Hall. What do you think I'm doing? Die!" Yi Xian shouted and charged over. In an instant, he exchanged blows with the other party. At this moment, in a corner of the Tower of Illusion. "Oh!" The inner sect elder who controlled the 6th floor of the illusion was a little surprised. In fact, that senior brother Gao had already passed the first illusion on the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusion. At this moment, he was in the second illusion with Yi Xian. Not only that, senior brother Gao passed the first illusion before Yi Xian and entered the second illusion. However, after he fainted, his memory was a little blurred. He actually thought that he had returned to his hometown and heard that the Yang Incineration Hall had been annihilated. However, he did not immediately refuse and was considering it. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was more outstanding than him. Even if the Yang Incineration Hall was annihilated, Yi Xian would rather die than submit. However, one had to admit that this illusion was very realistic. Yi Xian actually fought with the Absolute Yin Palace's emissary. Of course, fighting was one thing, but daring to kill was another. The inner sect elder who controlled the illusion purposely let the Absolute Yin Palace's emissary reveal a few flaws, which was then caught by Yi Xian. "Die!" Yi Xian mercilessly slashed with his sword and chopped off the head of the Absolute Yin Palace's emissary. Plop! The head fell to the ground, but the corpse was still standing. Blood spurted wildly. "Why, young master, you're in big trouble." Lu was shocked and hurriedly said. "Lu informed the others. We're moving the clan," Yi Xian said to Lu However, in the next moment, his head swelled again and he fainted. However, this was not the only test. After that, he woke up a few more times and almost had his memory confused. Fortunately, he had the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, which allowed him to realize that this was an illusion. There were a total of 5 tests. There was even one where he returned to the Tianshui continent. However, after he reacted, he easily passed these tests. The time taken for the 5 tests added up to only 3 minutes. When Yi Xian and senior brother Gao were conducting the secret illusion test, they would not be projected outside the Tower of Illusion. Not only that, the inner sect elder could not actually see Yi Xian's illusion. He could only judge based on Yi Xian's words and actions. "Young master, why haven't you come out yet?" Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Alright, I've passed the secret test," Yi Xian replied. The eye of revelation, the eye of perception, and Luo Luo would not allow him to be immersed in the illusion. After passing the 5 secret tests, Yi Xian had not yet been sent out of the Tower of Illusion. "Young man, you've passed the test. You can report to the inner sect today." Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. "Thank you, senior." Yi Xian cupped his fists toward the vast expanse of white in front of him. In the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. Immediately after, he heard a group of cheers. He passed, he actually passed. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. Senior brother Gao is a mid-stage 7th supreme being and has tried many times but failed. However, this young man has only come twice and passed. What do you mean by this young man? He's the senior brother from now on. Do you want to die? Unbelievable. A mid-stage 6th supreme being actually passed the Tower of Illusion and entered the inner sect. This can be considered as breaking the Burning Sun Hall's record. Chapter 894. Young master, you passed? Luo Luo jumped over. I passed. Yi Xian said with a smile. The reward for the 5th level of the Tower of Illusion was 10,000 high-grade supreme pills, while the reward for the 6th level was a supreme golden pill. He had already received the reward for the 5th level, so there was only one supreme golden pill left. However, as long as he swallowed this supreme golden body, it would be good enough even if he couldn't pass the tribulation. Senior brother Yi, congratulations. The outer disciples all ran over and clasped their fists. Although there were many experts at the peak of the 6th supremacy among them, and even the 7th tribulation supremacy, they were still outer disciples after all. On the other hand, Yi Xian would probably be able to report to the inner sect tomorrow. Yi Xian thanked them one by one. However, at this moment, another figure appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Illusion. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that it was senior brother Gao. At this moment, senior brother Gao's face was pale, but there was a slight smile on his face. It seemed that he had passed the test too. Ah, senior brother Gao, congratulations. The group of people in front of Yi Xian immediately turned around and jogged towards senior brother Gao. However, senior brother Gao ignored them and walked straight to Yi Xian, saying, "You're the one who passed the test before me, right?" "It was just a coincidence," Yi Xian said modestly. At the same time, he was secretly observing senior brother Gao's expression. However, senior brother Gao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Junior brother Gao, you're really amazing. You're only at the 6th supremacy level, yet you've passed the Tower of Illusion and the inner sect elder's test. I'm impressed." Some people would very likely express disdain for Yi Xian after hearing the truth, but senior brother Gao didn't have such feelings. It was no wonder that he could pass the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion. "Big monkey, my young master is better than you." Luo Luo looked proud. Haha. Senior brother Gao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "My name is Gao Xiong. Since junior brother Gao has passed the Tower of Illusion, let's report to the inner sect together." Okay. Yi Xian also agreed. Immediately, they formed a team and headed to the inner sanctum of the Burning Sun Hall. The Burning Sun Hall had more than 10,000 outer sect disciples, but there were less than 1,000 inner sect disciples. However, other than those with aptitude, most of the inner sect disciples were 7th tribulation supremes and were extremely powerful. As outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect, Luo Luo could only wait outside. Yi Xian and Gao Xiong entered the inner sect and went straight to report. An inner disciple said to Yi Xian and Gao Xiong, "You two, you still have a reporting mission to do. You will depart today and report to the City Lord's mansion in Broken Star City." Report mission? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Gao Xiong. Broken Star City was about a day's journey from Burning Sun Temple, and a round trip would only take 2 days. However, they had never heard of reporting missions. "I'm sure you've heard that a traitor from the Yin Palace has appeared in the inner sect recently. That's why we have this reporting mission. Of course, the two of you can depart tomorrow as well," said the inner sect disciple. "Oh." Yi Xian took the reporting letter and put it into his devouring space. Then, they left the inner sect. "Senior brother Gao, are you leaving today or tomorrow?" asked Yi Xian. "I'm a little tired today." "I'll leave tomorrow," replied Gao Xiong. Yi Xian paused and said, "Then I'll leave first." "Take care, senior brother Gao." It was just a reporting mission, so there was no need to move together. Yi Xian guessed that this reporting mission was probably to collect an identity token of the Yin Palace. After he finished speaking, he left with Luo Luo. Of course, before leaving, he went to the training hall to collect a precious sovereign golden pill. The sovereign golden pill was something that all outer sect disciples coveted. At this moment, it was in Yi Xian's hand. Ding! The host has broken through and is now at the peak of the 6th tribulation supremacy. This sovereign golden pill allowed Yi Xian to break through, but it was not to the point where he could pass the 7th tribulation supremacy. "Young master, I want to go too." At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly said. "Yes, let's go together." Yi Xian nodded silently. Immediately, the two of them left the Burning Sun Palace. Fragmentary Star City was not far from the Burning Sun Palace, so the Yin Palace team would not appear to intercept them. However, they were wrong. Less than half a day after they left the Burning Sun Palace, 2 people stepped into Yi Xian's sensing range. What powerful auras! 2 7th stage supremacies. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the Burning Sun Palace's territory, so it should not be so easy to meet people from the Yin Palace, so Yi Xian guessed that they were from the Burning Sun Palace. At the same time, Yi Xian also hoped that they were from the Burning Sun Palace. Of course, if they were from the Yin Palace, he would not refuse. He could still deal with 2 7th stage supremacies. After all, he had broken through at this time. "Luo Luo, be careful. There are 2 7th stage supremacies approaching." Yi Xian hurriedly reminded Luo Luo. "Really? If they are only 7th stage supremacies, I am not afraid." Luo Luo looked like she was eager to fight, waving her small pink fists. "Junior brother, please wait." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Yi Xian and Luo Luo paused and turned to look, only to see 2 young men in white approaching. One was in white, and the other was in green. "Your Excellency, what's the matter?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. "Junior brother, the 2 of us are also disciples of the Burning Sun Palace." The leading young man in white suddenly took out an identity token. He was indeed an inner disciple. "Oh, senior brother, what's the matter?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. "Nothing, I just heard that you are going to the Fragmentary Star City to do a reporting mission. It just so happens that we are also going to the Fragmentary Star City. Why don't we go together?" The young man in white smiled. Hearing this, Yi Xian also reminded himself. They were just going to the Fragmentary Star City. Was there a need to go together? "No, we plan to rest along the way." "Senior brother, please go ahead." Yi Xian directly retreated to the side with Luo Luo, making way for the 2. The young man in white and the other person looked at each other, and a murderous intent suddenly flashed in their eyes. "Kill!" With a loud shout, the 2 young men in white directly took out their weapons, and then attacked Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Sure enough, these 2 people were fishy. "Luo Luo, kill them." Yi Xian's voice sounded in Luo Luo's mind. These two people should be the spies of the Absolute Een Palace hidden in the Burning Sun Hall. They hunted the people of the Burning Sun Hall and then gave their identity tokens to the people of the Absolute Een Palace in exchange for cultivation resources. Humph, I knew these two were not good people. Young master, leave the other one to me. Chapter 895. Not only that, even Yi Xian's fighting spirit was ignited. If he could kill these two 7th Supreme Martial Artist spies from the Jiu Een Palace, then his cultivation would improve by another level. These two people had also heard of the power of Yi Xian's golden sovereign body, so they focused their attention on Yi Xian. Although it was a little unfair to say 2 against 1, this was the reality. After all, Luo Luo was only a mid-stage 6th Supreme Martial Artist. However, these two people soon realized that they were wrong, and very wrong. You bastards, how dare you attack the young master? You're courting death. Luo Luo snorted angrily and charged towards the disciple in green. 65% claw intent was enough to pose a threat to these two people. The disciple in green also understood that Luo Luo was not ordinary, so he immediately turned around and rushed towards her. Don't hold back, end this quickly. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo in her mind. Okay. Luo Luo responded. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw a white flash pass by the disciple in green. This move again? Yi Xian was shocked. Luo Luo had used this move to instantly kill the old woman from the Jiu Een Palace last time. Instantly killing an opponent 2 levels higher, with this talent, entering the inner sect wouldn't be a problem. Aya, I'm so tired. This move can only be used once a day. Luo Luo said helplessly. Once a day, that's already very good. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Of course, the most surprised person was the youth in white. His companion was actually instantly killed by Luo Luo, who was 2 levels lower than him. Furthermore, Yi Xian wasn't someone he could defeat in a short period of time. He was doomed. Junior brother, wait, I'm here to test you. The youth in white hurriedly shouted. He would never have thought that Luo Luo would be able to instantly kill his companion. If he was Luo Luo's opponent, then he would be the one to die. What? Yi Xian and Luo Luo were both shocked. These two people were here to test them? Nonsense. I passed the test long ago. Yi Xian's suppressed killing intent flashed once more as he shouted. It's true. The elder in charge of the inspection is nearby. After the white-clothed young man finished speaking, he shouted, Elder, save me. His appearance seemed to be real. Yi Xian also hesitated. Young master, what do we do now? Luo Luo suddenly looked towards Yi Xian. Just now, Luo Luo had killed an inner sect disciple. If she killed another one now, it wouldn't make a difference. If what the white-clothed youth said was false, then it would be fine. But if what the white-clothed youth said was true, then it would be a tragedy. After all, they had accidentally killed a disciple who had come to test them. Luo Luo, we don't care anymore. Kill him. Yi Xian made his decision. Since he had already killed one, he would kill another one. A spy from the Absolute Een Palace actually dares to speak nonsense. Die. Yi Xian roared and attacked with all his might. Luo Luo quickly cooperated with Yi Xian. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed over. So fast. Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, trembled. He turned his head and saw a gray figure in front of him, protecting the white-clothed youth behind him. Elder. Seeing this, the white-clothed youth immediately showed a look of hope. This gray figure was an elder dressed in coarse hemp clothes, but his strength was extremely strong. He is at least an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable. Yi Xian and Luo Luo trembled. He was already prepared to hide Luo Luo in the artifact space. He could deal with an early stage 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, but this was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Venerable. He had the strength to kill him instantly. Li Tao is dead? The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at the white-clothed youth. Elder, Li Tao was killed by that little girl. The white-clothed youth pointed angrily at Luo Luo. The gray-clothed elder turned his head and looked at Luo Luo. Being able to kill a 7th Tribulation Supreme Venerable as a 6th Tribulation Supreme Venerable, this aptitude was not a problem for her to enter the inner sect. The gray-clothed elder turned his attention to Yi Xian and said, "Your assessment is over. Follow me back to the Burning Sun Hall." "You?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Did this mean that Luo Luo could directly enter the inner sect of the Burning Sun Hall? "Elder, she killed Li Tao." The white-clothed youth shouted angrily. Luo Luo killed the green-clothed disciple just now, and even he was almost killed by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. How could he not take revenge? "I know, but this is my fault. I will naturally report to the higher-ups when I return." After the gray-clothed elder finished speaking, he turned and left. But the white-clothed youth still wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. He glared at Yi Xian and Luo Luo, then put away Li Tao's body and followed the elder. If this person wanted to kill us, it would be easy. It seems that this is indeed the assessment of the Burning Sun Hall, and that reporting mission is just a cover. Yi Xian thought to himself. Who asked them to be so weak? Oh, and their interspatial rings were taken away. Luo Luo was unhappy. Cough, you can also enter the inner sect now. It's not bad. Yi Xian laughed dryly. Originally, this reporting mission was only done by him, and Luo Luo just followed along. Unexpectedly, Luo Luo killed the green-clothed disciple instantly. This was something that the white-clothed youth and the elder of the Burning Sun Hall did not expect. The white-clothed youth and the green-clothed disciple pretended to be members of the Jianghu Palace and wanted to kill Yi Xian and Luo Luo. This was also a test. After all, if Yi Xian was a member of the Jianghu Palace, he would have revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not. Soon, Yi Xian and Luo Luo followed behind the gray-clothed elder and returned to the Burning Sun Hall. "The two of you follow me, I will personally bring you to complete the inner sect registration," the gray-clothed elder said to Yi Xian. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and followed behind. Along the way, he could feel the envious gazes of the inner sect disciples. At the same time, the whispers of these inner sect disciples fell into Yi Xian's ears. Elder Han? Among all the elders in the Burning Sun Hall, his strength can be ranked in the top 10? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Not only that, he suddenly remembered Elder Han's voice. Previously, he had heard Elder Han's voice in the Tower of Illusion. It turned out that Elder Han was the person who allowed him to enter the inner sect after he completed the test. Soon, Elder Han personally completed the registration for Yi Xian and Luo Luo. From now on, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were inner sect disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. However, at this moment, "The two of you have good aptitudes, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" After the registration, Elder Han suddenly turned around and asked. When these words came out, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. When an outer sect disciple entered the inner sect, if his aptitude was good, there would be an elder who would accept him as a disciple. However, there were strong and weak inner sect elders in the Burning Sun Hall. This Elder Han was undoubtedly an expert. If they were to become his disciple, then their future would be smooth sailing. Chapter 896. When Yi Xian and Luo Luo heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. "Young master, do you want to be apprenticed?" Luo Luo asked in his mind. "This Hall of Burning Sun isn't as simple as we thought. It's not a bad idea to find a powerful master." Yi Xian replied in his mind. Then, he clasped his hands together and said, "Disciple Yi Xian greets master." It was Luo Luo's first time being apprenticed, so she imitated Yi Xian's actions. "Very good, you are my 7th and 8th disciples. There are 6 people before you." Elder Han nodded with a smile and said, "Although I, Han Ming, am not the most powerful in the Hall of Burning Sun, I am proficient in the techniques of Jianghu Palace. You too can learn a thing or two from me." Proficient in the techniques of Jianghu Palace? When Yi Xian heard this, he was surprised. However, when he recalled Elder Han's methods, he calmed down. Elder Han was an expert. His spiritual attack could make Yi Xian faint instantly, making him vulnerable. At the same time, he also had the ability to confuse people's memories. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in illusionary techniques or spiritual attacks. After all, he already had the Eye of Illusion and the Burning Eye. Elder Han was only able to confuse him previously because of the suppression of their realms. If Yi Xian were to attack a fourth tribulation supreme, his Eye of Illusion could make the other party live in an illusion, never to wake up. A single use of the Burning Eye would definitely cause the other party to suffer a mental breakdown. However, this was a good teacher for Luo Luo. Luo Luo's spiritual power was naturally higher than other races. If she learned illusionary techniques and spiritual attacks, her strength would increase exponentially. She might even be able to increase the effect of her charm. Alright, since the two of you have become my disciples, these are my welcome gifts. Elder Han suddenly took out 2 jade bottles from his Qian Kuan ring. Yi Xian and Luo Luo each took a jade bottle. When they opened it, they were stunned. Sovereign golden pills, and 5 of them? Yi Xian was shocked. It wasn't easy for him to pass the 6th floor of the Tower of Illusions, but he only managed to obtain 1 sovereign golden core. However, this Elder Han gave him 10 sovereign golden cores in one go. Experts were indeed filthy rich. Little girl, your cultivation level is still too low. Hurry up and raise it. Otherwise, you won't even be able to learn a thing or two from me. Elder Han looked at Luo Luo and said. Hee, master, I won't disappoint you. Luo Luo wasn't the least bit pretentious as she directly kept the 5 sovereign golden pills. Not only that, but Yi Xian also hurriedly kept them into the devouring space. With these 5 sovereign golden cores, he would definitely be able to pass the tribulation, and the success rate would definitely be 100%. You all can refine the sovereign golden pill first. I still have some matters to attend to. If you have any problems, come and find me. After Elder Han finished speaking, he quickly left. As for Yi Xian and Luo Luo, they left under the envious gazes of the surrounding disciples as they headed towards their newly allocated residences. Young master, I'm going to refine the sovereign golden core. After returning to her residence, Luo Luo immediately closed the door. The sovereign golden core was the same as the jade blood essence pill. It could greatly enhance the sovereign golden core, and at the same time, increase one's cultivation level. Even a 7th tribulation supremacy would be envious. Luo Luo had obtained 5 sovereign golden cores at once, and her cultivation level was only at the 6th tribulation supremacy stage. If she used her bloodline to refine all 5 sovereign golden cores, it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Yi Xian didn't want to let Luo Luo surpass him, so he hurriedly swallowed the 5 sovereign golden cores. The sovereign golden cores suddenly increased by a large amount. Ding! The host has met the requirements to pass the tribulation. The current success rate is 100%. Do you want to pass the tribulation? The long-awaited system notification sounded. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Since the success rate was 100%, he naturally wanted to pass the tribulation directly. Immediately, tribulation lightning began to gather in the sky above the courtyard. The sovereign tribulation was very powerful, and countless people had died because of it, let alone the 7th tribulation. However, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was already comparable to an ordinary 7th tribulation supremacy stage, and after refining the 5 sovereign golden cores, it was even more powerful. A mere 7th tribulation supremacy stage was nothing to him. Soon, the sovereign tribulation lightning struck. 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays, 7 sovereign tribulation lightning strikes were completed in one go. Yi Xian stood quietly in the courtyard, not even frowning. Ding! Tribulation successful. Current 7th tribulation supremacy stage, beginning to reconstruct the sovereign golden body. After the 7th sovereign tribulation lightning struck, Yi Xian finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. I finally broke through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. Now I can be considered an advanced supremacy stage. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. Now, he could go to the flowing gold waterfall to refine his sovereign golden body. When he was at the 6th tribulation supremacy stage, he could challenge 60 meters. Now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach 40 meters. After informing Luo Luo, Yi Xian directly left and headed for the flowing gold waterfall. The flowing gold waterfall was still the same. It was extremely quiet. Other than the sound of the waterfall, there weren't many sounds. However, Yi Xian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. That madman is here again. How many meters is he going to challenge this time? I heard that he passed the 6th level of the Tower of Illusion. He should have gone to report for the mission. Why is he back? Could it be that he has already completed the mission? That can't be. Senior brother Gao just set off. Yi Xian ignored these voices and directly rushed to the flowing gold waterfall. This time, it was 50 meters. 50 meters, as expected of madman. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. 50 meters corresponded to the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. However, after Yi Xian went up, the water flow accelerated by the array couldn't even break through Yi Xian's golden body of supremacy. Oh my god, my golden body of supremacy is so strong that it can directly cross 50 meters? Yi Xian was shocked. Immediately, he rushed to the 40-meter position. It's done. I wonder how long it will take this time. Yi Xian began to temper his golden body of supremacy. He estimated that after this time, he might be able to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy. Of course, one's realm had to be high enough to pass the tribulation. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to receive the tribulation of supremacy. The group of people below looked at Yi Xian and were already shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. However, it wasn't that easy for Yi Xian to temper his golden body of supremacy this time. On the 5th day after he arrived at the flowing gold waterfall, a few people came to look for him. When the group of disciples below saw him, they were also a little surprised. Isn't that Senior Brother Li? I heard that he went out to train, and now he's back. Senior Brother Li is an expert who can squeeze into the top 100 of the inner disciples. Last year, he failed to pass the 8th tribulation of supremacy, and his cultivation level regressed. He should be back now. I wonder when he will pass the tribulation again. I heard that Senior Brother Li's younger brother, Li Tao, died. Could this be the reason? What, Li Tao? The people below whispered to each other. However, their discussion couldn't escape Yi Xian's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. Li Tao's older brother? He raised his eyebrows. That Li Tao was the disciple in green who was instantly killed by Luoluo's ultimate move. He didn't expect that he had a brother who was at the peak of the 7th tribulation supremacy stage. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure. It was the young man in white from that day. At this moment, the young man in white was pointing at him and talking to a man beside him. Chapter 897. You're Yi Xian? The man said to Yi Xian from afar. Yi Xian flew out of the flowing gold waterfall and said, "That's right. Where's the girl who killed my brother?" Senior Brother Li shouted angrily. This sentence made the surrounding people tremble. Senior Brother Li Ting's brother, Li Tao, was really dead? Your brother's skills were inferior, so it's fine that he died. Why? Do you want to avenge him? Yi Xian took out a shirt and put it on, then rushed in front of Li Ting. You're courting death. Li Ting was furious. How could he not be angry when his brother was dead? Moreover, Yi Xian dared to talk to him like that. He was courting death. However, just as he was about to attack, the white-clothed youth suddenly stood in front of him. Senior Brother Li, don't be rash. There are sect rules. The white-clothed youth hurriedly reminded him. Then what do you think we should do? Li Ting looked at the white-clothed youth. At this time, Li Ting also knew that Yi Xian and Luo Luo were already under Elder Han Ming's tutelage, so it was impossible to kill them. Otherwise, Li Ting would have killed Yi Xian long ago. But at this time, Li Ting, Wang Qingping. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black-clothed youth rushing over. Li Ting, Wang Qingping, you two were randomly selected for a training mission. You'll be forming a team soon. Go and gather immediately. The black-clothed youth said to Li Ting. Damn it. Li Ting cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to curse in public. After all, this black-clothed youth's status was higher than his. Also, is junior brother Yi Xian under Elder Han Ming here? The black-clothed youth suddenly shouted. Yi Xian looked at the black-clothed youth in surprise and said, I'm Yi Xian. Senior brother, what's the matter? Training elder summons you. The black-clothed youth said. Training elder. Hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This training elder had a high status in the Burning Sun Hall. His strength was ranked in the top 5. He was the hall master of the training hall and often issued training missions. However, Yi Xian didn't accept the mission. Why was he summoned? It seemed that he had also been selected by that random experience mission. When Li Ting heard these words, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. Not only that, the white-clothed young man also did the same. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He packed up and left with the black-clothed youth. Li Ting and the white-clothed youth followed behind him, sneering all the way. Very quickly, the black-clothed youth brought Yi Xian and the others to the training hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few inner court disciples gathered here. Luoluo's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. He turned his head and found that Luoluo was also in the training hall. A few days ago, he was tempering his sovereign golden body at the flowing gold waterfall. Luoluo was called by Han Ming to guide him. At the same time, Luoluo had also broken through to the peak of 6th supremacy. In a few days, she would be able to undergo her tribulation. Senior brotherly, that's her. At this moment, the white-clothed youth suddenly pointed at Luoluo. Li Ting had also noticed Luoluo and immediately revealed an angry expression. Young master, who is this guy? Luoluo asked, not understanding the situation. That's Li Tao's brother. Yi Xian casually replied. Oh. Luoluo naturally wouldn't forget the unlucky guy who was instantly killed by her. Although she was 3 realms lower than Li Ting, Luoluo still had a calm expression. Luoluo, what's going on now? Yi Xian looked at the surrounding inner disciples and asked curiously. Luoluo replied, we've been selected. Next, we have to form a team with the others and do the training mission together. But we just entered the inner sect. Yi Xian was puzzled. I'm not sure either. Master can't do anything about it. Luoluo helplessly shook her head. So it's mandatory. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. However, he suddenly understood the gazes of Li Ting and the white-clothed youth. After Yi Xian, more inner disciples came in one after another. These disciples who were selected weren't weak. The weakest was a 7th supremacy, and the strongest was a mid-8th tribulation supremacy. They were considered the top disciples in the Burning Sun Hall. Not long after, the training elder also appeared. So strong. Is this a 9th tribulation supremacy? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. A 9th tribulation supremacy was enough to annihilate everyone present. Everyone, a new round of training missions has been issued. Next, you will form a small team of 5 to complete the mission. If you complete the mission, you will receive a large amount of contribution points. Of course, you can also refuse. If anyone refuses, you can withdraw on the spot. The training elder glanced at the dozens of people below. I withdraw. I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Someone immediately shouted. All right, you can go. The training elder nodded. At this moment, Luoluo asked in his mind, Young master, are we going? Go. Yi Xian replied. This was a randomly selected mission. The contribution points were higher than ordinary missions. Completing one was equivalent to completing 3 ordinary missions. Therefore, not many people withdrew. In the end, only 4 people withdrew. Very good. Next, I'll divide you into groups. The training elder nodded and began to call out names. Although these dozens of inner disciples were randomly selected, they weren't randomly assigned to groups. Various factors had to be considered. Yi Xian stood there quietly. He only hoped that he would be assigned to the same group as Luo Luo. Wang Gang, Li Teng, Yi Xian, Lu Taining, Wang Qingping. The training elder shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luoluo's expressions changed. They weren't assigned to the same group. This was troublesome. Young master, don't worry. Even if I can't beat them, I still have many ways to escape. Once I break through, no one among the 7th tribulation supremacies will be able to do anything to me, Luo Luo said hurriedly. When Yi Xian heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. Unfortunately, he was assigned to the same group as Li Teng. Of course, he also knew that this was just luck. After all, Li Teng didn't have the ability to command a 9th tribulation supremacy. Wang Gang is the youth in black who brought me here just now. He's a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Li Teng is also a peak 7th tribulation supremacy. Wang Qingping is the youth in white. He's an early stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Lu Taining is a mid-stage 7th tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian thought about it in his mind. If it was before, he would have been afraid. However, now that he had broken through to the 7th tribulation supremacy, he wasn't afraid even if the 4 of them joined forces. What was there to be afraid of when it was just Li Teng and Wang Qingping? Kid, you're dead meat. Li Teng stood behind Yi Xian with a fierce gaze. Chapter 898. All of you, set off within 3 days. The training elder said. Immediately, everyone left the training hall. The leader of Yi Xian's team was Wang Gang, and the target of the training mission was already in his hands. At this moment, he called Yi Xian and the other 3 over. If all of you have nothing else to do, we will set off tomorrow. The black-clothed youth Wang Gang said to Yi Xian and the other 3. Leader, what is our training mission? The mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist Lu Taining asked. Wang Gang handed over the parchment in his hand and said, Kill the City Lord of Celestial Ocean City, an early-stage 8th Supreme Martial Artist. Their team consisted of 2 peak 7th Supreme Martial Artists, 1 mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist, and 2 early-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artists. However, they were all elite disciples of the Burning Sun Hall, so it wasn't a problem for them to challenge those of a higher rank. Therefore, this mission wasn't difficult for them, as long as they cooperated well. Celestial Ocean City is in the Ju-In Palace's territory, and the city lord seems to be the deacon of the Ju-In Palace. Lu Taining said with a smile, Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Li, with the 2 of you here, this mission will definitely be completed smoothly. This little brother has benefited greatly this time. Don't be careless, there are many people in the Celestial Ocean City Lord Manor. If an expert from the Ju-In Palace passes by, it will be troublesome. Go back and prepare, we will set off tomorrow. Wang Gang said to Yi Xian and the other 3. Then, they dispersed in a hubbub. Brat, you actually didn't withdraw from the mission, this time you will die miserably. Li Teng suddenly caught up with Yi Xian and said in a low voice when he passed by him. Yi Xian didn't care at all. If this Li Teng was courting death, he didn't mind sending him on his way. Luo Luo, be careful when you are doing the mission. If you encounter something wrong, run away. Yi Xian reminded. Don't worry, I told my senior brother that I am going to undergo tribulation, so we will set off in 2 days. At that time, I will be a 7th tribulation supreme martial artist. Luo 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 giggled. And, be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He believed in Luo Luo's strength. Luo Luo had a mysterious bloodline in her body, and her moves were endless. As long as Luo Luo made a breakthrough, the mission would not be too dangerous. Yi Xian and Luo returned to their residence. Not long after, Han Ming came over. Master. Yi Xian and Luo. You've just entered the inner sect and you've already been given a random training mission. I can't do anything about it. Take this illusion-breaking stone. Thank you, Master. As for Luo, Han Ming had already given her a set of claw intent. It was also at 75%. Then, Han Ming left first. Tomorrow, Yi Xian would set off to do the mission. He didn't go to the flowing gold waterfall to temper his sovereign golden body. Instead, he stayed in his residence to watch the sword intent. His defense was already very strong, but his attack power was a little weak. A 65% sword intent could only barely hurt Li Teng, who was at the peak of the seventh supreme being. The next day arrived quickly. Yi Xian bid farewell to Luo and went to meet up with Wang Gang and the others. That brat didn't quit. Li Teng's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian. He was afraid that Yi Xian would quit the mission if he and Yi Xian were in the same group. Very good. Everyone is here. Let's go. Wang Gang looked around and took the lead. Yi Xian looked calm. He ignored Li Teng and Wang Qingping and followed. He reckoned that he would gain a lot from this mission. At that time, he might be able to break through to the mid-stage of the seventh supreme being. Their group wasn't the first to set off. Some groups had already set off yesterday. Sky Ocean City was quite a distance away from the Burning Sun Hall. With their speed, it would take them about 3 days. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian was constantly comprehending the sword intent recorded in the devouring system. He was striving to raise his sword intent to 70%. His aptitude was not bad. In addition, he had already comprehended most of it. In these 3 days, Yi Xian really managed to raise his sword intent to 70%. Along the way, Li Teng and Wang Qingping kept whispering to each other. However, their conversation entered Yi Xian's ears without missing a single word. Furthermore, they didn't know about it. However, Li Teng didn't dare to say that he wanted to kill Yi Xian. He usually used other things to hint at him. Alright, Sky Ocean City is in front of us. When we enter the city later, don't tell anyone that we are disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Wang Gang reminded Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian nodded to show that he understood. They had entered the territory of the Yin Palace. If they said that they were disciples of the Burning Sun Hall, wouldn't they be courting death? Soon, the 5 of them entered the city. I don't know when the information I sent to the Sky Ocean City Lord was sent. Just in case, the 5 of us will split up and scout for information. We'll meet here in half an hour. Wang Gang arrived at a restaurant and said to Yi Xian and the others. Then, Yi Xian and the others split up again. I'm the best at scouting for information. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He had the eye of control. He could use it even on the streets without giving himself away. However, before that, Yi Xian was still prepared to go all out. He directly walked into a weapon shop. There were countless supreme divine weapons on display inside, and the owner of this weapon shop was only a 6th supreme divine weapon peak cultivator. Eye of control. Yi Xian directly used the eye of control on the weapon shop owner. Ding. Control successful. The weapon shop owner was unknowingly controlled by Yi Xian. Then, he approached him with a smile. Ayaya, welcome, brother. Please come to the back. The weapon shop owner respectfully invited Yi Xian to the back. Everyone could guess what was going to happen next. The weapon shop owner's wealth was all in Yi Xian's pocket. Not only that, Yi Xian also asked around. After using him, Yi Xian didn't kill the weapon shop owner. After all, it wasn't easy to kill him. It was a pity that Luo wasn't by his side. Otherwise, he could let Luo charm the weapon shop owner. Then, Yi Xian went to control the next weapon shop owner. Chapter 899. Sky Ocean City was considered strong. Of the remaining 9 chances, Yi Xian went straight to 3 auction houses. The remaining 6 chances were quite good as well. After 9 chances, he was actually about to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being. The eye of control is really a godly skill. Yi Xian couldn't help but praise in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to hurt the shop owners, he would have continued fishing. When the time came, he would have explored the entire city. Even the peak of the 7th Supreme Being might not be a problem. Unfortunately, it was almost time for the rendezvous, so Yi Xian didn't continue. Instead, he went straight to the restaurant. Soon, Yi Xian saw Wang Gang and the others again. I've already found out that other than the City Lord, there are 3 peak 7th Supreme Beings and 4 mid-stage 7th Supreme Beings in the City Lord Manor. Wang Gang himself had found out the specific information and told Yi Xian and the others. Captain, since that's the case, shall we go straight in? Lu Taining said somewhat anxiously. Sure. When the time comes, I'll hold off the City Lord of Sky Ocean City. The 4 of you quickly deal with the others. Wang Gang nodded. The Burning Sun Palace and Absolute Een Palace had been fighting each other for so many years. It was almost always a head-on battle. There was no need for any tricks. Okay. Yi Xian and the others nodded. Immediately, the 5 of them rushed towards the City Lord Manor. At this time, the people in the City Lord Manor were completely unaware of it. Soon, Yi Xian and the others arrived at the City Lord Manor. Without saying a word, they went straight in. The random training mission required the City Lord Manor's severed head. As long as the severed head was brought back, the mission would be considered completed. Wang Gang and the others went straight into the City Lord Manor and immediately set off a storm of blood. Although we're a small team, we're fighting for ourselves now. I need to take some good loot. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. With the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, he was able to find things very quickly. Not only that, he was also able to sense auras. Thus, he specifically looked for soft persimmons to bully. Those below the 7th Supreme Martial Artist level were not a match for him. I'm about to break through. More. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After Li Tang and Wang Qingping charged into the City Lord Manor, they immediately split up. Although they hated Yi Xian, this wasn't the right time to make a move. It was better to earn some money first. Brat, how dare you trespass into the City Lord's mansion? You're courting death. Suddenly, a 7th Supreme Martial Artist consecrator of the City Lord Manor flew over. You're the one courting death. Yi Xian glared at him. Eye of Illusion. Burning Eye. Under the 2-pronged attack, this mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist instantly lost 20% of his battle prowess. Flowing Shadow Sword. As Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, a sword ray dragged along a long afterimage and directly killed this mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist without any hesitation. After his opponent died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected his interspatial ring. Not enough. Just a little more. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and swept over again. Celestial Ocean City's City Lord Manor's revered elders were at least 6 Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. Anyone of this realm couldn't escape Yi Xian's pursuit. Of course, Yi Xian would sometimes hold back and only take their interspatial ring instead of taking their lives. How dare you, Burning Sun Palace's thief, appear in my Ending Palace's territory? You're courting death. A shout suddenly rang out in the sky. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Wang Gang was already fighting with a middle-aged man. It seemed that this person was Celestial Ocean City's City Lord, their target for this random training. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. He quickly circled around the City Lord Manor. Using his eye of perception, he quickly found another mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist revered elder. Die. Yi Xian didn't hold back this time and directly killed this revered elder. The moment he obtained the revered elder's interspatial ring, his aura skyrocketed. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 7th Supreme Martial Artist. The system's notification made Yi Xian's battle intent increase by a notch. Coincidentally, the moment he broke through, his eye of perception suddenly swept across a familiar person. Wang Qingping. This Wang Qingping was the young man in white who was almost killed by him and Luo Luo. He was also one of Li Ting's lackeys. Yi Xian quickly swept over. When the other party saw Yi Xian, his body also trembled. At this time, he just happened to kill a revered elder of the city lord manor and obtained his interspatial ring. Eye of control. Yi Xian didn't say anything and immediately used his eye of perception. Ding. Control successful. The eye of control could only control 10 people for the time being. When controlling the 11th person, the control of the first person would automatically disappear, just like the eye of the void. After controlling the other party, Yi Xian directly went over to Wang Qingping and took his interspatial ring, emptying everything inside. How are you and that Li Ting going to deal with me? Asked Yi Xian. I don't know. Li Ting has been complaining along the way, but he didn't tell me. Wang Qingping shook his head. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. Dealing with a disciple of the same sect was a serious crime. If it was discovered, it would be disastrous. Therefore, Li Ting didn't tell Wang Qingping about it. Forget it, you can go on your own. Yi Xian didn't care about Wang Qingping anymore and continued to wander. Li Tang was a 7th supreme martial artist. He had failed his tribulation once before, but someone intervened, so he survived. After a year of cultivation, he returned to his peak, so his strength was more shocking. Not many people in the city lord manor could withstand one move from him. At this time, Wang Gang was fighting with the city lord of Tianyang City, so he didn't have time to care about others. Therefore, Yi Xian was wondering if he should secretly control Lu Taining and Li Teng, who were at the middle stage of the 7th sovereign realm. That Li Teng's master is also an elder, his strength is not bad, and these elders of the Burning Sun Palace Hall more or less all cultivate some mental power cultivation method. Maybe this Li Teng also has some mental power cultivation method. If he fails, we will be exposed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He decided to control Lu Taining first. Even if he couldn't use him in the future, he could let Luo Luo charm him. Found him. Relying on the eye of insight, Yi Xian instantly found Lu Taining and hurriedly rushed over. At this time, Lu Taining was fighting with a 7th supreme martial artist. His strength was not bad. Senior brother Lu, let me help you. Yi Xian shouted and rushed toward Lu Taining. Okay. Lu Taining's opponent was stronger. He felt that he couldn't deal with him alone, so he agreed. Flowing Shadow Sword. The attack of Sword 1, which was fused with 70% power, broke through the air. The 7th supreme martial artist consecrated raised his hand and blocked the attack. Originally, he could deal with Lu Taining alone, but now that Yi Xian was involved, it was a little more difficult. At this time. Burning Eye. Chapter 900. Yi Xian was currently at the mid-stage of the 7th Supreme Being realm, only one realm away from the peak of the 7th Supreme Being realm. Hence, the effect of the burning eye was not weak. Unfortunately, almost all of the people in the Ju Yin Palace's territory practiced spiritual cultivation techniques. Hence, the effect of the burning eye was slightly weakened. Good lad, you even know spiritual attacks. Go. The city lord's mansion's revered elder bellowed and suddenly threw out a long sword. Under his control, the long sword attacked Yi Xian. The 3 specialties of the Ju Yin Palace were illusions, spiritual attacks, and flying sword control. The revered elder of the city lord's mansion was currently using the flying sword control technique. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian could see some threads condensed from true energy that were controlling the long sword. Humph. Yi Xian snorted coldly and quickly drew out his sword. In the blink of an eye, the true energy threads were cut off by him, and the high-quality high-grade Supreme Being Divine weapon fell into his hands. I'll take your sword. Yi Xian bellowed and directly took his opponent's weapon. After all, he was still using a mid-grade Supreme Being Divine weapon earlier. Good job, junior brother Yi. Lu Taining yelled. He was also glad that his opponent did not use a flying sword at the beginning. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Now, the revered elder of the city lord's mansion had lost his trump card. Coupled with the fact that he was besieged by Yi Xian, he was quickly defeated. Rip. With a crisp sound, the revered elder of the city lord's mansion, who was at the peak of the seventh supreme being realm, was beheaded by Yi Xian. Junior brother Yi, let's level. Before Lu Taining could finish his sentence, he was directly struck by Yi Xian's eye of illusion. Then, it was the burning eye. Lu Taining was at the mid-stage of the seventh supreme being realm, the same level as Yi Xian. However, he did not practice any spiritual cultivation techniques, so his resistance was extremely weak. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. With a system notification, Lu Taining became Yi Xian's servant. Yi Xian turned his head and glanced around. When he saw that there was no one else around, he hurriedly put away the universe rings of Lu Taining and the seventh supreme being peak worshipper. His cultivation level increased by quite a bit. In the City Lord manor, other than the Heavenly Ocean City Lord, who was an 8th Tribulation Supreme, there were 3 other 7th Tribulation Supreme martial artists. Now that Yi Xian and Lu Taining had dealt with one, there were only 2 left. However, Yi Xian did not sense the auras of the other 2. That Li Ting does have some ability. To think that he could take care of 2 7th Supreme martial artists so quickly, Yi Xian's heart froze. Fortunately, he wasn't prepared to deal with Li Ting. Otherwise, he would have alerted the enemy. At this moment, there weren't many threats left in the City Lord manor. Only that Supreme Grade 8 City Lord was left. However, when Yi Xian turned his head to look, he discovered that the City Lord of Celestial Ocean City had also been killed by Wang Gang. The Burning Sun Hall's inner sect is indeed a gathering of elites. This Wang Gang isn't even ranked in the top 100 of the inner sect. Yi Xian watched as Wang Gang put away the corpse of the Heavenly Ocean City Lord and the Universe Ring. Mission completed. Senior brother Wang is really amazing. Li Ting also quickly went over and flattered him. Junior brother Li, you're not weak either. Wang Gang replied. He had taken the lion's share of the mission this time. Li Ting had killed 2 7th Supreme martial artists, so his harvest was not bad. As for the rest, they were divided between Yi Xian and the other 2. Of course, all of these harvests went into Yi Xian's pocket in the end. Senior brother Wang, now that the Heavenly Ocean City Lord is dead, then we. Li Ting's eyes suddenly narrowed. No, my Burning Sun Hall is a righteous sect. Since the Heavenly Ocean City Lord is dead, let's leave. Wang Gang shook his head. Although it was a pity, since Wang Gang had said so, Li Ting didn't dare to say anything and left with Wang Gang. Yi Xian did the same as well. However, in this team, other than Wang Gang and Li Ting, Lu Taining and Wang Qingping were Yi Xian's servants. Their actions were very fast. After killing the Heavenly Ocean City Lord, they immediately left. Hence, it was already too late when the people from Ju Yin Palace received the news. However, when the experts from Ju Yin Palace arrived at Heavenly Ocean City, one of them handed over a portrait. This is the portrait of the disciples from Burning Sun Hall. The expert from Ju Yin Palace narrowed his eyes and left immediately. After completing the mission, Wang Gang led Yi Xian and the other 3 out of Heavenly Ocean City. However, they didn't plan to return to Burning Sun Hall directly. After all, it wasn't easy to come to Ju Yin Palace's territory, so they naturally wanted to collect some interest. 5 people in a team is too eye-catching. Why don't we split into 2 or 3 teams? At this time, Li Ting suddenly suggested. Indeed, 5 people is too eye-catching. It's better to split up. Wang Gang nodded and said, I won't participate. I'll be fine by myself. What about you guys? When Li Ting suggested this, Yi Xian knew what he was going to do. Hence, Yi Xian immediately controlled Lu Taining. I'll go alone too. Lu Taining said. Me too. Wang Qingping added. Now, there was only one person left. I'll go alone too. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart as he secretly glanced at Li Ting. When his voice rang out, Li Ting's eyes flickered as expected. Alright, since that's the case, we'll split up. I'll return to Burning Sun Hall to hand in the mission in 7 days. Wang Gang said to the 4 of them. Very quickly, the 5 of them quickly split up and went their separate ways. If Li Ting didn't come looking for them, Yi Xian wouldn't have bothered to deal with him. After all, Yi Xian had other things to do. However, if Li Ting came looking for them himself, Yi Xian wouldn't mind sending him on his way. After splitting up, Yi Xian called Lu Taining over and found a place to rest. Do you know why Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace are so irreconcilable? Yi Xian asked. It said that the founders of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace were siblings. Later on, due to some matters, they formed 2 factions. The older brother built Burning Sun Hall, while the younger sister built Absolute Yin Palace. Lu Taining answered. After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Siblings. This information was very important to him. Then the yin-yang ancestor seems to be a combination of siblings. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. However, the founders of the Hall of Incinerating Sun and the Palace of Absolute Yin were 2 different people. Then do you know if the founders of Burning Sun Hall and Absolute Yin Palace are still alive? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure either. However, our hall master is the founder's disciple. Lu Taining shook his head. Alright, I understand. You can leave first. Yi Xian nodded, then let Lu Taining leave by himself. Because he felt that Li Teng was probably coming. Yes. Lu Taining replied and left directly. As for Yi Xian, he quietly waited on the spot. As expected, half an hour after Lu Taining left, Li Ting finally came looking for him. Chapter 901. Aya, junior brother Yi, why are you here? What a coincidence. When Li Ting saw Yi Xian, he approached him with a sinister expression. Senior brother Li, why are you here? Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. Hee, I'm just passing by. I didn't expect junior brother Yi to be here. Why don't we travel together? Li Ting grinned. Sure. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Li Ting didn't expect Yi Xian to agree because he always thought that Yi Xian would avoid him. When they parted ways earlier, he was afraid that Yi Xian would approach Wang Gang, but unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't. If that was the case, it would suit him perfectly. Li Ting rushed over. Yi Xian looked at him and said, Senior brother Li, let's get straight to the point. You want to avenge your younger brother, Li Tao, right? Li Ting didn't expect Yi Xian to get straight to the point and shed all pretense of cordiality. His expression darkened, but just in case, he smiled and said, How could that be? Li Tao was incompetent and was killed by your servant girl. It was a complete misunderstanding. Why would I come to find trouble with junior brother Yi? Hearing his words, Yi Xian naturally didn't choose to believe him. He only sneered, Senior brother Li, are you coming over now to ambush me? Li Ting's body trembled when he heard this. Indeed, he wanted to sneak attack Yi Xian and kill him in one strike. Yi Xian was only at the early stage 7th supreme level before, but after the battle with the city lord of Celestial Ocean City, Yi Xian suddenly broke through to the mid-stage 7th supreme level. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't have the confidence to kill Yi Xian in one strike. If there were people around, he would be exposed. Without waiting for Li Ting to speak, Yi Xian directly attacked. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, what was he waiting for? Burning eye. Yi Xian glared. In the next moment, Li Ting felt a sharp pain in his heart. Fortunately, he had cultivated a mental cultivation method and was resistant to mental attacks. Junior brother Yi, you dare to attack me? You're courting death. In the end, Li Ting still acted like a sinister villain. After letting out a loud roar, he endured the pain and launched an attack at Yi Xian. A 75% sword intent could at least severely injure Yi Xian, but Yi Xian would not fall for it so easily. Come, let me see your strength. Yi Xian also shouted and started fighting with Li Ting. In terms of realm, Li Teng was one level higher than Yi Xian. In terms of sword intent, Li Teng was also half a level higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's sovereign golden body was no weaker than Li Teng's. After the beast god bloodline had mutated twice, his agility had been upgraded 7 times, which could increase Yi Xian's speed by 70%. This was far from what Li Teng could catch up to. After seeing Yi Xian's explosive speed, Li Teng finally understood why Yi Xian was not afraid of him. It turned out that Yi Xian was pretending to be weak. So what if you're fast? You're going to die today. Li Teng shouted in his heart. Suddenly, he summoned a long sword. In the next moment, the long sword flew up on its own. Good boy, I knew you had a trump card. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The Burning Sun Palace and the Yin Palace had fought for so many years that many Eighth Tribulation Supremes had fallen. Therefore, the Burning Sun Palace had many illusions, illusory formations, mental attacks, and even methods to control flying swords. As the disciple of an elder, how could Li Teng not know? However, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. Because he knew how to do it too. Flying sword, go. Yi Xian summoned a flying sword and attacked Li Teng. What a joke. His doppelganger had successfully infiltrated the Yin Palace. Although he had not entered the inner sect of the Yin Palace, it would not be a problem for him to learn the method to control flying swords. In an instant, the 2 flying swords came into contact. Clang! 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 The sound of the 2 flying swords colliding rang out. When Li Teng saw Yi Xian's flying sword, Yi Xian was shocked. He said, "How is this possible? Didn't you just become Elder Han Ming's disciple?" Yi Xian did not bother to answer this question. Li Teng blurted it out because he was surprised. The method to control flying swords could be obtained through many channels, such as auction houses. Therefore, the person who used flying swords was not necessarily a member of the Yin Palace. The gap was instantly evened out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Do you think I only have 1 flying sword? You're too naive. Yi Xian sneered and threw out 2 more flying swords. 3. Li Teng had just learned it, but Yi Xian, who had the devouring system, only needed a thought to learn it. The 3 flying swords attacked Li Teng directly. This is impossible. Li Teng could not help but shout out loud. Even the elite disciples of the Yin Palace could only control 2 flying swords at most. However, Yi Xian could control 3 flying swords at once. How was this possible? Looking at Li Teng's soulless expression, Yi Xian enjoyed it very much. He liked to see this kind of expression. Otherwise, he would have directly thrown out 3 flying swords from the start. Why would he need to split them twice? Senior brother Li, you already have the intention to kill me. If you don't die, I will have a lot of trouble in the Burning Sun Hall in the future. Therefore, please be on your way. Yi Xian's cold voice fell into Li Teng's ears. The person who killed Li Teng's younger brother, Li Tao, was not Yi Xian, but Luo Luo. Yi Xian was not afraid of Li Teng finding trouble with him, but he was afraid that Li Teng would attack Luo Luo. In Yi Xian's heart, Luo Luo was his younger sister. If anyone dared to touch Luo Luo, only death would await them. If there was anyone to blame, then blame Li Tao's bad luck. With the appearance of the 3 flying swords, Li Tao's advantage was instantly lost. He was immediately suppressed by Yi Xian and the 3 flying swords. He could not fight back. Yi Xian had not fought to his heart's content in a long time. Only such a battle could improve his sword intent. Although he had a set of sword intent projection, it would take him at least a month to comprehend it slowly. Therefore, he wanted to use Li Teng to improve his sword intent. In the Burning Sun Hall, there were many geniuses who had comprehended sword intent when they were half-step supremes. However, there was not a single one who had comprehended sword intent when they were in the Void God realm. Ding! 70% sword intent has transformed. Current level is 75% sword intent. After Yi Xian and Li Teng had fought hundreds of rounds, Yi Xian finally heard a notification sound. 75% sword intent, the same as Li Ting. Before Yi Xian had comprehended it, Li Ting had already been beaten to the point where he could not fight back. His body was covered in blood. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended 75% sword intent, Li Ting would definitely die if he was hit by his attack. Junior brother Yi, don't. Let's talk nicely. Don't kill me. Li Ting actually started to beg for mercy. Yi Xian had always thought that Li Ting was a person with backbone. He did not expect him to be subdued in the face of death. However, he would not be at ease if Li Ting did not die. After all, he did not know when Li Ting would attack Luo Luo. Chapter 902. Senior brother Li, Yi Xian was just about to speak. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. Oh no, my clone is in danger. Yi Xian's eyes widened. His eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a void door opened in front of him, and he directly entered it. The three long swords lost their control and fell to the ground. Li Ting watched as Yi Xian disappeared before his eyes, and he was completely stunned. Then, he immediately reacted and turned around to leave. Although he did not understand why Yi Xian suddenly disappeared at such a critical moment, nor did he know what method Yi Xian used to leave, he knew that as long as Yi Xian returned, he would definitely die. At this moment, Yi Xian had already broken through the void and shuttled to his clone's side. Previously, his clone had successfully joined Zhu Yin Palace as an outer sect disciple. When he killed his way into the city lord mansion, his clone was actually wandering around Tianyang City with a few disciples of Zhu Yin Palace. His purpose of letting his clone join Zhu Yin Palace was to gather information on both sides, and at the same time, to gain benefits from both sides. But now, his clone had suddenly encountered a mysterious expert from Zhu Yin Palace. When this mysterious expert saw him, he actually directly attacked and seriously injured his clone. During the battle in Tianyang City Lord Mansion, Yi Xian's original body had broken through to the mid-stage of the 7th Supremacy Realm, but he had forgotten to merge with his clone and upgrade his clone's realm. Therefore, his clone's supremacy golden body was much weaker than his original body. In addition, the mysterious expert was an 8th Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert, so he was able to seriously injure Yi Xian's clone with one blow. If another blow came, Yi Xian's clone would die. Therefore, Yi Xian's original body directly abandoned Li Ting and broke through the void to come to his rescue. At this moment, there was already a woman standing in front of Yi Xian's original body and clone. 2 flying swords were floating beside her. When the woman saw Yi Xian's original body suddenly appear, Yi Xian was shocked. It was fine if they looked exactly alike, after all, twins were not rare, but even she could not see how Yi Xian appeared. What was that strange void door? Could it be a secret realm? The woman guessed in her heart. The void door did look like the entrance to a secret realm, but it was not so. At this moment, Yi Xian's original body suddenly merged with his clone. In an instant, the clone's cultivation level rose to the middle stage of the 7th Sovereign Realm. Not only that, even the 70% sword intent instantly rose to 75%. What? The woman doubted her eyes again. It was one thing for someone to suddenly appear that looked exactly like Yi Xian, but now, it was actually for one. She knew that she had used an illusion. Break to break illusion break. The woman took out a breaking illusion stone. However, the breaking illusion stone didn't emit any light. This meant that she wasn't in an illusion and there was no illusion around her. Therefore, the breaking illusion stone didn't have any effect. What's going on? The woman did not understand and asked, what kind of trick is this? After Yi Xian's original body and clone merged, they separated again, which gave the woman another shock. It was not an illusion, but he had such a trick. It was simply unbelievable. Yi Xian ignored her question and asked, why did you attack my puppet? This woman should be from the Zhu Yin Palace, but Yi Xian did not understand why she would suddenly attack him. Puppet? When the woman heard this, she had a few guesses in her heart, but she did not think too much about it and directly answered, you are a spy from the Burning Sun Palace. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Jianghu Palace and slaughter the city lord's mansion in Sky Ocean City? Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. His clone did not participate in the battle in Sky Ocean City. How did this woman know? It seems that someone spread our portraits. Although my clone is wearing the robes of the Jianghu Palace, it is not credible in the eyes of the other party. Yi Xian immediately understood, but he did not say much and directly attacked. Whoosh! 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 3 flying swords attacked the woman. 3. The woman was shocked again and hurriedly used her 2 flying swords to block them. When the flying swords attacked, Yi Xian also used the burning eye on her. However, there was a difference of 2 realms between him and this middle-aged woman. Moreover, she was from the Jianghu Palace and had a higher spiritual resistance, so the burning eye was not very useful. Yi Xian's expression was serious. This woman was at least 3 times stronger than Li Teng. However, Yi Xian was not worried because he was now working with his clone. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 flying swords flew out. Yi Xian's original body and clone each controlled 3 flying swords. Together with the original body and clone, it was equivalent to 8 attacks. What? 6 flying swords. The woman was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Even the elites of the Jianghu Palace could only control 2 flying swords at most. Only a few elders could control 3 flying swords. However, at this moment, the 2 people she saw could actually control 3 flying swords. They were simply monsters. However, she did not have the time to care so much because there were attacks coming from all directions at every moment. Flowing Shadow Sword. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian's original body and clone had the same attributes. The Flowing Shadow Sword that had been upgraded to 100%, and together with the 75% sword intent, it was enough to injure this supreme grade woman. The most powerful aspect of the Jianghu Palace was actually not illusions, nor was it spiritual attacks, nor was it controlling flying swords. Instead, it was easy to control flying swords and infuse the flying swords with sword intent. Even an outer sect disciple could control a flying sword. If the disciples of the Jianghu Palace were to join forces in a group battle, their battle strength would definitely be much stronger than that of the Burning Sun Palace. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, was the nemesis of the Jianghu Palace. Poof! 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 Amidst a few muffled sounds, the woman's true energy threads were directly cut by Yi Xian. In an instant, the woman could no longer control her 2 flying swords. "Ha, you're in trouble." Yi Xian laughed loudly and continued to attack. 2 people and 6 flying swords. Even if the woman was an 8th Tribulation Supreme, she could not cope with them. In the blink of an eye, the woman fell into a disadvantageous position and was beaten back by Yi Xian. Damn it, where did this brat come from? The woman cursed angrily in her heart. Her strength was considered decent among those of the same level. It would not be a problem for her to deal with 5 peak Supreme Grade 7s. However, Yi Xian was only a mid-stage Supreme Grade 7s. Including his original body and clone, there were only 2 of them. Yet, she could not fight back at all and could even accurately cut her true energy threads. He was the nemesis of the Jianghu Palace. Brat, take this. Chapter 903. The Yin Palace's illusory techniques and mental attacks were usually launched with the eyes. Yi Xian, who was well aware of this, closed his eyes before the woman used her illusory techniques or mental attacks. The woman snorted. The tables were about to turn. But in the next moment, she realized that she was too naive. Yi Xian could still continue fighting with his eyes closed. It was no different from when he had his eyes open. She would never have thought that Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, could still continue fighting even if he was blind. Moreover, the original body and the doppelganger shared their vision. Simply put, the woman was still at a disadvantage. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds of their battle continued to spread. After the woman's 2 flying swords were cut by Yi Xian, she did not even have the time to retrieve new flying swords. Injuries began to appear on her body. Attacks came from all directions. Even a mid-stage Supreme Being expert had to be cautious. It was not easy for her to hold on until now. As time passed, Yi Xian's advantage grew. At this moment, the woman suddenly revealed a fatal flaw. Swish! A cold light flashed. One of the flying swords controlled by Yi Xian directly cut off her wrist. You're finished. Yi Xian widened his eyes. He quickly rushed over and took her interspatial ring. Although there were not many good things in it, it could more or less increase Yi Xian's cultivation. This is... After obtaining the interspatial ring, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. He saw a more precious heavenly treasure. At the same time, it was also something that he had been searching for. Nirvana grass. This was a necessary item to activate the Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian immediately used this Nirvana grass to activate the Eye of Nirvana. Ding! The Eye of Nirvana has been successfully activated. The Eye of Insight, the Eye of Illusion, the Eye of Control, the Burning Eye, and the Eye of the Void. After these sky eyes, Yi Xian finally activated another sky eye. The Eye of Nirvana was a purely offensive technique. I'll start with you. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Nirvana. 2 rays of silver light shot out from his eyes. After the 2 rays of silver light shot out, they converged into a slender silver slash. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the silver slash cut through the woman's neck. The woman's eyes widened. This move was so fast that even she couldn't react in time. The pain that came from her neck made her realize that there was nothing she could do. A thin red line slowly appeared on her fair neck. Soon after, her head fell to the ground. Yi Xian was shocked. The offensive power of this Eye of Nirvana was truly explosive. After all, the opponent was an 8th Tribulation Supreme. His 75% sword intent could indeed injure an 8th Tribulation Supreme Being's golden body of supremacy, but the speed of the Eye of Nirvana was too fast. It killed his opponent in the blink of an eye. His attack power is really strong. However, the consumption of his eye power is a little too high. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The one who used the Eye of Nirvana was his original body, but after using it, his original body's vision was a little blurry. This was the after effect of using too much eye power. However, all in all, Yi Xian had another trump card, an extremely powerful one. The woman's head fell to the ground, and she died quickly. Yi Xian hurriedly put away her body, then flew into the air. When Yi Xian returned to the place where he fought with Li Teng, the latter had disappeared without a trace. This was also within Yi Xian's expectations. After all, Li Teng couldn't defeat him, so why would he stay and wait for him to return? Then, Yi Xian began to check the woman's interspatial ring. The woman was an inner disciple of Zhu Yin Palace. There were many good things in her interspatial ring, but what surprised Yi Xian were some portraits. How is this possible? There are portraits of everyone in this random experiential learning mission. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were dozens of portraits in the interspatial ring. There were portraits of Wang Gang, Wang Qingping, Lu Taining, and even Luo Luo. A spy from Zhu Yin Palace. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. It seemed that the portraits had been leaked before they left the Hall of Burning Sunday. Wait, Li Ting doesn't seem to be among these portraits. Yi Xian searched carefully and found that 3 portraits were missing. Li Teng was one of them. Perhaps Li Teng was a spy from Zhu Yin Palace, and so were the other 2. As expected, spies were everywhere. He could use his doppelganger to go to Zhu Yin Palace, but Zhu Yin Palace could also send others to be spies in the Hall of Burning Sunday. The 2 factions were playing a secret game. Oh no, Luo Luo. At this time, Yi Xian remembered an important problem. Luo Luo was also selected for the random experiential learning mission, and was currently doing the mission in Zhu Yin Palace's territory. Fortunately, he could talk to Luo Luo through the air. Luo Luo, what are the names of the other 4 people in your team? Yi Xian asked. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Luo answered in surprise, and then reported the names of the other 4 to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian heard one of the names, his expression changed. Luo Luo, that Yang Long is a spy from Ju Yin Palace, you have to be careful. Yi Xian quickly reminded her, and then asked, where are you now? No way. After Yang Long completed the mission, he went back to the Hall of Burning Sun by himself. Luo Luo replied. He went back? But you still have to be careful. Our portraits have been sent to Ju Yin Palace. As long as we are seen, they will attack us without hesitation. Yi Xian reminded her again. Oh, then I will be careful. I am in Blood Flame City now. Also, I heard a piece of news. Luo Luo suddenly said with a smile, and her tone sounded very proud. It seemed that there was something important. What is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. I heard that a secret territory appeared near Blood Flame City, and it was said to belong to the 10,000 Swords Manor of the Royal Sacred Dynasty several hundred years ago. This 10,000 Swords Manor was no weaker than the Hall of Burning Sun and Ju Yin Palace at that time. However, the most important thing is that there is a sword-shaped stone in the 10,000 Swords Manor. Luo Luo explained. 10,000 Swords Manor? What is that sword-shaped stone? Yi Xian asked again. Luo Luo explained, comprehending from those scryer recordings is too slow. The speed of comprehending this stone is at least 10 times, or even 20 times. This stone is a treasure of the 10,000 Swords Manor, 10 times, 20 times? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 904. Even if he didn't fight, it wouldn't take long for him to fully comprehend the sword essence by comprehending the sword-shaped stone. As a 7th Supreme with full mastery of sword essence, even a 9th Tribulation Supremacy would be wary of his attacks. Good stuff. Yi Xian revealed a greedy look after hearing that and said, Bloody Flame City? I'll go there now. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Luo Luo replied. After finding out about the sword-shaped stone, Yi Xian rushed to Blood Flame City at full speed. In just half a day, he arrived at Blood Flame City. Then, he found Luo Luo. With the help of the 5 sovereign golden cores, Luo Luo had successfully passed the tribulation. Not only that, but she had also broken through to the middle stage of the 7th Supreme. Her cultivation speed was no slower than Yi Xian's. At the same time, in an inn in Bloody Flame City. Luo Luo, what's the situation now? Yi Xian asked. It's been a few days since the news about the secret realm. I'm afraid that the surrounding forces have already gone there. Not only that, but Ju Yin Palace might have also learned about it. So, if you want to go there, you'd better hurry. Luo Luo replied. They're already there? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and chuckled, what about the city lord of Bloody Flame City? He's also there, Luo Luo answered subconsciously. In the next moment, she understood what Yi Xian wanted to do. Since that's the case, let's loot this Bloody Flame City first. Yi Xian revealed a wretched expression. Bloody Flame City and Sky Ocean City were both in the territory of Ju Yin Palace. The strength of the 2 cities was similar, and the city lords were both 8th Tribulation Supremacies. Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Control, and Luo Luo, who could use charm, were the perfect partners. The 2 of them began to wander around Bloody Flame City and looted the entire city. Not only that, but they also looted the city lord's mansion. Although they didn't reach the peak of the 7th Supreme, they still gained a lot. As long as the secret realm was successful, they could at least reach the peak of the 7th Supreme. Hee, young master, our cooperation is flawless. We'll become rich in the future. Luo 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 smiled evilly. At the same time, the 2 of them left Bloody Flame City and headed for the secret realm. Even 100 cities wouldn't be able to exchange for the value of that sword-shaped stone. Yi Xian said. I know. The other forces have all gone. That absolute Yin Palace might have also received the news. We have to hurry over, or else the items will be taken away by others. That secret realm was 1 day's distance away from Bloody Flame City. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were extremely fast. They met quite a few people who wanted to explore the secret realm. After refining the charm fusion crystal, Luo Luo's charm ability was greatly improved. Even a peak 7th Supreme was no problem for her. As for an early 8th Supreme, she could control them as long as they had weak willpower. Soon, they found the secret realm. It was no wonder that no one had discovered the secret realm until now. It was in a cave in the deep sea. When Yi Xian and Luo Luo entered the secret realm, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. Originally, there was no light in the deep sea cave, but after entering the secret realm, there was a sun. This secret realm should be in a corner of the world. The entrance of the secret realm is a portal that leads to that place, Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed so because he couldn't break the void and teleport to the location before he entered the secret realm. Therefore, he thought that the secret realm was equivalent to a portal that sent him and Luo Luo to a corner of the world. This corner could be on the Blood Cliff continent, or it could not be. Yi Xian didn't intend to think about this question for the time being. At this moment, he and Luo Luo had already entered the secret realm. Myriad Sword Manor, one of the top forces of the Royal Sacred Dynasty, disappeared for unknown reasons. However, Myriad Sword Manor is very dangerous. Young master, we have to be careful. Luo Luo reminded beside him. Okay. Yi Xian nodded, then used his eye of revelation to scan the area. They landed at the foot of a mountain. As soon as they entered, they saw 2 puppets holding swords. So these are the sword-shaped puppets of Myriad Sword Manor, Yi Xian murmured. Sword-shaped puppets were extremely powerful weapons. The people of Myriad Sword Manor could control these puppets to fight. Although the sovereign golden body could only be destroyed with sword intent, the sword-shaped puppets were sealed with sword intent by the experts of Myriad Sword Manor. That was why their fighting strength was so strong. These 2 sword-shaped puppets have been destroyed, Luo Luo couldn't help but say when she saw the 2 sword-shaped puppets on the ground. Yes, there are many bloodstains on the ground. It seems that those people suffered heavy injuries as soon as they entered. Yi Xian nodded. These 2 sword-shaped puppets were guarding the mountain gate. Although they were strong, the appearance of the secret realm had caused a huge commotion. Many experts of Absolute Een Palace had come, and there might even be a 9th tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian and Luo Luo started to climb the mountain. They couldn't fly in this secret realm, so they had to walk. They followed the path and found many sword-shaped puppets that had been dismantled. However, because these puppets were damaged, Yi Xian didn't know how strong they were. Young master, there's a pavilion over there. Luo Luo suddenly pointed in a direction. Yi Xian had already seen it. After nodding silently, he quickly brought Luo Luo over. Forging Pavilion. When the 2 arrived at the bottom of the pavilion, they saw a huge signboard at the entrance. With the eye of revelation and eye of perception, Yi Xian knew that there was no one in the forging pavilion. Let's go up and take a look. Yi Xian said. Myriad Sword Manor's forging ability was also very strong in the past. They had almost monopolized all the weapons in the Royal Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, there might be forging materials in this forging pavilion. Yi Xian and Luo Luo went up to the 7th floor of the forging pavilion. There were also sword-shaped puppets in this forging pavilion, but they had been cleaned up by others. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, Yi Xian searched very carefully. With the eye of revelation, he could see through almost everything in the forging pavilion. He could even see the residue on the forging table. Chapter 905. However, when Yi Xian ascended to the 7th floor, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Luo asked curiously. Yi Xian did not answer. Instead, he walked straight to a wall in a room on the 7th floor. With the eye of revelation, he could see that there was an interspatial ring hidden behind the wall. Is this a mechanism? He walked to the corner of the wall and suddenly knocked on it twice. Kacha. With a crisp sound, the walls suddenly opened up. Luo Luo was very surprised. She did not expect there to be such a hidden place on the 7th floor of the forging pavilion. If Yi Xian did not have the eye of revelation, he would not have been able to find this hidden room. Something that could be hidden here must be very valuable. Yi Xian quickly walked over, picked up the interspatial ring, and quickly checked its contents. Unfortunately, it did not contain any worldly treasures or precious forging materials. Instead, it contained some forging blueprints and a small sword. There were many forging blueprints. There were more than 100 types of swords. Adding all the other types of weapons together, there were more than 1,000 blueprints. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there were 3 forging blueprints for Supreme Being spiritual treasures. Supreme Being spiritual treasures? Yi Xian subconsciously cried out in surprise. When Luo Luo heard this, she was also shocked. Young master, there are Supreme Being spiritual treasures in this interspatial ring? They were not unfamiliar with Supreme Being spiritual treasures. Supreme Being experts use Supreme Being divine weapons. Above the Supreme Being realm was the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm. The 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm were divided into human body realm, vital energy realm, and spirit realm. Their corresponding realms were rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 Supreme Being spiritual treasures. However, there were actually 3 forging blueprints for Supreme Being spiritual treasures in this interspatial ring. However, this was not the most valuable thing. Yi Xian took out the small sword from the interspatial ring. The small sword was silver in color and had exquisite workmanship. However, it was not a finished product. This small sword is the embryo of a supreme spiritual treasure. It hasn't been completed yet. Yi Xian murmured. Among the 3 supreme spiritual treasure forging blueprints, there was a blueprint called the Shadowless Sword. This shadowless sword was extremely thin, and when swung, it would become transparent, making it very difficult to defend against. Ding! Shadowless sword forging blueprint copied successfully. Yi Xian immediately copied all the blueprints into the devouring system. Unfortunately, the shadowless sword was only a sword embryo, and a large amount of forging materials were required to complete it. This 10,000 swords manor hasn't been built yet. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the required forging materials. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although this shadowless sword was only a sword embryo, it was countless times better than the supreme divine weapon he was currently using. Therefore, Yi Xian was prepared to use this shadowless sword. Young master, what did you get? Luo Luo blinked her big bright eyes and stared at the interspatial ring in Yi Xian's hand. Some forging blueprints. Among them, there are 3 supreme spiritual treasure forging blueprints, the shadowless sword, the everlasting regret saber, and the fallen star whip. This small sword is only a sword embryo, Yi Xian explained. After hearing the word supreme spiritual treasure, Luolua's eyes lit up. She said, young master, if you get the materials in the future, remember to help me forge it. You want the fallen star whip, right? Sure, if I get the materials, I'll help you forge it. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Thank you, young master. Luo Luo giggled, as if saying, you know me the best. This time, they were really lucky. The previous group of people did not manage to find this mechanism, so the sword embryo of the supreme spiritual treasure fell into Yi Xian's hands. They immediately left the forging pavilion and walked up the mountain path. Yi Xian walked up the mountain path. Along the way, he saw many dismantled sword-shaped puppets. It seemed that coming in late wasn't a bad thing. The second place that Yi Xian and Luo Luo arrived at was called the Sword Cleansing Pool, a place that could be used to upgrade a supreme divine armament. However, this was completely useless to humans, so Yi Xian only used his eye of insight to scan it for a moment before continuing on his way. Then, they arrived at the place where the people of the 10,000 Swords Villa lived. Young master, I feel that there's something good here, Luo Luo said intuitively, looking around. That's not necessarily true. Yi Xian smiled. The villa master of the 10,000 Swords Villa lived here. However, before the two of them, many people had arrived, so the good stuff must have been taken away. At this moment. Rumble. A loud sound entered Yi Xian and Luoluo's ears. Someone is fighting. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and found more than 10 figures. Young master, should we go? Luoluo asked. Let's go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded. The people in front of them were probably not strong. After clearing hundreds of sword-shaped puppets, they were more or less injured and their battle strength decreased. Yi Xian wanted to go over and see if he could get some benefits. After all, some people might have already obtained something good, or they might be fighting over some treasure. Yi Xian and Luoluo immediately rushed over. When they arrived, they found a few people wearing the Burning Sun Hall's disciple robes fighting with another group of people. Burning Sun Hall? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet his own people here. The Burning Sun Hall's disciples were made up of 2 men and 1 woman. The young man leading them was very powerful. He blocked 3 mid-stage supreme beings by himself, while the other 2 were not weak either. They had reached the early stage supreme being realm. Mid-stage supreme being realm, they are already core disciples. With this strength, they can at least be ranked in the top 20. Yi Xian was speechless. The Burning Sun Hall was divided into outer and inner disciples. Core disciples were the disciples of the elders. Obviously, these 3 were all core disciples. When the young man leading them saw Yi Xian and Luoluo, his expression changed drastically. They couldn't hold on against more than 10 people. Now that there were 2 more, they had to run. Young master, should we help? Luoluo turned to look at Yi Xian. We are Elder Han's disciples. Seeing that one of us is in trouble, we should help. Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, he and Luoluo charged out. Although he had already obtained the sword embryo of the Shadowless Sword, he didn't want to use it just to be safe. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Yi Xian and Luoluo joined the battle. After seeing their actions, the 3 Burning Sun Hall's disciples were surprised. They suspected that Yi Xian and Luoluo were also disciples of the Burning Sun Hall. Chapter 906. The experts were all held back, so Yi Xian and Luoluo's target was the 7th Supreme Being and 7th Supreme Being Peak Supreme Being. These people were all wearing the same uniform. It was unknown which big city they were from, but they actually had 3 8th Supreme Being experts. However, since Yi Xian had interfered, he naturally wasn't afraid of the power behind them. After all, Yi Xian didn't even care about Zhu Yin Palace. Flowing Shadow Sword. Yi Xian attacked those people crazily. At this time, he left his clone at the entrance of the secret realm and didn't follow him. If he encountered danger in the secret realm, his clone could break through the void to rescue him. Of course, his original body could directly break through the void and return to the entrance of the secret realm, then leave. After all, he could have 3 positions in the void. Shadowless Sword and Eye of the Void were his trump cards, so he wouldn't reveal them for the time being. However, even so, his battle strength was outstanding. No one below the 8th Tribulation Supreme Being level could take a hit from him. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle were very loud, but with the addition of Yi Xian and Luoluo, the number of people from the more than 10 families quickly decreased. Bastard, how dare you take advantage of the situation? The 8th Tribulation Supreme Being roared angrily and rushed toward Yi Xian. Want to leave? Stay. A black-clothed youth from Burning Sun Palace shouted angrily and stopped the other party. Soon, Yi Xian and Luoluo finished off all the people below the 8th Tribulation Supreme Being level. At this time, excluding him and Luoluo, the family had 3 8th Supreme Being level experts and 5 8th Supreme Being level experts. In terms of numbers, Burning Sun Palace didn't have an advantage, but they were all elites. The leading youth had no problem facing 3 experts of the same level. In addition, the black-clothed youth and the white-clothed girl also joined forces and held back 5 8th Supreme Being level experts. Their strength was very strong. Luo Luo, join forces and kill that gray-clothed elder. At this time, Yi Xian's gaze suddenly locked onto an 8th supreme being gray-clothed elder. Yes, young master. Luo Luo responded, then turned into a flash of lightning and swept toward the gray-clothed elder. Flowing shadow sword. Demon fox flash. Under the combined efforts of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the gray-clothed old man was instantly killed. Of course, Yi Xian was only holding him back. The one who killed the gray-clothed old man was actually Luo Luo's ultimate move. This girl, she's using her skills again. Yi Xian was helpless. This demon fox flash was one of Luo Luo's trump cards. It could only be used once a day. It was such a waste to use it here. Young master, don't worry. Now, the demon fox flash can be used 3 times a day. Luo Luo seemed to understand Yi Xian's thoughts and hurriedly said. Is that so? Was, Luo Luo Luo. Able used Luo Luo Luo. Oh was. Now, Luo was. Was, Luo was. Was, now, Luo Luo was left. Yi Xian quickly put away the gray-clothed elder's universe ring. Unfortunately, the gray-clothed elder didn't have many things in his universe ring. Luo Luo, don't use demon fox flash anymore. Yi Xian reminded her. Got it. Luo Luo said in a very perfunctory tone. However, she would still listen to Yi Xian. The leader of the Burning Sun Palace didn't feel any pressure, so Yi Xian didn't feel the need to end the battle so quickly. It was better to keep their trump cards. The leader stopped the 3 8th supreme beings. The black-clothed man, the white-clothed woman, and Yi Xian were in charge of killing the other 4 8th supreme beings. Originally, the black-clothed man and white-clothed woman felt some pressure. However, with the death of the gray-clothed elder and the addition of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the pressure was gone. The 4 of them fought 4 8th supreme beings together. They didn't say anything and just silently fought with their enemies. Yi Xian's opponent was a middle-aged man with a square face. He was burly and looked very powerful. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Yi Xian. Eye of Illusion. Burning Eye. Yi Xian weakened his opponent's spiritual power while attacking him. This middle-aged man's strength was slightly weaker than the woman he'd met that day that heavily injured his clone. Moreover, Yi Xian's cultivation had increased by quite a bit after looting Blood Flame's city, so he didn't need to use 2 weapons to assist in his attack. Go! At this moment, a mid-stage 8th supreme being suddenly shouted. Then, everyone moved in his direction. You want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't have the habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain, so he chased after them. However, the leader of the Burning Sun Palace shouted, Friend, don't chase after them. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks when he heard this, but didn't continue to chase. There were still 3 mid-stage 8th supreme beings and 4 early-stage 8th supreme beings left. They weren't people he could deal with now. Since the leader didn't chase after them, he and Luo Luo would be courting death if they did. After the group ran far away, the 3 youths cupped their fists at Yi Xian. I'm Wen Kong, a disciple of the Burning Sun Palace. Thank you for your help, the leader said. Although Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only mid-stage 7th supreme beings, their strength was impressive. They even killed an early-stage 8th supreme being gray-clothed elder, so they were worthy of their attention. So it's senior brother Wen. Yi Xian grinned and hurriedly cupped his fists. He remembered that the disciple who was ranked 10th in the inner sect was called Wen Kong. Oh. So it's junior brother. Wen Kong was a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid. He continued to ask, Junior brother, you don't look familiar. May I know which elder you're under? I'm Yi Xian, we're all under Elder Han Ming. We just entered the inner sect not long ago. Yi Xian replied. Elder Han Ming? Wen Kong frowned. Elder Han Ming's strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the elders. Although he was only at the peak of 8th supreme being, he was already very powerful. The 3 of them had been training outside and didn't return to the Burning Sun Palace, so it was normal that they didn't know. Junior brother Yi, it's not that we're suspicious, but please show us your identity. The black-clothed youth said. No problem. Yi Xian directly took out his identity token, and Luo Luo also took it out. Every disciple of the Burning Sun Palace only had one token. If they lost it, they would have to spend a large amount of money to get another one. After checking Yi Xian and Luo Luo's identity tokens, the black-clothed youth nodded silently. However, they didn't completely believe Yi Xian, because they couldn't prove that Yi Xian was really called Yi Xian. Moreover, there were also disciples from the Yin Palace who had infiltrated the Burning Sun Palace. However, Wen Kong was a mid-stage 8th supreme being. If Yi Xian and Luo Luo had any strange changes, they would definitely not be able to escape death. Junior brother Yi, junior sister Luo Luo, I'm sorry. The black-clothed youth said. Chapter 907. It's fine. Yi Xian smiled and said, I didn't expect to meet you in the 10,000 Swords Villa either. At this moment, Luo Luo suddenly smiled and asked, Senior brother Wen, did you find anything here? No, we've encountered many sword puppets since we entered, but I did get a map of the 10,000 Swords Villa. Wen Kong shook his head and took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also understood that Wen Kong and the other two didn't believe them. Even if they found something, Wen Kong would say no. After receiving the map, Yi Xian quickly copied it into the devouring system. In the 10,000 Swords Villa, other than the forging pavilion, the sword purification pool, and the residential area, there was also a place called the Sword Tomb. Are all the good things in the 10,000 Swords Villa in the Sword Tomb? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. That's right, I think so too. Wen Kong nodded and said, Junior brother Yi, junior sister Luo Luo, the people from Jianghu Yin Palace might have entered the 10,000 Swords Villa. It's very dangerous for you to wander outside. Why don't you join us? We can take care of each other. Just now, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had helped them a lot, so this favor had to be returned. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other, then the former nodded and said, Okay, then we'll have to trouble you, senior brother Wen. You two are Elder Han Ming's new disciples, and your aptitudes are so good. If you encounter the people from Jianghu Yin Palace, then the Burning Sun Hall will suffer a great loss, Wen Kong said. The man in black and the woman in white didn't object and nodded. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luo Luo joined Wen Kang's team to explore the 10,000 Swords Villa. After obtaining the map, they went straight to the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb, as the name suggested, should be the place where the experts of the 10,000 Swords Villa died and were buried. However, when Yi Xian and the others arrived at the Sword Tomb, they found that wasn't the case. The Sword Tomb, which was full of broken swords, turned out to be a sword tomb. At the same time, there was a strange formation around the Sword Tomb. Young master, look over there. Luo Luo suddenly pointed at a place. Yi Xian, Wen Kong, and the others followed her finger and saw a long sword flying through the air. Someone's there? The woman in white said subconsciously. No, that's a broken sword. No one would use a broken sword. The sharp-eyed Wen Kong shook his head and said, This sword tomb should be a defective product forged by the 10,000 Swords Villa. It said that the flying sword technique of Absolute Yin Palace came from the 10,000 Sword Villa. The fact that this broken sword is flying in the air doesn't necessarily mean that it's being controlled by someone. It could also be a sword formation, said the black-clothed man. A sword array was a type of array formation. The 8 desolate wind-killing array that Yi Xian had once used could also be considered a sword array. However, what surprised Wen Kong and the others was that Luo Luo actually called Yi Xian young master. However, they didn't think too much about it. After all, a fox girl like Luo Luo was often sold as a slave. Luo Luo should have been bought by Yi Xian and joined the Hall of Burning Sun together. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation and said, There are quite a few broken swords flying in the air. If we step into this sword formation, I'm afraid we'll be attacked by them. That's right. However, since we're already here, we naturally have to go in and take a look. There should be quite a few people before us. We can't let them get the treasures first. Wen Kong nodded. Immediately, the 5 of them stepped into the sword tomb. The sword tomb was rather dark, so they had no choice but to use their sword rays to open a path. However, Yi Xian, who had the eye of revelation and the eye of perception, didn't need to. Senior brother Wen, there are 2 broken swords coming from your left. The 5 of them had just stepped into the sword tomb when Yi Xian warned them. Wen Kong and the others were a little surprised because they didn't hear anything. However, they soon believed that there really were 3 broken swords coming from the left. Whoosh! 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 Wen Kong quickly slashed 3 times with his sword and knocked down the 3 broken swords. However, the 3 broken swords continued to fly over after being knocked away for a while. They know how to follow us. This is troublesome. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He only saw a strange energy enveloping the 3 broken swords. The sound of the 3 broken swords piercing through the air was very soft. In addition to the darkness of the sword tomb, ordinary people would have a hard time discovering them. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Xian. Although these 3 broken swords are annoying, their attack power isn't high. I'll just keep an eye on them. The man in black said. All right. Wen Kong nodded. This team of 5 was led by him. The woman in white was on the right, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were on the left, and the man in black was at the back. After advancing for a while, 2 more broken swords attacked them. However, at this time, the 3 broken swords chasing behind them suddenly turned around. I see. The broken swords also have a range. As long as we leave that range, the broken swords will fly back on their own, Wen Kong said. Yi Xian and the others also realized this. Since that was the case, it was simple. The 3 broken swords shrunk to 2. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that this wasn't so simple. The difficulty didn't decrease because the number of broken swords decreased. Instead, it increased. In this sword formation, the deeper we go, the faster the speed of the broken swords, and the stronger the attack power. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He guessed that the others had also realized this. They could still handle the current situation. However, in the next moment, they heard a clear sound. Oh no, it's the sword-shaped puppets. Stop. Wen Kong, who was running in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yi Xian and the others also stopped when they heard this. Yi Xian scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. He didn't find anything around them. This sound was coming from very far away. Rumble. As expected, someone was fighting the sword-shaped puppets ahead. Senior brother Wen, should we go over? The man in black asked. Let's go and take a look. Wen Kong nodded. They had seen how powerful the sword-shaped puppets were. The weakest of the sword-shaped puppets was at the early stage of the Supreme Being realm. Moreover, their defensive power was amazing. If Wen Kong wasn't at the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm, they wouldn't have been able to make it this far. However, since someone was fighting the sword-shaped puppets, they could go and take a look. If it was the people from Jianghu Palace, then they could take advantage of the situation. When they got closer, they realized that it wasn't the people from Jianghu Palace, but the group from before. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Wen Kong snorted. Humph, they attacked us just now. This is a good chance for revenge. The man in black responded. At this moment, the 7 warriors were fighting the 2 sword-shaped puppets. Chapter 908. Let's go. Wen Kong let out a low roar and led the charge. At this moment, the 7 of them were fighting the 2 Peak 8 supreme sword-shaped puppets. It was a good opportunity for them to make a move. Luo Luo, let's go too. After Yi Xian said that to Luo Luo, he directly charged over. This time, he didn't intend to hold back and directly threw out 3 flying swords. Among Wen Kang's trio, the lady in white also knew how to control 2 flying swords. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have taken them out. With the support of 3 flying swords, Yi Xian's battle prowess at least doubled. It was more than enough to deal with an early 8th Supreme. Of course, the Eye of the Void was not used for the time being. This was Yi Xian's trump card. If he used it, the other party would be on guard in the future. In an instant, Wen Kang's group of 5 quickly entered the battle. "Damn it, it's you guys!" the middle-aged man in the lead shouted. These 2 peak 8th Supreme sword-shaped puppets were already enough to deal with. Now that Wen Kang's group of 5 had charged in, this was going to be troublesome. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of explosions, one of them suddenly fell to the ground and his head was thrown into the air. The one who killed him wasn't Wen Kang's trio, nor was it Yi Xian. It was actually Luo Luo. Hee, even if I don't use the Demon Fox Flash, I'm still very strong. Luo Luo giggled and twisted her waist. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He had to work harder, otherwise he would be left behind by Luo Luo again. If that happened, he would be in for a tragedy. Originally, the other party had 4 early 8th Supreme. Now that one of them had died, there were only 3 left. Just now, they had escaped. This time, Yi Xian wouldn't let them leave so easily. Bang! Under Yi Xian's all-out attack, an early 8th Supreme was pierced through by a flying sword. Immediately after, Yi Xian slashed with his sword and directly cut off his opponent's head. At the same time, the white-clothed woman and the black-clothed man each killed one of them. Now, only the 3 mid-stage Supreme Being experts were left. 2 of them were being held back by the 2 sword-shaped puppets, while the third was fighting Wen Kang. Previously, Wen Kang was already able to fight 1 against 3. Now that it was 1-on-1, he was able to defeat his opponent in the blink of an eye and kill his opponent in less than 10 rounds. At this moment, there were only 2 enemies left. Go! The 2 of them looked at each other, then turned around and fled. Chase! Wen Kang would not let go of this opportunity to beat a dog while it was down. Unfortunately, the 2 sword-shaped puppets suddenly turned around and attacked him. Damn it! Wen Kang cursed angrily. It seemed that he was going to fail again. However, at this moment, 2 flashes of light suddenly flashed past. Demon Fox Flash. Eye of Nirvana. 2 cold rays of light flashed past. The 2 mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists who were running away seemed to have sensed something. When they turned their heads to look, their eyes widened. These 2 attacks were Yi Xian's and Luolua's trump cards. In order to achieve a breakthrough, Yi Xian was going all out. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The 2 mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists who were running away at full speed had their heads chopped off one after another. Hee, 2 universe rings are in my hands. Luo giggled. She kept the universe rings on the 2 corpses, then quickly returned. Out of the 7 people, Wen Kang, the black-clothed man, and the white-clothed woman each killed 1 opponent. However, Yi Xian and Luo each killed 2 opponents, and 2 of them were mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists. One must know that Yi Xian and Luo were only mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists. This was an entire realm above them. Where did these 2 people come from? When Wen Kang and the other 2 saw this scene, they could not help but shudder. If Yi Xian and Luo had used these 2 attacks to attack them, they were afraid that, gulp. The 3 of them swallowed their saliva. However, they believed that Yi Xian and Luo were from the Burning Sun Hall. After all, if they had attacked them, apart from Wen Kang, the black-clothed man and white-clothed woman would have died. At this moment, Luo had already handed over all the universe rings to Yi Xian. Ding! The host has achieved a breakthrough. Currently, the host is at the peak of the 7th Supreme Martial Artist. After obtaining 4 universe rings, Yi Xian finally heard the system notification. This was also the reason why he had used the Eye of Nirvana. As long as he achieved a breakthrough, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even if the Eye of Nirvana was exposed, it would not matter. As for the remaining items, Yi Xian directly gave them to Luo. However, Luo Luo could not refine them here. Junior brother Yi, come over and deal with these two sword-shaped puppets. Wen Kong shouted at Yi Xian. When Yi Xian and Luo Luo were chasing after the two, Wen Kong and the other two were holding back the two puppets at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist level. They did not have many people, so it was a little difficult. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the pressure was reduced by a lot. I'll hold them back first. You guys go and destroy one of the sword-shaped puppets. Wen Kong shouted. Understood. Yi Xian and the other three nodded. The sword-shaped puppets were 2 meters tall and held large swords in their hands. Their attacks were very ferocious and were enough to seriously injure any mid-stage 8th Supreme Martial Artist. However, the Burning Sun Hall mainly cultivated the golden body of sovereigns and their physique, so they were much faster than the Yin Palace. Even the black-clothed man could dodge the attacks of the sword-shaped puppets. Boom! 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 Yi Xian and the other three's attacks all landed on the sword-shaped puppet. Unfortunately, his 70% sword intent was unable to break the armor of the sword-shaped puppet. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Luo Luo could do it. 80% claw intent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Hee, I just had a breakthrough. Luo Luo's voice directly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian became more and more interested in Luo Luo's bloodline. What kind of bloodline did Luo Luo have? What was that tuft of golden tail hair? Since Yi Xian's attacks could not hurt the sword-shaped puppet at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist, he acted as bait and attracted the attacks of the sword-shaped puppet, while Luo Luo and the other two were responsible for attacking. In less than 10 seconds, the sword-shaped puppet at the peak of the 8th Supreme Martial Artist was defeated by the 4 of them. Then, it was Wen Kang's turn. Wen Kang's strength was indeed not bad. When Yi Xian and the other 3 had interfered, his sword-shaped puppet was already full of wounds. With Wen Kang's strength, defeating this sword-shaped puppet alone was not a problem. Soon, both sword-shaped puppets were destroyed. When the second sword-shaped puppet fell, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Now, Wen Kong and the other 2 dared not underestimate Yi Xian and Luo Luo. I didn't expect junior brother Yi and junior sister Luo Luo to be so strong. Now, even if we encounter the Yin Palace's team, we won't have to be afraid. Wen Kong said. Chapter 909. Yi Xian and Luo Luo could only laugh dryly. Those 2 moves were their trump cards. If they didn't use them, they might not be as strong as Wen Kong. Of course, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 7th Supreme Being peak, his strength was above the other 2. He should be able to fight Wen Kong. Alright, let's continue on our way. After Wen Kong finished speaking, he continued to walk deeper into the sword tomb. They had already encountered a 8th Supreme Being peak sword-shaped puppet before reaching the depths. If they continued, would they encounter a 9th Supreme Being? However, since they were already here, it was impossible for them to go back the way they came. Sword-shaped stone. There might be a sword-shaped stone in this sword tomb. If they obtained it and successfully brought it back to the Burning Sun Palace, the Burning Sun Palace would definitely reward them handsomely. Yi Xian and the others continued on their way. Following that, they encountered many flying broken swords. However, compared to the sword-shaped puppets, these broken swords were much less dangerous. The sword tomb was very dark. Everyone used their sword energy to open a path. However, half an hour after they entered the sword tomb, a ray of light suddenly entered their eyes. There's a golden light in front. Wen Kong said in a low voice. Yi Xian immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the area. However, the golden light was too far away and he couldn't clearly see what the source of the light was. They quickened their pace. As they continued to go deeper, the surrounding environment began to change. The number of broken swords on the ground suddenly increased. Along the way, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had been collecting these broken swords. After all, they were considered forging materials. However, when they reached this place, they were shocked. The ground was filled with broken swords. This was a sea of swords. The countless broken swords made Yi Xian's eyes light up. However, Yi Xian's attention was attracted by the golden light in front of them. It was a huge golden sword that was at least 100 meters tall. This huge golden sword was inserted into the roof of a golden palace. Beside this golden palace, there were a few figures. "Be careful, don't go there." When Kong stopped and said, "There are experts from the Yin Palace there." At this time, they had not completely walked out of the shadow. Moreover, they were still far away, so the group beside the Golden Palace did not notice them. Yi Xian quickly scanned the area with his eye of revelation. There were more than 10 people outside the Golden Palace, and all of them had powerful auras. After all, those who could make it here were not weaklings. However, Yi Xian found a familiar figure in the crowd. Li Teng. Sure enough, Li Teng was a spy sent by the Yinju Palace. After he sent the portrait out, he returned to the Yinju Palace. The one with the folding fan in his hand is Ma Cheng, who is ranked 5th in the Ju Yin Palace. He is a peak 8th supreme martial artist. In addition, there are 3 mid-stage supreme martial artists around. They are very strong. When Kong narrowed his eyes and said softly, 8th supreme martial artist peak. This was the strength of the top disciples of Absolute Yin Palace and Burning Sun Hall. Although when Kong was strong, he still couldn't challenge Ma Cheng. After all, the other party was also an elite. "Senior brother Wen, what should we do?" The woman in white asked in a low voice. "Let's take a look first. That thing should be in the Golden Palace." However, the team from the Ju Yin Palace didn't seem to find a way to enter the palace. When Kong replied, Yi Xian continued to observe. However, his eye of revelation couldn't break into the palace. He also wanted that sword-shaped stone, but he only needed to record it. He didn't care who got the stone in the end. However, looking at the current situation, it would not be so easy to obtain the sword-shaped stone. The group from the Yinju Palace was his biggest obstacle. If I was an 8th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, I would be qualified to fight with those people. Unfortunately, I'm only at the peak of 7th Supreme Martial Artist. I haven't even reached the level of Tribulation Transcendence yet. Yi Xian was helpless. He was only one realm away, so he definitely couldn't fight Ma Cheng head-on. As for the other 3 mid-stage Supreme Martial Artists, Yi Xian didn't care about them at all. Rumble. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the front. Yi Xian and the other 4 people looked over and found that the golden sword suddenly fell down. What? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Why did the golden sword suddenly fall down? He observed for a moment and found that the group of people also looked flustered. Obviously, they didn't expect this result. The speed of the golden sword falling down was very slow. However, as it tilted, the roof of the palace began to crack. Soon after, countless golden swords flew out from inside. The golden light that filled the sky frightened Yi Xian and the other 4 people. After the golden swords flew out, they directly attacked the team from the Ju Yin Palace. Thousands of long swords dancing in the air scared the group of people out of their wits. Attack quickly. The white-clothed youth, Ma Cheng, who was holding a folding fan, immediately shouted. After seeing this scene, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out a long sword and started to attack crazily. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The storm of thousands of golden swords flew toward the team from the Ju Yin Palace. Not only that, hundreds of swords flew in all directions. There were even 200 to 300 swords that flew toward Yi Xian. We've been discovered. Let's go. Wen Kang's expression changed greatly. The golden swords were so strange and didn't look simple. Yi Xian and the other 4 people retreated and attacked at the same time. Fortunately, the golden swords weren't very strong. It was unknown whether it was because there were too many of them or because they were too far away. Each of Yi Xian's attacks could knock down several golden swords. In less than 5 seconds, the hundreds of golden swords all fell to the ground. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed over and picked up a golden sword. Luo Luo watched Yi Xian put away the golden swords and said curiously, "Wow, you can put them away." Yi Xian also didn't expect that the golden swords could be put away. Moreover, the quality of the golden swords was very good. They were all upper-grade sovereign divine weapons. If he could put away all of the nearly 2,000 golden swords, he might be able to pass the tribulation. "Junior brother Yi, let's go and take a look." At that moment, Wen Kong suddenly shouted. Then, he rushed toward the Golden Palace with the other two people. The storm of golden swords was mainly attracted by the team from the Jianghu Palace. Hundreds of golden swords left the team and flew in other directions. There were probably other people hiding in the surroundings. With the Jianghu Palace as bait, this was a good opportunity to enter the Golden Palace. However, when Wen Kong approached the Golden Palace, thousands of golden swords flew out from inside. Wen Kong was depressed. He didn't expect there to be so many golden swords inside. However, these golden swords couldn't stop him. "Senior brother Wen, we'll block them for you. You go in." Chapter 9-10. Although there were many golden swords, they would fall when they were hit by a heavy blow. They couldn't fly back up and hurt people, so they were easier to deal with. However, someone had already done so before Wen Kong. Ma Qing from the Yin Palace had cut through all obstacles and entered the Golden Palace. Not only that, but another figure also dashed out from the darkness and rushed in as well. Because this figure had rushed out from the opposite side of Yi Xian, even Yi Xian, who had the eye of revelation, couldn't see through the Golden Palace. Therefore, he didn't notice such an expert. Yi Xian didn't go in because he felt that he couldn't win against Ma Qing. Therefore, he and Luo Luo had been waiting outside to collect the golden swords. "Young master, I have another 100 here," Luo Luo threw her own interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the golden swords inside and threw the interspatial ring back. At this moment, there were more than 3,000 golden swords flying outside. If Yi Xian were to obtain all of them, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation to the level of tribulation. At that time, he would be able to obtain Ma Cheng's sword-shaped stone. Yi Xian was even more relieved to see that his two senior brothers and sisters weren't interested in the golden swords. They were only responsible for knocking down the golden swords. As for the golden swords that were knocked down, they were naturally collected by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Yi Xian's cultivation started to improve rapidly. It's too slow to collect the golden swords. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed and fell on the group of people in the distance. Instead of collecting the golden swords, it was better to kill people. Li Ting took the opportunity to escape because his clone was in danger. He didn't expect to appear here. Now, Yi Xian was going to kill him. "Young master, I'll go too," Luo Luo suddenly shouted. "Together, kill without mercy," Yi Xian said. "Okay." At this moment, Yi Xian and Luo Luo charged over. Although there were 3 mid-stage supreme martial artist experts in that group of people, the rest were nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Li Ting, who was mixed in the crowd, also noticed Yi Xian. His body trembled as he said in shock, "Why is this kid here?" That day, he had been beaten up by Yi Xian to the point where he couldn't even fight back. He still remembered this grudge in his heart. "Senior brothers and sisters, that brat is the new super genius of the Burning Sun Hall, please kill him," Li Ting immediately shouted. "Leave the Burning Sun Hall to me." Hearing this, an expert from the Absolute Yin Palace at the early stage of the sovereign level shouted loudly before charging towards Yi Xian. The elites of the Absolute Yin Palace could basically control 2 flying swords. Furthermore, they were proficient in illusions and mental attacks. Their strength was not weak. Yi Xian was still closing in, but he already felt a piercing pain in his head. This was the other party using a mental attack. "You can, and so can I." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he used the burning eye and the eye of illusion. He was only 1 level away from the other party. In addition, his heavenly eye bloodline had advanced twice. Even if the other party had mental resistance, his battle strength would be reduced by 10 to 20%. Swish! Swish! 2 flying swords attacked Yi Xian. At this moment, Eye of Nirvana. A silver light suddenly appeared and directly crossed the distance of 10,000 meters, instantly cutting off the other party's head. Not only that, the Eye of Nirvana also passed by him and directly killed the enemy team. Swish. 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian's Eye of Nirvana directly killed close to 10 people. However, Li Teng was barely hanging on by a thread. Hit him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered again. This time, he used the Eye of Control, and the target was Li Teng. At this moment, Li Teng was at the same level as Yi Xian and was instantly controlled. Immediately, he attacked a middle-stage supreme martial artist from Jianghu Palace. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of winds suddenly appeared. Before the woman from Jianghu Palace could react, she was struck by Li Teng's sword that contained 75% sword intent and flew out. What? The other 2 people were shocked. As a spy from Jianghu Palace in Burning Sun Hall, why would Li Teng suddenly attack his own people? Could it be that he was a double agent? Immediately, another senior sister from Jianghu Palace directly attacked Li Teng. Swish. Li Teng's head was directly cut off, and he died instantly. He probably would never have thought that he would die in the hands of his own people. At this moment, there were only 3 middle-stage supreme martial artists from Jianghu Palace left in this group, and one of them was injured. Young master, it's my turn. Luo Luo suddenly turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the injured woman from Jianghu Palace. Even Yi Xian couldn't react to this speed. Demon Fox Flash. Swish. The woman from Jianghu Palace who was injured by Li Teng couldn't react in time and was directly cut in half by Luo Luo's flash. However, she didn't die immediately. Soul-splitting claw. Luo Luo hurriedly added another claw and scratched the woman's throat. Blood immediately spurted out. You little bitch, go to hell. The other woman was furious and attacked Luo Luo. Bam! This attack that contained 80% sword intent directly hit Luo Luo's body and directly cut her in half. However, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all because the one who was hit by the attack just now was only Luo Luo's clone. The real Luo Luo didn't actually go over, and the one who used Demon Fox Flash just now was also her clone. Luo Luo's Demon Fox clone is not bad, but unfortunately, it will collapse after 1 second. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Demon Fox clone could only live for 1 second, so after the clone used Demon Fox Flash to kill the enemy, it would collapse automatically even if it wasn't attacked. Now, it was 2 against 2. Junior Sister Chen. When the man from Jianghu Palace saw his beloved die, his eyes immediately turned red. At this moment, he no longer blocked the golden swords and directly attacked Yi Xian. You're courting death, Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian's eyes flashed again, and a silver slash broke through the air. The Eye of Nirvana's attack power was extremely strong and was at least equivalent to 85% sword intent. When Yi Xian, who was at the peak of 7th Supreme, used the Eye of Nirvana, it was enough to threaten a peak 8th Supreme. Swoosh. Rip. This expert from Jianghu Palace couldn't block it and was instantly beheaded. However, after using the Eye of Nirvana, Yi Xian's eyes were directly blinded. This was because he had exhausted too much of his eye power. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid because he still had the Eye of Perception. Not only that, but his clone also directly broke through the void and instantly arrived. Yi Xian's original body and clone shared the devouring space, but they didn't share eye power. After the clone arrived, it directly merged with Yi Xian's original body, and its strength was directly increased by 10%. Eye of Nirvana. After fusing together, Yi Xian used his strongest attack on the last woman in the middle stage of the Yin End Palace. Chapter 9:11. The silver slash pierced through the air. The woman couldn't block the attack and was killed immediately. After using the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Void 3 times in a row, even if he recovered some of his eye power after fusing with them, it wasn't enough. As a result, Yi Xian went blind again. "Luo Luo, hurry up and get the items." Yi Xian hurriedly said to Luo Luo. Luo Luo had already rushed over and handed the interspatial rings of the corpses to Yi Xian. After obtaining so many interspatial rings, he immediately devoured the items inside. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Not enough. The blind Yi Xian shook his head and cloned again to attack the storm of golden swords. With the eye of perception, he could continue to fight even if he lost his sight. At the same time, his eye power was slowly recovering. On the other side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman were shocked. Yi Xian and Luo Luo had joined forces and killed more than 10 experts of the Yin Palace. Even they could only look up to such strength. No, even if Wen Kong was here, he wouldn't be able to block that silver slash. Yi Xian and Luo Luo kept striking down the golden swords while collecting them. Yi Xian's cultivation increased little by little. Just a little more and I can pass the tribulation. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly even though he hadn't regained his sight yet. 100 swords. 200 swords. 300 swords. Yi Xian kept devouring the golden swords. His cultivation was about to reach the peak of the 7th Tribulation Supreme. After he had swallowed a total of 1,000 golden swords, the system's melodious notification finally rang out. Ding! The host has met the tribulation requirements. The current success rate is 98%. The system notified. 98%. It was very close to 100%. However, Yi Xian still had a clone beside him. Ding! The current success rate is 100%. Begin the tribulation. After Yi Xian merged with his clone, he directly began to receive the 8th level of the Sovereign Tribulation. Perhaps only he had the courage to pass the tribulation under such circumstances. What? Junior brother Yi is going to pass the tribulation? The black-clothed man was shocked. After all, this was the first time he saw Yi Xian. However, at that time, Yi Xian was only a mid-stage 7th Tribulation Supreme. Now, he had grown to such a level. Moreover, he dared to pass the tribulation here. He was simply courting death. There were still thousands of golden swords hovering in the sky. At that moment, he moved closer to Yi Xian, preparing to protect Yi Xian. Even though Yi was surrounded by Luo Luo, Yi Xian couldn't make any mistakes. However, in the next moment, his footsteps stopped. What surprised him was that Yi Xian, who was in the middle of his tribulation, was actually able to retaliate. When other people passed the tribulation, they had to use all their strength to resist it. They couldn't afford to be distracted. However, Yi Xian was not only passing the tribulation, but also defending himself against the golden swords around him. This was an extremely dangerous situation. Boom! 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 3 consecutive bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Each bolt was stronger than the previous one, but Yi Xian didn't care at all. He easily passed through 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. But at that moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud sound attracted everyone's attention. This wasn't the sound of tribulation lightning striking down. Instead, it came from the Golden Palace. An explosion suddenly resounded from the Golden Palace, and then a figure flashed out from within it. It was Ma Cheng. Behind Ma Cheng were 2 people. One was Wen Kong, and the other was a middle-aged man that Yi Xian had never seen before. Wen Kong was currently working with the middle-aged man to kill Ma Cheng. Junior brother, the sword-shaped stone is with Ma Cheng. Wen Kong immediately yelled. Yi Xian's body trembled. As expected, there was a sword-shaped stone. Although he was still passing the tribulation, he had to take action for the sake of the sword-shaped stone. After Ma Cheng came out and saw that his team of Jiu Yin Palace had been killed, he was furious. When his eyes fell on Yi Xian, a silver slash flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. Whoosh! The nirvanic slash pierced through the sky. Ma Cheng was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly raised his hand to attack. Bang! Ma Cheng's attack, which was infused with 85% of sword essence, collided with the Nirvanic slash. However, to his surprise, his attack was slightly weaker. Whoosh! The Nirvanic slash destroyed Ma Cheng's attack and attacked him. However, as an elite disciple of Ju Yin Palace, Ma Cheng wasn't easy to deal with. Bang! Bang! Two crisp sounds were heard. The two flying swords controlled by Ma Cheng had destroyed the Nirvanic slash. Boom! At the same time, Yi Xian's sixth tribulation lightning struck down. What? He's breaking through? Ma Cheng, Wen Kong, and the middle-aged man were shocked. How could a person who was passing the tribulation unleash such a powerful attack? The sixth tribulation lightning struck Yi Xian's head, causing the genuine qi in his body to expand. Brat, you're courting death. Ma Cheng's eyes turned red. A genius like Yi Xian must be killed in the cradle. Whoosh! Another sword radiance swept towards Yi Xian. However, the sword radiance destroyed Yi Xian's afterimage. Yi Xian's original body had already run far away. Not only could a person who was passing the tribulation attack, but he could also run away. Was he a freak? Bastard, how dare you interrupt young master's tribulation? Luo Luo shouted angrily. In the next moment, the fur on her tail and ears turned golden. That's, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He saw Luoluo's tail suddenly flash. It was that tuft of golden fur. Luo Luo, who had turned into a golden fox, suddenly experienced a surge in her aura. She met Ma Cheng's sword radiance head-on and actually destroyed it with a single claw. Heavens, when did Luoluo's attack power become so strong? Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that he couldn't see through Luo Luo anymore. Luoluo's three fox demon flashes had been used up. But now, Luo Luo had turned from a white fox to a golden fox. Her battle prowess had skyrocketed to the point where she could fight Ma Cheng. Terrifying. Boom! Another bolt of sovereign tribulation lightning descended from the sky. This was the seventh bolt of sovereign tribulation lightning. Yi Xian was only one bolt away from becoming an eighth tribulation sovereign. At the same time, Luo Luo had already blocked Ma Cheng's path. Claw shadows and sword radiance filled the sky. Ma Cheng, who was being held back by Luo Luo, was instantly caught up by Wen Kong and the middle-aged man. Give me that sword-shaped stone. My imperial family will reward you handsomely. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Now, the surrounding people finally knew his identity. He was from the imperial family of the royal sacred dynasty. Humph, don't even think about it. Chapter 9:12. A single sword-shaped stone could create many experts. As long as the Yin Palace could obtain this sword-shaped stone, they might become even more powerful than the royal family. How could they give up on the sword-shaped stone? Wen Kong and the middle-aged man from the royal family were both in the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm. The former was still manageable, but the middle-aged man was very difficult to deal with. Although Ma Cheng was at the peak of the Supreme Being realm, which was one level higher than Wen Kong and the middle-aged man, he had just broken through. If it was only Wen Kong and the middle-aged man, he would not have any problems. However, with Luo Luo's participation, Ma Cheng felt a lot of pressure. No, it was not pressure. Under the joint attack of the three, he could not fight back at all. Damn it! Ma Cheng cursed in his heart. If he continued to hold on to the sword-shaped stone, he might be killed by the three of them. After he made a decision in his heart, he took out a sword-shaped stone and threw it at Wen Kong. This sword-shaped stone was the sword-shaped stone. Its appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's the sword-shaped stone? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He only took a glance at it before he heard a system notification. Ding! Sword-shaped stone discovered. Will you carve it? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. Of course, his goal was to get this sword-shaped stone. How could he refuse? Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 1%. Ding! Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 2%. Ding. Sword-shaped stone started. Current progress, 3%. The speed of carving was very slow. Yi Xian was very anxious. At this moment, the sword-shaped stone fell into Wen Kang's hand. Ding. Carving stopped. The sword-shaped stone was taken by Wen Kang, so the carving of the stone was stopped. Hand over the sword-shaped stone. When the middle-aged man saw this, he immediately turned around and attacked Wen Kang. Bang! Wen Kang was too slow to take the sword-shaped stone. He was severely injured by the middle-aged man and was sent flying. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ma Chang's trap. When he saw the sword-shaped stone just now, his brain spasmed and he took it. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ma Chang's trap. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, his goal was the sword-shaped stone. Seeing the stone flying towards him, how could he not catch it? Humph, you dare to plot against senior brother Wen? Go to hell. Luo Luo wasn't distracted by the appearance of the sword-shaped stone. She shouted angrily and continued to attack Ma Cheng. Yi Xian had been assisting Luo Luo from the very beginning, but he didn't dare to get close to Ma Cheng because the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning was coming. Boom! Finally, the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Yi Xian took the sovereign tribulation lightning head-on. In the next moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have successfully transcended the tribulation. You are now an 8 tribulation supreme being at the early stage. You are currently rebuilding your golden body of supremacy. He had finally broken through. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. However, he had just passed the 8th level of tribulation, so he was still in the process of rebuilding his sovereign golden body. The sovereign golden body was in the process of rebuilding, so his defense was the weakest. Any attack from the people present would be able to cut off his head. Young master, I'll hold this guy back. You go and take the sword-shaped stone. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. All right. Although he didn't know how Luo Luo became so strong and jumped 4 levels to challenge Ma Cheng, it wasn't the time to care about that. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the middle-aged man. Wen Kang was weaker than the middle-aged man. With a crisp sound, his wrist was cut off by the middle-aged man and he was sent flying. Wen Kang's interspatial ring fell into the hands of the middle-aged man from the royal sacred dynasty. Retreat. After the middle-aged man got the interspatial ring, he quickly turned around and left. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian, who had just recovered some of his eye power, immediately used the Nirvanic eye on the middle-aged man's back. Nirvanic cut. Xiao. The silver slash tore through the air. When the middle-aged man heard the sound behind him, he quickly turned around. However, it was too late. Rip. The middle-aged man was instantly killed by the silver slash. His entire body was cut in half by the Nirvanic cut. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the interspatial ring of the middle-aged man and Wen Kang. Ding. Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 4%. Ding. Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 5%. Ding. Beginning to carve the sword-shaped stone. Current progress, 6%. The carving of the sword-shaped stone was extremely slow. It was 10 times slower than when Yi Xian was carving the demonic god statue. However, it didn't matter. After all, he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Among the people present, who could fight with him? Ding. Reconstruction of the sovereign golden body completed. The system notified again. In the next moment, Yi Xian was cut in half. When Ma Cheng saw this scene, his body trembled violently. One Yi Xian was already so strong. Now there was another one. Let's go. Immediately, Ma Cheng quickly turned around. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. He was even faster than Ma Cheng. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Ma Cheng. Yi Xian's original body, doppelganger, and Luo Luo joined forces. Ma Cheng couldn't withstand them at all. "Young master, do you want to use charm?" Luo Luo reminded him. "No, just kill him." Yi Xian shook his head. Ma Cheng was an elite disciple of the Yin Palace. His spiritual resistance was probably very high. Moreover, he didn't have much eye power now. Therefore, he didn't use charm. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Ma Cheng, who was restrained by Luo Luo, saw a silver slash coming at him. He was scared out of his wits. This guy even killed his own people? This was a question in Ma Cheng's mind. This Nirvana rend might kill Luo Luo too. However, how could Yi Xian attack Luo Luo? Swish. At this moment, Ma Cheng's body trembled. He realized that Luo Luo had disappeared. Within a certain range, Yi Xian could hide Luo Luo in the artifact space. Therefore, at the critical moment, Yi Xian hid Luo Luo. Swish. Ma Cheng's body was cut in half diagonally. However, he didn't die immediately. However, he was quickly beheaded by Yi Xian, who rushed over with the invisible sword. Ma Cheng, who was ranked 5th among the inner disciples of the Yin Palace, died just like that. This matter finally came to an end. Chapter 9:13. However, just as Yi Xian thought that this was the end of the matter, a powerful aura suddenly rushed in his direction. Immediately, his expression changed. Not good, a powerful enemy is attacking. It might be the 9th tribulation supremacy of the Yin Palace. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Wen Kong and the other two, who were still surprised by Yi Xian's strength, were frightened when they heard this. A 9th tribulation supremacy. That was the top fighting force of the royal sacred dynasty. A 9th tribulation supremacy was enough to kill all of them. That aura quickly approached, but Yi Xian didn't stay idle. He quickly rushed to Wen Kang's side and directly opened a void gate. "Quick, go in," Yi Xian said somewhat anxiously. Wen Kang, who had lost an arm, didn't dare to delay and directly passed through the void gate. The man in black and the woman in white also went in. The eye of the void required a large amount of eye power to open a void gate. At the same time, maintaining the void gate also required a continuous consumption of eye power. After Yi Xian and the others entered the void gate, a person rushed out from a dark corner. "Stay here." A loud shout rang out, but Yi Xian had already passed through the void gate. The person who rushed out from the corner was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her aura was very powerful. She was definitely the 9th tribulation supremacy of the Yin Palace. Unfortunately, she was one step too late. The void gate opened by Yi Xian was teleported to the entrance of the secret realm. When they came out of the void gate, Wen Kong and the others were shocked. What kind of method is this? Wen Kong was shocked. "Senior brother Wen, don't worry so much. Let's leave the secret realm first and return to the Burning Sun Hall," Yi Xian said. The 9th tribulation supremacy saw them enter the void gate and estimated that she would arrive soon, so they had to leave quickly. Okay. Wen Kong didn't care about his arm now. Although the sovereign golden body of an 8th tribulation supremacy was more difficult to repair, as long as he handed the sword-shaped stone to the Burning Sun Hall, he wouldn't be afraid of a lack of treasures. At that time, not only would his arm grow back, he would also obtain a large amount of treasures. However, when Yi Xian led Wen Kong and the other two out of the secret territory, they found that the deep-sea cavern outside the secret territory was heavily surrounded. More than 10 powerful auras pressed down on everyone. More than 10 8th tribulation supremacies. Yi Xian was shocked. Among these dozen or so 8th tribulation supremes, there were two whose auras were not weaker than Ma Cheng's. However, what truly frightened him was that there was actually a 9th tribulation supreme martial artist outside the secret realm. Someone who came out of the secret realm? This 9th tribulation supreme was an old woman. When she saw Yi Xian, she frowned and asked, "Who are you?" However, before Yi Xian could speak, someone shouted, "Palace Master, the one with the severed arm is Wen Kong. They are from the Burning Sun Hall." Not good. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He quickly used the eyes of the void to break through the void. Wen Kong and the other two thought that they were going to die. When they saw the void door, they hurriedly rushed in. What a strange technique. Stay here. The Ninth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist immediately attacked. Immediately, a wave of energy enveloped Yi Xian. However, at that moment, half of Yi Xian's body had already stepped into the void door. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed angrily. He directly summoned his clone and slapped the back of his original body. At the same time, his doppelganger also quickly entered the void door. Whoosh! The void door closed. Everyone was shocked. Breaking open the void, and another person who looked exactly like him appeared. What kind of technique was this? Damn it! The sword-shaped stone must be in his hands. The palace master of Ju Yin Palace cursed angrily. Yi Xian had saved him in the nick of time. If he had been a moment later, the void door would have closed. At that time, if he had fallen into the hands of Ju Yin Palace, he would have been done for. He would have been raped and killed by the people of Ju Yin Palace. Previously, Yi Xian could directly break open the void in the Hall of Burning Sun and summon his doppelganger. In other words, the Hall of Burning Sun had always had a location in the void. Therefore, Yi Xian's void door led directly to the Hall of Burning Sunday, puff. At that moment, Yi Xian, who had just come out of the void door, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This blood was not because of the slap from his doppelganger. It was because he had overused his sky eyes. Damn it. When I overused my sky eyes and did not have enough eye power, it consumed my vitality. Yi Xian said helplessly in his heart. Overusing his sky eyes consumed his vitality. That was why his eyes had disappeared. Vitality was lifespan. After knowing this fact, he did not dare to use his sky eyes carelessly anymore. Young master, are you okay? Luo Luo, who had also been released from the void by Yi Xian, hurriedly asked. I'm fine. I just got slapped by myself. In order not to worry Luo Luo, Yi Xian lied. Then, he said to Wen Kong, Senior Brother Wen, please inform the others. He had already inscribed 80% of the sword-shaped stone. When the experts from the Hall of Burning Sun arrived, he estimated that he would have finished inscribing it. He was already starting to wonder what kind of reward he would get. Okay, I'll go now. Wen Kong did not care about his broken arm and left with his junior brothers and sisters. The higher-ups in the Hall of Burning Sun would definitely not expect to get a sword-shaped stone. There were also Ninth Tribulation Supremes in the Hall of Burning Sunday. Almost all of them had comprehended 90% of the sword intent. However, the sword-shaped stone had a different value to them. Not long after Wen Kong left, Yi Xian heard a notification sound. Ding! Sword-shaped stone inscription successful. Now, this sword-shaped stone was no longer of any use to Yi Xian. Even if he lost it, he would not feel bad. Luo Luo, what happened to you just now? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked. Although Luo Luo was not injured, her face was pale. At this moment, her hair had already returned to its original white color. After hearing this, Luo Luo immediately took out the tuft of golden hair that was hidden in her tail. She said with a crying face, Woo woo, in that state just now, I needed to continuously use this tuft of golden hair. In that short period of time, I used up 5 of them. Yi Xian was speechless. He reminded her, I see. Then you should use it sparingly in the future. This tuft of golden hair is related to your bloodline. Don't use it up when the time comes. Okay. Luo Luo pouted and nodded obediently. This was the first time she used the golden hair to increase her strength. At that time, she was only in the middle stage of the 7th Tribulation Supremes. She was actually able to fight evenly with Ma Cheng, who was at the peak of the 8th Tribulation Supremes. After all, her strength would increase as her cultivation level increased. If she used it again when she was at the 8th Tribulation Supremes, she would not be afraid of even a 9th Tribulation Supremes. Chapter 9:14. Soon, several powerful auras entered Yi Xian's sensing range. It seemed that the higher-ups of the Burning Sun Hall had arrived. This group of experts all rushed into Yi Xian's residence. There were more than 10 people who rushed in, and most of them were elders. One of them was even Yi Xian's master, Han Ming. However, this group of people stood respectfully behind an elder. Needless to say, this elder was the Burning Sun Hall master. When he saw Yi Xian, he said nervously, "You obtained the sword-shaped stone?" "Greetings, sect master." Yi Xian pretended to be heavily injured as he said this. Then, he took out the sword-shaped stone from the devouring space. The moment the stone appeared, a commotion broke out. Sword-shaped stone, it really is the sword-shaped stone. The Incineration Sun Hall master raised his eyebrows and took the sword-shaped stone. Although he had comprehended 95% of the sword essence, the sword-shaped stone was more attractive to him than anyone else. He held the stone and said to Yi Xian, "You have done a great job this time. Tell me what you need." Yi Xian was waiting for this sentence. Before this group of experts arrived, Yi Xian had already written down what he wanted. What was left was the necessities for the Heaven's Eye, the forging materials for the Shadowless Sword and the Fallen Star Whip, and of course, the heavenly treasures. The Burning Sun Hall master took the piece of paper and glanced at it. Then, he raised his eyebrows. Yi Xian was asking for too much. I have only heard of the Eternal Flower and the Golden Sunstone. The Burning Sun Hall doesn't have them. However, we do have the materials for the Heaven's Eye. The Burning Sun Hall master muttered, other than the first few items, the rest are not a problem. The first few items were the necessities for opening the Heaven's Eye. Even the Burning Sun Hall didn't have them. Okay. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Although he was a little disappointed, he was still easily satisfied. The rest of the items were enough for him to make a breakthrough and forge the Shadowless Sword and the Fallen Star Whip. Palace Master, at that time, junior brother Yi killed Ma Cheng from the Absolute Yin Palace. At the same time, there was also a group of experts from the royal dynasty. At this moment, Wen Kong suddenly spoke. An expert from the royal family? When the Inferno Sun Hall master heard this, he couldn't help but frown. In the royal sacred dynasty, the one they didn't want to provoke the most was the royal clan. When the secret realm was discovered, there were even powerful warriors from the royal family nearby. What bad luck! However, the sword-shaped stone is already in our hands, and it is impossible for us to hand it over. The leader of the Burning Sun Palace snorted coldly. That's right, this is our chance. As long as we have the sword-shaped stone, we can destroy the Yin Palace. Even if it's the royal family, we don't fear them. The elders began to speak angrily. Yi Xian, you're injured now, so you'll need treatment first. I'll get someone to send the items over later. When the leader of the Burning Sun Palace finished speaking, he left with the group of people. Yi Xian, I didn't expect that you would be able to kill Ma Cheng, who was at the peak of the 8th Supremacy Realm. It seems like I don't have the qualifications to be your master anymore. Han Ming walked over and said to Yi Xian. Master is too serious. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Even if I transcend the Supremacy Realm, you will still be my master. Yi Xian said respectfully. He was very grateful to Han Ming. After all, if it wasn't for the 10 Supremacy Golden Cores, he and Luo Luo's strength wouldn't have increased so much. If that was the case, what happened after that day would have been different. If Yi Xian went out to do some random missions, he would have died 9 times out of 10, not to mention killing Ma Cheng and obtaining the sword-shaped stone. Han Ming nodded his head in satisfaction and said with a smile, not bad, not bad. A genius like you can't be limited to the Supremacy Realm. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the 3 misfortunes of the Supremacy Realm. Since you helped the Burning Sun Hall obtain the sword-shaped stone, the Hall Master will naturally allow you to comprehend it. With your aptitude, you might be able to comprehend sword force. After hearing this, Yi Xian was astonished. This was the first time he heard of this term. He immediately asked, Master, what is sword force? Sword intent is something that we supremacy realm experts learn. Above sword intent is sword force. Han Ming explained, sword force has a total of 3 realms. They are minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with the sword. Minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with the sword. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, do these 3 realms correspond to the 3 misfortunes of the supremacy realm, human body disaster, true energy disaster, and spirit disaster? That's right. Han Ming nodded his head and said, as long as you comprehend sword force, you will be invincible in the supremacy realm. Unless your opponent also comprehends sword force, no one will be able to block your attacks. Not only that, even a 9th stage human body disaster expert might not be able to comprehend the minute sword force. It depends on your aptitude. From Han Ming's words, Yi Xian knew that there were only 3 realms. The minute sword force, perfect sword force, and one with the sword. Not only could the sword-shaped stone rapidly increase one's sword intent, it could also allow one to comprehend sword force. It was a good item. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I have confidence in you. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through the 3 misfortunes of the supremacy realm. If you can comprehend sword force and reach one with the sword, even a spirit disaster expert would not be able to block your attacks. Han Ming said with a smile. Yi Xian revealed a helpless expression. One with the sword was the final realm of sword force. It corresponded to the spirit disaster realm. How could it be that easy to comprehend? However, Han Ming was right about one thing. He could definitely break through the 3 misfortunes of the supremacy realm. Soon after, Han Ming left. As for Yi Xian, he stayed in the residence with Luo Luo, waiting for the items from the Burning Sun Hall Master. Not long after, an elder brought the items over. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't have the necessary materials to open his heaven's eye, he had obtained the materials for the Shadowless Sword and Fallen Star Whip, as well as a large amount of heavenly treasures. After the elder left, Yi Xian poured some items into the devouring space, then threw the universe ring to Luo Luo. Luo Luo, take it yourself. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he began to forge the supremacy realm's spiritual treasure. The Shadowless Sword's embryo was already forged, so it didn't require much materials. The Fallen Star Whip's materials were also sufficient. In addition, there were forging blueprints for the 2 Supremacy Realm spiritual treasures, so Yi Xian only spent a second to forge the Supremacy Realm spiritual treasure. Ding! The Shadowless Sword has been successfully forged. Ding! The Fallen Star Whip has been successfully forged. 2 system notifications sounded.